All right. Morena and good morning, everybody. Day two of application by RS Sand for Quarry at 77 Newcombe Road. Today we're hearing from submitters, and just before we move on to submitters, I just want to record the tabled statements that we have received, being one from Ray Talbot and from the S.J. Flintoff Family Trust. And we did receive evidence from Luke Braithwaite of NZTA, which we're treating as tabled because he's not here to speak to that statement. So just have those formally noted for the record. Now, just for submitters that are listening in, I'm not sure who was online yesterday. We did have a change to the application and just want to draw attention to that. We received an updated plan indicating retention of part of the existing gully wall along the Karapiro Stream Gully for the first stages of the proposed quarry activity. So I've asked for copies of that plan to be placed up here for submitters to refer to, anyone that wants a copy of that, and I think it will be placed online at some point today. All right. So we have the first person is going to be Paul and Rahel Westlake, who are joining us on Zoom. So if we could have them come up on the screen. There we go. Welcome, Ms. Westlake. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, hi. Yeah.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, it's just me here at the moment, since we're in different locations at the moment. So yeah. So do you just want me to say my bit, or?
Yes, just proceed. Tell us what you'd like to tell us, please.
Yeah, we are located sort of across the river from where the proposed quarry is. So we just believe that it will impact us directly in terms of all the factors, really: visual, noise, pollution potentially, all those sort of factors. Yeah, because currently where we are, we can see the expressway, and pretty much a quarry will be halfway between us and the expressway. So it's also the direction of our prevailing winds that come in from that direction. So we get a lot of anything that's extremely windy comes from that direction. So it will come onto our property. There's no question about that. And yeah, the other thing we are concerned about is we also border to the river that's down the bottom, the Karapiro Stream. We have done a lot of work in trying to clean it up in terms of plantings and that sort of thing. And it kind of is a little bit of a concern to us that all our work will be undone, so to say, further downstream, in terms of yeah, concerned about the impact on that river that we've been trying to work towards improving the quality of it.
Right.
Yeah. That's basically our main concerns.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I was interested in what you had to say about the prevailing wind, because we had evidence yesterday based on some meteorological data that the applicant has undertaken on the site.
Yes.
Which suggests,
I find that very interesting that
right.
they sort of, I did read that, and they said that it was going to go the other way, which is not the case. We know that it's from that direction. Yeah, so it'd be, yeah.
Just what I was saying at the outset about the change to the proposal, they're retaining the quarry, the cliff face along the stream. Is that something that will be of relative benefit for you? Particularly, I think you mentioned visual aspects was a concern to you.
Well, like we can, from our place, we can see the expressway, right? And
yes.
we the quarry is pretty much sort of halfway there. I mean, their land is directly across. If they end up expanding on the proposed quarry as it is now, also it'll impact us even more depending on how far further they go that way. But as it is planned at the moment, we still will be able to see it. There's no question about it because we can see the land now. So there's no way we can't not see it. Yeah.
In your submission, you talked about undertaking quite a bit of restoration planting on your
Yes.
side of the river. Can you just take us through what's involved?
So we've been working with the trust. I can't remember the name of it now, but my husband was mainly involved with that, organizing it. So they have been working with the Murray Trust that has been doing a lot of planting. So for the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. And so they've planted the whole sides of the streams. So we've sort of got I'm not sure how much, I think it's about a 3-meter setback of the stream that has all been planted. And we're just in the process too of working towards doing more plantings and working on a wetland area to restore that. So yeah, there's a few things that we're trying to do with looking after the river and just trying to get it better. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Westlake. I just wanted, just following on from that, have you seen the applicant's plans for sort of the proposing to do all this revegetation and enhancement planting, which goes right down to the floodplain of the river, and it goes for quite some distance. And I was just looking to see where your property was in relation to where they're proposing to do the planting. I think it would probably extend some of the way towards your property, or to where your property would overlook. So there could possibly be some, I noticed that you'd said in your submission that the applicant hadn't been willing to do any planting on their side of the river from where you were doing yours. So, so have you had a look at those maps at all of proposed planting?
Yeah, I have looked at it as a wee way back. I haven't really had the time lately to look at it in more detail. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they'll probably try to do something, and that is positive. But I think I think it'll be, well, I think they should be doing something anyway, either way. But if that is enough to counter the damage that they're doing to the river, I don't know. I mean, who's to say? But yeah, I don't think it'll go any way to improving it anyway, what they're planning on doing. But
yeah, what's your sort of understanding of what you think they're going to be doing, damaging? You said they're damaging the river. What's your understanding of what that means?
But like I said, it's been a while since I looked at the plans. I can't remember in details because I haven't looked at it lately. Yeah.
Okay.
But
well, it's more about what you're,
I mean, anything disturbing to what you're doing will impact further down.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Understand all the issues that you have in respect of the proposed quarry. Just coming back again to the ecological planting, and it strikes me that you've obviously been undertaking undertaking such work for some time. And it would seem that there's potentially some mutual benefit, well, not mutual benefit, but you're working on one side of the stream and the applicant proposes to carry out work on the other. Do you have a broad plan of what you're seeking to achieve on your land? And the reason I ask that, I just wonder if it's of benefit for the applicant to be aware of it, and it may have some influence on what they would propose to do, particularly around the upper reaches or towards the east, closer to your property.
Yeah, what we are trying to achieve with that is, I think a lot of the issues with that particular stream is that the banks are quite unstable, which means if ever there is a big flooding, you end up with a lot of stuff in the river. Yeah, like with all the soil coming in. So I think what we're trying to achieve is mainly to stabilize the banks. Also, what we're trying to do is also create habitat. So for birds and things. Yeah. So
And so as part of what you're doing, you mentioned a trust that you're working with. Do they have
Yes.
a broader plan of which you are providing a part? Is that how that's working?
yeah, I think that was I don't know so much about it. Yeah, my husband worked with them more than me. So I don't know up to standard so much, but I think they got some funding towards helping restore rivers and that sort of thing, I think. Yeah, so that was part of their plan to clean up that stream, because it is, I mean, if you know Cambridge and go past that bridge, then you know that it comes in quite brown whenever it rains a lot. So it really needs cleaning up. It's quite a, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. I think that was all the questions we have for you. Thank you very much. If you
Okay,
wouldn't,
no problem.
it might be useful just to supplement what you've told us today. If once you know the name of that trust, it might be worth having
I
that on
think
the
I
record.
put it in the proposal in the
Oh, have you got
first.
it there? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's in your submission. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I thought I put it in there, but I can't remember it off
All right.
my head now. Yeah.
That's fine. Okay. Well, thank
Okay.
you very much.
Fantastic. Okay.
All right. Where's my list? Colin Bailey. Welcome, Mr. Bailey. Let's grab a seat. Yeah.
I think it's fine, is it? Good. Everybody can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And if you don't, everybody doesn't mind, I'll just read off what I've written here. I'm not very good at ad-libbing things.
Is that in a format that you can send to the
I will
council
do
for the
later.
record? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem at all. No problem at all. Thank you. Good morning. As you know, my name's Colin Bailey, and I've lived at 42 French Pass Road with my wife since 2018. Our daughter and son-in-law, who you've probably met yesterday, and our 2 grandchildren also live on the property. The property sits within the red circle on the map included in the applicant's submissions and is directly impacted by the operations of the proposed sand quarry at 77 Newcombe Road. I'm here today not just as a resident, but as a father and grandfather, deeply concerned about the devastating impact this quarry will have on our health, our home, and our community. With a background in finance, manufacturing, and industry, including cement, concrete, open-cut limestone mines, and coal mining, I'm well aware of the consequences of industrial operations such as this one. I've seen firsthand how such projects affect people's lives, their health, and the environment. I first became aware of the proposed sand quarry in the early 2020s, and the more I learned, the more alarmed I have become. It's not just about a business operating near our home. It is about the risks to our health, the health of the community, the impact of our quality on life, and having been through the submissions and the rebuttals, what appear to be inconsistencies and flaws in the applicant's submission. There are several claims that appear inconsistent in the applicant's and misleading in the applicant's submission. They first asserted there was no residential properties overlooking the site, and this is proved to be incorrect. And just common sense would tell you if we can see the proposed site of the quarry standing in the house or just outside the house, line of sight would tell you that somebody standing at the quarry site could also see that residential property. So I believe that to be quite disingenuous. There's a commercial horse riding arena and stables which are actively used as a business. at 42 French Pass Road, and every rider and visitor to the horse riding area will be able to see the industrial operation, the quarry or the processing plant, and probably both. And that was completely submitted from the submissions. Irrespective of the change in mining plan, there's still going to be a visual impact from the quarry and certainly of the processing plant. Horse riders frequently ride down to areas immediately adjacent to the quarry site. That's across the Carapero stream. The presence of large machinery, dust, and noise would negatively impact this activity, and this is not even recognised in the applicant's submission. One of the most alarming inaccuracies in the applicant's claim was a silica content, which they said was 16% of total silica. That's inaccurate. They've accepted that, but it calls into question the accuracy of other issues. The lack of comparable data, as we heard yesterday, regarding RCS, the only reference point they have is on the South Island at a different mining operation, is of grave concern. We all know that silica is a known carcinogen, and its airborne particles pose severe health risk. The proposed quarry plan, as amended, because they're going to be mining at a high level to start with, exposes it to the prevailing winds, as you just heard from Mrs. Westlake. Everybody in the area knows where the prevailing wind comes from. And we will be affected by that silica content. I don't want my family to be exposed to that sort of thing. It's not too long ago that it was considered acceptable that silica dust from manufactured stone operations was considered safe. But we all know now that that is not the case. My family's health is my greatest concern. The applicant's dust suppression methods may be adequate. I'm not an expert in that, although I have some exposure to that sort of thing in the past. By the time the silica laden dust has exited the site is after if the results of the monitoring are seen. So it's too late. What I'm saying is the dust has already escaped. The monitoring is reactive. It tells you what's gone, not what's going to go. As an example, in the cement industry, if emissions from the stack from the kiln are getting to a level where it's going to be dangerous or above consent levels, the kiln automatically shuts down. That sort of monitoring would be required for an operation such as this, irrespective of its location. The other point I'd make in this regard is developers of residential and recreational properties don't develop adjacent to sand quarries for these particular reasons, that it is not a good thing to do for health-wise and from a recreational perspective, and the reverse should apply here. The applicant's economic benefits submission is confusing, to say the least. The applicant's initial submission states that demand for sand is based on concrete consumption per capita, implying the sand from the proposed quarry will all go into the concrete industry. The applicant's rebuttal then states that only 35 to 42% of the sand from the proposed quarry will be sold into concrete manufacture, without stating where the balance of the product is going to go. So that gives you cause for concern in terms of the economic benefit, but it also calls into question the transport impacts and the benefits from transportation. The applicant's transport plan is based on average figures, failing to take into account peak traffic periods. Anybody that's driven through Cambridge at peak traffic time will tell you that it's really, really chock-a-block all the time now. And it'll create further congestion, a risk of accidents, and put more lives at danger. The intersection of Newcombe and Tyrone roads is a 100-kilometre-an-hour zone, and you're going to have up to 200 truck movements in that area, who will be nowhere near that speed in a short distance. And the northbound traffic from the quarry will go through the town centre, through 2 highly congested roundabouts on Victoria Road. And those are a case in point. Basically, to summarise, the health hazards for my family and I are just too great for this quarry to proceed. There'll be a loss of quality of life, and the environment will be destroyed. My family often goes down to the Karapiro stream. The grandchildren love playing there. Where they play, they see eels, fish, ducks, hawks, and that's immediately opposite the area of the plant, of the processing plant. And the quarry itself will be visible as well. I would ask a couple of questions, rhetorical questions, just for you to consider. Can you, in all good conscience, make a positive decision on the application when you've been presented with incomplete and inaccurate information? And would anybody want to live and raise their family in an environment where the air you breathe could cause cancer, where the beauty of our environment is destroyed by industrial noise and dust, and where the safety of the community on roads is compromised? If once you've considered those, the answer is no, then I feel that the application should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey, for your submission. Your property is at 42 French Pass Road. Can you see or hear the expressway from where you are?
Yes.
Oh, you can.
If I can expand on that, I can certainly see it from the house and the yard and the stables and the barn where my daughter and son-in-law and family live and are. We're a little bit set back from that in the cottage, but every morning when I wake up, I can certainly hear the quarry. Hear the expressway.
In terms of predominant wind direction,
yep,
from your property,
yes,
where would you say that comes from?
From the south, directly across from the quarry, across onto 42 French Pass Road. And I can base that most recently on there was a small stand of pine trees which was harvested recently, and the what's it called? The waste from that was burnt, and the smoke from that came directly across from there, across onto the property. So the prevailing wind carried it as a southerly wind to the north.
Okay. That's enough for me.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I was just interested in your comment about, irrespective of the changes, you think there will be impacts, and I was sort of interested to explore it a bit more. What sort of impacts? Will the severity of the impacts be as much as what is?
I've only just seen this.
Yeah,
no, just
we
heard
do
about the
appreciate
changes
this.
yesterday.
Yeah.
But my initial thoughts are they may be limited or reduced to some degree initially, but over the life of mine, no. That would be my view.
So you understand that what they're proposing,
I understand that
won't
very
happen
well,
until
yes.
like the last stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
But people are still going to be living at 42 French Pass Road then, whether it's my family or somebody else's.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I understand that.
And in terms, sorry, just one more question. In terms of this predominant wind, I mean, how often would you have quite a strong wind, do you think? I know that's a very subjective measure.
It is very subjective.
How often do you think, oh gosh, it's really windy today?
So I beg your pardon?
How often would you think to go outside and think, oh gosh, it's pretty windy today?
I don't know. I've spent a number of years living in Perth, in Australia, and I find it more windy here than relative to that. So I can only judge relative to what I've seen, where I've been. We lived in Sydney as well. I would say Sydney is known to be fairly windy sometimes, but this is no different.
And how long have you lived at 42?
Since 2018.
2018.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just on the issues of dust and understand the concern that you're raising, does It sounded like you weren't really convinced by the approach for dust suppression that's been proposed. So that's the combination, as I understand it, of the moisture content that's in the resource to begin with,
Yeah.
but also the suppression, active suppression that is undertaken in accordance with all the monitoring devices that go on. You're nevertheless still concerned that that would result in that sand plume or the dust plume extending across the stream to your property.
I'm less concerned about the normal operations, but the abnormal operations can have a devastating impact. And I've personally seen that at open cut mines.
What's the abnormal operations that
Well,
you mean in that
things
regard?
go wrong. Nothing goes 100% correctly all the time. And my point about monitoring is the monitors are there to manage not only the regular operations, but to highlight the irregular operations. But they highlight them after the effect. So the damage has already been done. The dust is gone and is now being spread across the district. So the surrounding area, not the district, that's an exaggeration, I apologize, across the surrounding properties. So it's all well and good to say, yes, we know we did that, sorry about that, we've done this to rectify it. You haven't rectified it, it's happened, it's done. And the product they use contains silica or RCS, if you want to call it, that has a long life and can cause damage many years down the track.
Just on that point, you, I think at the beginning said that it was that higher silica content had been an accepted point. That's not our understanding from the evidence we heard yesterday. I think I know what you're referring to as the contested measurements as to the existence of silica.
Yeah.
But I think there's a difference between what is silica and what is respiratory crystalline silica.
Yes, I accept that.
Yes.
I accept that the 60% in a submitted submission was too high in terms of that was total silica. The 16%, I think, which was referenced yesterday, is reference to RCS, but 16% is still relatively high measure content in an area that is close to residential areas. That's my view.
Yes, sure. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions yet.
Just following on from your concern about the monitoring not being proactive enough, if you like, in a way, is there a way, for example, would having more monitors and also, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the dust management plan?
I have read it. I'm
Yeah.
not an expert in these
No,
things.
I appreciate that,
so
but this is just from a layperson's perspective.
From a layperson's perspective, I would have to think about that. But
what I was going to ask you was, they're proposing to have I think a couple of monitoring stations, or they've already got them on site.
Yeah.
They're also proposing these trigger action levels, which, I'm not an air quality expert either. So they're based on what the air quality experts say. I mean, would having lower trigger levels assist, because obviously those are designed for mitigating risk.
I accept that. My view sitting here on that is that given that there are no comparable studies done locally for an operation such as this, it's high risk anyway. So you can have trigger levels, but where do you set those trigger levels? I don't think that's been determined accurately enough to protect people in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And if you're able to fire that document through when you get a moment, that would be great. Thank you. All right. Cambridge Community Board is next. Who do we have for Community Board?
Joe and Elise.
Right.
Joe
Yes.
and Elise.
Okay. Morning. Welcome. We've just made those plans available just in case people aren't aware of changes that were made yesterday. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us time to submit on this application and speak to it this morning. My name is Jo Davies-Colley. I am the chairperson of the Cambridge Community Board, and this is Elise Badger, the deputy chair. Our role as a community board is to advocate on behalf of the community and represent in the best way we can the thoughts and concerns of the Cambridge residents. You will see that we have selected neutral on our submission. This is because as representatives of the Cambridge community, we understand and acknowledge the need for the procurement of both concrete sand and fill sand for development in our district. Cambridge is a small town, but it is growing, and local sand quarries are part of that growth that supports our development and the construction industry. However, the proposed quarry is a large one, and the number of truck movements proposed in the application is substantial, and it lies adjacent to our small town. The concerns we want to highlight to you today are really around the effect of increased truck movements through our CBD, but also through Leamington Village. I'll hand now to Elise for further comments.
Thank you, Jo. Thank you. Today, we just wanted to paint a little bit of a picture of our town for you. Many of you will understand it, but some of you might want more of a picture of what it's like to live in Cambridge. So that we all might understand what our community feels is at risk should between 8 and 20 trucks per hour extra rumble through our streets. Cambridge is a unique town. It's renowned for its tree-lined avenues, its strong community, its quiet residential neighbourhoods. It's a beautiful township with the lovely hustle bustle of a thriving community, but also the easy accessibility of a village. Its walkability is one of the joys as children get to school and kindergarten on bikes and scooters, right up to the wisest in our communities who head to the farmers market on Saturday on their mobility scooters. As the town of trees and champions, we cherish our green spaces, our connectedness, our walkability, our cycleways and our heritage landmarks, all of which make Cambridge the desirable place to live that it is now and we hope will continue to be. Our CBD on both sides of the bridge supports residents of all ages with kindergartens, schools and aged care facilities all within close proximity of retail, commercial and service. Our town is designed for people, not just vehicles, and growth is already straining our roading infrastructure. Increasing traffic congestion and road safety concerns, as Jo will speak to further, especially for children and pedestrians, already require urgent attention. Would an increase in truck numbers through Cambridge align with our goal of a livable, safe and connected town? This is a crucial moment to ensure that short-term development aligns with Ahuaki, the spatial plan guiding our district's future. Cambridge's strength lies in its community-focused design, and every decision must support a livable town for all ages. If we allow industrial expansion without safeguards, we risk compromising the very essence of what makes Cambridge a desirable and special place to live.
When we have spoken to residents in our community about this application, what we have heard loud and clear is their concerns around dust coming off trucks, noise pollution, increased traffic and potential safety concerns. If you have driven through Cambridge recently, you would have experienced our increasing traffic woes. At particular times of the day, our small town becomes incredibly congested. We have concerns that a quarry so close to town that introduces increased traffic will only exacerbate this problem. We are also a town filled with young families and want to highlight to you that the majority of Cambridge schools lies within very close proximity to the CBD. Many parents encourage their kids to walk and bike to school, many crossing and travelling close to the road and potential increased heavy traffic from the quarry. We note in particular St. Peter's Catholic School, a primary school that sits directly on the main traffic route through the CBD. Children routinely choose that main road to cross with only a traffic refuge as their crossing point. We want our CBD to be as safe as possible, and the community is concerned an increase in heavy traffic will create further hazards for pedestrians and cyclists. The enjoyment of living in a small town is quickly diminished when you are stuck in traffic. Thanks, Elise.
The noise and increased truck movements associated with the sand quarry would fundamentally undermine the character of Cambridge. Our CBD is also expanding into Carter's Flat with some recent rezoning of that region, with plans for increased commercial and residential development in that area. More heavy traffic through that area will negatively impact this growth, creating safety hazards and reducing the area's appeal for residents and businesses alike. As Jo's mentioned, Traffic pressures in Cambridge are already severe. Exiting Gillies Street onto Albert Street is nearly impossible during peak times, and residents in Leamington already bear the burden of heavy vehicle traffic along Shakespeare Street right in the heart of their village. It's already a key arterial route. Adding more truck movements will only intensify these problems, making it harder for people to move safely and efficiently through our town and undermining that which makes Cambridge a great place to live, work and play. We urge the panel to ensure that any development supports our community's well-being and future. Cambridge is more than a location, it's a home. And let's protect that which makes it special. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just in the just a bit of context, you mentioned that the road environment, and I'm not sure if you're talking along perhaps the old highway road, already requiring urgent attention. Is that in respect of existing truck movements through the town? Is that what you're indicating there, or is it just traffic volumes per se?
Would be a combination of all of the above. You know, we've had a few recent sand quarries in the district, so there's already a slight increase in truck movements. But as you might know, Cambridge is undergoing unprecedented growth, so there is increased traffic volume in general.
Yes.
Which is placing significant pressure on those arterial routes as it is. So that is the current problem, and our fear is that we continue to exacerbate that problem without any solutions currently on the table to ease the burden that Cambridge is already managing.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just picking up on your initial comments about concerns around sort of pedestrians, I guess. And I mean, is it your opinion that the route, so I assume you're sort of aware of the proposed northern route that, like, when we went on our site visit, we sort of drove along that area and stuff. And we could see that there were some pedestrian crossing points and obviously cycle as well. I mean, is it your view that there aren't enough of those, like even now by the sounds of it, with all the traffic? What's your view?
Well, particularly coming through Albert Street, there's, I think, one pedestrian refuge down there, which council put in not too long ago. People choose not to be pedestrians in that area because it's unsafe. Okay. So you could say, oh, there's no pedestrians there. There's a reason. It's really diabolical to try and cross that. We know it's being rezoned to become a commercial area, and with increased residential, it will be very difficult to live down there and not be in a car just because you couldn't safely cross the road. So there needs to be some solutions there. But of course, we know if we inject more refuges or lights or crossings, that's going to fundamentally compromise the flow of traffic through there, which is already under a significant amount of pressure. So, so while there might not be a lot of pedestrian movement along that road, it's because it's unsafe and the town is going to try and grow in that area. So we know pedestrian movement needs to be safe and accessible down there. And as Joe referenced up the top, outside the school, there's only refuges. There's no lights or pedestrian crossings. And there is a primary school that sits adjacent to that, a supermarket. You know, there's a kindergarten on the other side of that, the Lakewood development, where you've got the likes of McDonald's and Burger Fuel, young people are wanting to access. You've got the cinema on that side. So you've got this big arterial route that separates really kind of key service delivery things for our community, which, as we all know, being able to access by foot is good, and it's currently already difficult. So in peak times, if you've got an extra large truck going down every 3 minutes without a solution to help pedestrians move safely, it will continue to become a worse problem, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
You talked about there was no current pedestrian initiatives, improvements on the horizon for Cambridge? Or is there, or isn't there?
We'll take a deep breath before we answer this question. Look, we're always pushing for that. You know, the Cambridge Connections project that came out a year ago, which was a Cambridge-wide transport strategy, is currently on pause. And we are actively really encouraging that project to come back and to come back soon, because, you know, we have our current issues, and then we have something like the Māori Cup that comes into town and all bets are off, and it really does, you know, it really does clog up the town. And you have very small children on their own trying to navigate the town and So absolutely, that is something that the community board is a squeaky wheel on always. But yeah, we are.
And what I would add to that is that council are very aware of that, and they are doing their absolute best within the constraints of planning and the things that the machine that they work within. So they've done a lot of really commendable steps to make certain routes safer for pedestrians and bicycles. So we do have to acknowledge that council's doing its absolute best to make it safe for pedestrians. It's just the nature of a growing town, a place where people want to live because it's a wonderful place to be. There is solutions that are being worked on, but they are not happening tomorrow, and they won't be in place before a quarry opened and its truck started rumbling down the street. Yeah. Do you want to add anything? Is that all right?
No,
Okay.
good, yeah.
I understand the community board were quite supportive of the Cambridge Bypass Expressway when that got put in.
It might have been before our current terms, with our second term, yeah.
Since the expressway's been in the Cambridge Bypass, have you seen a big change in traffic?
It's worse.
It was
Like-
supposed to be the savior of all our
Yeah.
problems, and yet the town is growing at just such a rate that it really hasn't softened the blow at all.
No, it's actually amazing
Yeah.
how congested. And look, on a world stage, you know,
Yeah.
it's traffic. But for people who've lived in Cambridge for the last 10, 15 years, it's kind of unfathomable to see a line of cars going from the White Church down to Hotapu Rugby Field at 4:50 p.m. You're just like, where did all these people come from and where are they all going? And yeah, so it's already under a bit of pressure, and certainly the expressway has kind of made, I don't know,
More
Cambridge
dense.
easier to get to, or it's just kind of funneled people down Victoria Street now. I'm not sure. That's beyond our pay grade of traffic analysis.
Yes.
But yeah,
Mm.
hopefully that answers your question.
That's it for me.
Just one final thing, and I think the applicant has sought to sort of clarify the traffic rates, and obviously the way it was portrayed in the application, I think triggered quite a few submissions that were concerned that it was a 400 per day type thing, and extrapolating that to how many per minute, and that's been further clarified, and it's a maximum and so forth. And I think you mentioned truck every 3 minutes type thing. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
that's at
that
the
comes
peak
from that.
time,
Yes.
the 8 to 20 per hour.
Yes,
So
but
it's a
I
good
sent.
soundbite.
I sense from what you're telling us today that it's not so much whether it's one every 3 minutes or one every 6 or 10, but it's that increased truck movement on top of whatever is occurring at the moment, and on top of the general traffic increase that you're referring to as the concern. So it's not so much pitched at whatever the
You're correct.
per hour number is. It's just that, in your view, the roads are not suitable for further movements of that nature.
We're not coping with the current
Yes.
traffic movements.
yes.
So our concern is to increase that.
yeah.
And I guess there's safeguards and solutions that you can put in place to make them cope with those things. So as Joe said at the beginning, we're certainly not anti-quarry. We just want to look after our town and reflect the concerns we've heard from our community to you.
No, thank you. Your position is very clear. Appreciate it. You're reading from a document. If you're able to make that available, that would be helpful for us. Just fire through to the hearing administrator, and that can be
Okay.
made available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
We had Mr. Julian and Ms. Gray, but they've withdrawn. Barry Quayle, see here? Oh, there we go. Welcome, Mr. Quayle.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Barry Quayle, resident of Cambridge. My positions held and relevant to this application are immediate past chair of the Waikato Regional Council, councillor for 2 terms, including chair of finance, general manager of Field Days 20 years, and we had a sand quarry on site, plus there was another commercial one on site. Director of Board of Tourism Waikato for more than a decade. Project manager of property services workings for State Coal Mines, a major overburden open cast mining business. past assistant to the Wellington District Highways Engineer and secretary to the Wellington District Roads Council, including issuing of overweight permits for trucks and transporters. So I'm very familiar with that sort of area. First of all, I want to make some, before I'm reading out from my verbal, I want to make some comments on the evidence that was presented to you by the applicant. There was a couple of comments that I want to address directly. One, the team lead for the applicant made a statement that essentially, that basically this was, the commissioners should only consider within the bounds of the location and the immediate location, and inferring that, you know, really they shouldn't be considering anything that happens in Cambridge. So my point is this: make absolutely no mistake in terms of the scale of this proposal. It is one of the largest, if not ever, the largest sand mining business ever proposed. Now, put on top of that, NZTA saying to you that they want to see right turns out of Newcombe Road. Where does right turn go? It goes into Cambridge. It's not going onto the freeway that way. You might get a few that are heading down there, but I've got some more comments on the evidence there. So the comment that you shouldn't consider outside the bounds, to me, is avoiding the requirement to look at amenity values and its aesthetic coherence in terms of Cambridge. The commissioners really have to consider that, because this is a very large proposal. To give you an idea, this is 25% bigger than the whole of Mystery Creek Event Centre, this site. So it gives you an idea of what's involved. There's a cut of 30 metres and it's ranging over more than the size of Mystery Creek Event Centre by more than 25%. So you're not talking small situations. And just commenting on that, I find it interesting that the council has not made any comment yet on a particular airport road, which has similar traffic to what's going down that road that goes past the golf course. Similar traffic that was going on Airport Road. The Waipa District Council insisted through consent that there be nearly a 400-metre slipway put onto that road so that trucks could zip, merge with the traffic easily. So they had to get up to speed. Here we're talking about turning right from Newcombe Road, which the NZTA wants predominantly. The truck's going to be it's gone from a stop to about 10 kilometres, and people are going to be whipping around off the freeway at 80 to 100k. And the sight lines are not great there at all. So it's a potential major hazard. Yet the council has not insisted on slipways to the right. I find that when they've actually insisted on other mining, sand mining. So that's the first point. To my mind, that can't be constrained to just that. And the idea that the on-ramps are out of scope, the only reason they're out of scope to go north from there is because the applicant hasn't decided to engage and seek to pay for an on-ramp because they know it's going to be multi-million dollars. And they haven't even engaged. There's no evidence to show that they've engaged on that matter whatsoever. So we have the situation there. Now, what I want to tell you next is, here I was sitting there looking at the information available on the website from the applicant and by the District Council when I sought to make a submission. So in that information that was supplied was a number of situations that we had, which was one, a Newcombe Road Sand Quarry Section 92 response, and in that was from Mr. Hall was a site plan that showed a map which you might be familiar with. Basically that one there. That was in his letter dated. His letter was dated 16 August 2023, but was part of the evidence that I could access on the council. At that, it puts a star there. You can see a star. So the community sees this and says, oh, and then you see supporting information that comes later that says there's a chart showing the percentages going north and south. The reality is, if you read that and even the later one, you would think that that star, you could go north and south on State Highway 1. Any person who is in the community would immediately think that from that map that you have the ability to go straight onto State Highway 1. It's reinforced that they have not broken the orange line and said, no, they can't go there. They have to go through Cambridge. So, and that's reinforced by NZTA, who say you must do a right turn. So when you see the information put out there, no wonder the community thinks, oh, things aren't going to be too bad. So that was the first thing. So then on the same map, the evidence provided CKL on that date is State Highway 1 South, the percentage is 62%. The Cambridge North is 5%. Interestingly, the evidence then I got off the 23rd of this year shows this one here, which you'll all be familiar with. The map shows now 25% south. Wow, there's, in less than a year, suddenly you've got this massive change in the movement of, and the Cambridge North is now 26%, and then SHB is 18, 1B is 4%. Then on top of that, we hear yesterday that Mr. Hall, I think it was, said the number of trucks going through, he reported to you, they said there's only going to be 5 or 6 trucks, you know, going through the north area. That was quite what he said. And here he says 10 trucks. So what I'm putting to you is this evidence is they do not know. Furthermore, I put to you that the sand quarry has no control over the direction of the trucks, the number of trucks heading in any direction. They have absolutely no control. I know that from the industry. And what drives, and I heard more evidence on the trucks saying, oh yes, but it's all about time and there might be 1 minute difference, so they'll head down and go south. The applicant did not, through their indicated time, indicated fuel, didn't indicate the most important third one, road user charges, based on distance. Soon as you head south to go north, you know, to do that turnaround, you're adding to road user charges. These guys who move sand are in a cutthroat business. They tender for, you know, providing the sand from that quarry. So what happens is they tender based on, I've got to cover my road user charges, my time, my fuel, and the maintenance of my trucks, etc. They are going to take the shortest route. Okay, they're going to allow a bit for the time, but the road user charges are going to stack up. So that argument that was put on yesterday about the 1 minute, you know, difference just goes into insignificant. The other thing that was misleading is they yesterday referred to, oh yes, the trucks are going to follow the old State Highway 1 route. No, that is mischievous at best. The State Highway 1 stops at Hamilton Road, the old. Victoria Road is not part of the old State Highway 1 network. And on top of that, if you look at the council's own publication of their district plan, suddenly Victoria Road is in the heart of the whole of the arterial movement of all these both industrial and many acres. For example, there's 161 hectares in C2 of residential and C2. There's another 46 hectares in C1, and there's 123 hectares in the other. So what I'm suggesting to you is that I'm surprised that council has not raised that matter, and how can we have the evidence presented on those trucks as such when there's such variability. So my comment to you is, yes, there might be 200 trucks, and it might be only for a month or a week or wherever for a particular job. Then it could be several months later, the same number, up to 200 trucks. The fact is, if they are going to the batching plants, which they say is a significant business, those batching plants are only in Hautapu and in Hamilton, and there's only one in town meeting. So where are they going to go? They're going to go Victoria Roadway, aren't they? Because save road user charges. So that's my comment on the evidence yesterday. So I was concerned that I only had 10 minutes today because I suddenly see a whole change in this application and the conditions that came up. So just dealing with those first, the duration of the consent is now to be enduring well beyond 25 years, initially proposed. So we now have more uncertainty. We don't know they want it enduring for as long as it takes. So there's no certainty around it. Even the 25 years, I'd say, is too long. So if we consider amenity values and aesthetic coherence, none of those matters were raised either by the council, which they should have, in my view, the amenity, and that should have been raised. It was not raised. They do say, I noted in their district plan, they don't attach a lot of significance. Their district plan is not much different in terms of what it comprises to most other towns in the region. Yet, Cambridge, you've heard, is unique. It has, the other one I wanted to comment on was the tourism side of things. You heard evidence yesterday, so-called expert evidence, telling you that the tourism GDP of this region was 2.5% GDP. That is absolutely wrong. If you look at Infometrics, you can bring it up on, have a look on Google, Infometrics, 4.6% and varying to 4.8% of GDP. So here you have, and the indication was that tourism is not a big player, it's not relevant. Yet the council has released a plan for consultation, so they are putting a massive effort into Karapiro and a new plan there. And what is the service centre of that? Cambridge. What happened at Māori in the last couple of weeks? We had an increase from 10,000 participants to 15,000 participants attending at that event. We are on the road to Field Days, the biggest national event in New Zealand. You know, Cambridge is. It is on the, even the council says, headlines, Cambridge is growing, and they've got this massive increase. So this whole notion that tourism is not relevant here, tourism is starting to pick up, and if you look at Infometrics and it comes back, the government is pushing tourism, it will push this place forward at a dramatic rate. So therefore, tourism is important. I challenge you to find any other town or even city where 2 new hotels are going to appear within the next 2 years. One is in Cambridge Central, and there's a new one down on Victoria Road, believe it or not. You know, a multi-story, high quality. So tourism, they would not be building those if tourism was not a big factor. So you can put aside the comments, I believe, that talk about tourism. So further on,
Mr. Quayle,
yes.
I don't want to constrain you unreasonably, but I had 10 minutes allocated to you. You indicated earlier that you,
Yes,
had you sought longer? Just see you've got quite a sheaf.
I will quickly go over it, but I'm just trying to emphasise now the main points.
Yes.
Because, you know, I've only been given that 2 minutes, so I would have liked some more, but essentially that I have to live with that, what has been given. So on the first page, my comment is this is a demand-driven business. Demand-driven business is not controlled by the quarry itself. So they cannot say things like it's likely trucks are going to head there or anywhere along that road. So my other comments in relation to, on my page 2 here, are towards the movement of those trucks along Victoria Road. If you examine what the boundaries and the scope of the catchment of Victoria Road are, they are littered with community facilities from schools, every type of school you can think of, to new commercial areas, to huge new areas that have been built for residential. And you'll see on the district plan that they have even more going in there. So you've got massive amount of things to deal with there. Conditions relating to resource consent must be clear in terms of dust management. I'm concerned about the quarry itself, but I haven't got time to talk about that because I've got some information I know about that. But the trucks, they are not seeking, they're seeking to move all their controls on dust out of a consent to a separate plan. Yet, if you look at what the Ministry for the Environment says about these matters, it says you must put those things in your consent, not rely on a separate plan. So I just make that point under the Resource Management Act. So overall, I would say that essentially there's been relative quiet from the District Council on this project, which really surprised me because the amenity values are very important to this town. You've heard them talk about the amenity values, yet the council made no submissions to you about protecting that. You've heard that all these trucks are not able to be defined as to where they're going to go, but there's going to be up to 200 of them. And once you approve it, that's it. They can go anywhere. It's not under any constraint whatsoever. So I would make my final comment is this. You know, the human corridors of Cambridge deserve at least as much consideration as the attention as the bat corridors. So that's my submission. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. I think probably the key issues around transport we have asked of previous submitter, so we've heard what you have to say about that. We are running a bit short on time, but we would appreciate, I think you had about 3 pages there for that you wanted to present.
It's,
we've got
it's
it.
already
Okay.
received.
It's already there. Okay,
It's already
very
in.
good. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Tanya Smythe, we've got as next person. Welcome, Ms. Smythe.
Very formal.
Sorry?
Very formal.
Very-
Welcome in the hot seat.
Yes. If you want to move up, if it feels, just sit where you feel most comfortable. Yes, if you want to come up.
Given I'm talking to you guys specifically, I'll come this end. Right. Well, thank you for hearing us all today. I'm Tanya Smythe, so I am a neighbouring resident. So my submission is not in any way an expert opinion, other than I can comment a little bit on sand quarries financially. I'm a chartered accountant and I do have access to kind of real information about quarries, but not in any way around planning issues. I'm sure that's all of your area of expertise. So really, I want to just confirm that I am obviously opposed to the quarry at this location. A number of reasons, and I won't go into all of them, but for, I guess there's two, I see it as two distinct areas. So one is how that quarry might operate, given it is consented. And then I think the overriding issue is the transport in and out the roading. So I'll just go through the first more personal ones first, because that's obviously what I can comment on. As a neighbour you know, I think that we have a right to enjoy our properties and have, you know, no intrusion in terms of neighbours and any kind of open-faced quarrying activity. I think we've all invested in our properties, and the quarry can be run without having such an intrusion. I just think it's unfair, and the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the current proposal, I think, are so clear that you need to address some of that before it is consented. So I'm talking about things like the riverbank, like why the stream bank, why in wildest world would you take that away? You know, that is a feature, part of nature, part of obviously that ecological environment. It's there for a reason. Why take that away if there's so much sand underground? You don't need that. So I'd propose leaving the bank, putting bunds, plant it now. We have been involved in some council consenting processes with our own land, and the requirements on us around dust, hedging, sealing roads were a lot. So I just beyond belief that you could do something on the scale and not have all those things in place before you got to that consenting process. So for me, it's having that the bank intact, pushing it back from there, bunded, planted. And secondly, the processing, and it might have changed, the amount of reports was a bit overwhelming to keep up with, to be fair. But any of the processing and stockpiling, why that can't be done at the front of the property on the highway side, I guess the south side, why would you put that where it potentially will affect neighbours? You know, just if you've got all that space, I don't know why you want to push that all to the back end. So for me, to minimise the effect on the neighbouring properties, set it up in a way that is, you know, has the least impact. So put everything on the state highway side, seal all the roads, do the bunding, the poor lady living next door, give her the new bore, put up some decent hedging, some decent things. You know, it's not rocket science, I don't think, to kind of protect the neighbours around it, because you can't say whatever report you want written, you can't say there is no impact. You know, there is, but you've just got to manage that, you know, the best, I guess, that we can. So that's probably from a personal point of view. From a long-term Cambridge person, lived here all my life, absolutely can't believe that anyone will consider putting trucks through the Old State Highway 1. I don't know if you guys spend much time in Cambridge. If you're ever there at 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock, literally Cambridge now has traffic. I did spend 10 years in the UK, came back and there's traffic. And that's before even opening up all the new houses, you know, down Victoria Road where you would go onto the highway. That's all just been zoned, obviously residential. There's a rest home across the road. There is just so much traffic through that area now. There's obviously swarms of cyclists. Cambridge just seems to be a magnet for lycra. So they're all on their bikes. The amount of elderly people, and you do drive around Cambridge, there are some very elderly people driving. So how that can ever be considered, I don't know. You know, it terrifies me, people turning right out of that Newcombe Road. We have gone out and had a look. You know, the trucks coming down that hill, we drove a horse truck. There's no way you can stop, you know, someone pulling out, absolutely. There's so much horse activity around. So for us on a horse truck, it is terrifying. I just think, you know, in terms of the quarry, if you can get it onto the highway quickly, then all the other things around protecting neighbouring properties, you know, I guess people can live with. But I just don't think you can send all those trucks through Cambridge, to be fair. And then obviously, you know, you can go into the carbon footprint, why we're trucking sand so far away. You know, like if there is such a shortage of sand, and I know from my CA experience, there's currently not, you know, there must be other sites that can be looked at. If I truly believe if farmers knew the consenting process wasn't that onerous, and if they had good access to highways, some of those farms between here and Auckland would absolutely dig up sand. I know how much money sand quarries make, way better than farming. You know, I honestly think there'd be more sites. I just think the barrier to entry is so perceived to be so high that possibly is why there's not more sites or more sites coming on board. But if there is such a demand that we do have to dig up seabeds in Auckland or whatever's happening out there, then yeah, let people know. You know, you'd have absolutely more applicants, and I think in better locations. I don't know where Waka tahi is at the moment on their situation. But yeah, if there was on ramps and off ramps, I think contain it, make it, you know, the least impact you can, because you've got the space to do it properly, because it is a long-term site. So you want to do it right. And I guess just from that CA experience of quarries, I don't think there's any urgency in making a decision. I think currently there's an oversupply of sand. I know the quarries, they aren't running at capacity. They haven't been for quite a while. Truck movements are down. Council will know that from reported truck movements. So there is no desperate short-term need for sand in the next few years. So all of those quarries that are running under capacity won't run out when they're forecast to run out, because they haven't been running at capacity for quite a while. So I don't think there's an urgency to make a decision. I think you need to make the right decision, and just take the time to consider, you know, all the options and try and look at that roading, because really that will be, you know, pretty tough on most Cambridge residents, I think, and dangerous, you know, for people on the roads. So again, my professional opinion is only around what I see in terms of supply and demand, and I know the urgency isn't there. I know there's a myriad of reports, haven't kept up with all of them, and obviously you can read the bias that they have for whatever they're wanting to say. Being in that profession, obviously there's statistics can, you know, tell us what we need to tell us to a certain extent, and I'm just hoping that you guys with your experience can see, I'm sure you deal with this every day, you can see through some of the stuff that's written without me pointing out, you know, the bias in the other direction. So all I ask is that you take the time, get it right, consider, you know, all the different people affected, and yeah, make the right decision for Cambridge.
Thank you. I was thinking about what you say about the existing quarries not being at capacity, and how we include that in the mix of, in terms of the expert evidence that we've heard, which is for the applicant that there is a shortage, and that is looming because a number of quarries are going to expire their consents.
Yeah.
They're hard to find. This one apparently was hard to find. And then the contrary expert evidence has been, well, there's other quarries that may get consented or reconsented, but there's an argument about whether we can take that into account. What expertise or what evidence can you bring in terms of what you say about quarries not being at capacity, or there is an excess? And part of that mix is whether the sand that's been provided is concrete sand versus normal
Pit sand. Yeah.
pit sand.
Yeah, and it is a mix.
And perhaps the shortage is more in the concrete type sand than the other, I imagine. Certainly, I think that's what Auckland faces.
Possibly.
But, yes.
I mean, it's hard. Obviously, I'm a CA, so I can't obviously, you know, reveal information about particular quarries, but definitely more pit sand is my experience, not concrete. On the concrete side, I do have experience in that as well, on the concrete side itself, and they have no shortage of supply of sand into the concrete process currently, and not foreseen. So I can only say what I've seen and what I've forecast in financials, and I can't obviously go into who that is, and it is more than one, but definitely no immediate deficit. Absolutely, pricing is good. It's
Just one question. You reside at 2/172 French Pass Road. Can you see the site from
the back of our property? Yes.
Your property, you can see the site there. Under the new proposal, there's going to the existing gully wall adjacent to the Caterpillar stream is going to remain there until, I guess, the final stages of the proposed quarry.
Yeah, it should remain there the whole time. I don't know why start taking it at the beginning or the end really is, if it's an issue for looking at it, definitely the end is better, but I don't think it should be taken at all. And why would it be taken? You know, what are they're going to build it up with dirt at the end? I don't fathom why anyone would want to take it if there's that much sand in that whole block, because I know obviously that there's all the neighbouring properties coming right along behind our place. So there's a lot of sand without having to destroy that.
So you think some part of that gully wall should remain?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I guess I was interested in your comment, and this has sort of come through a bit in some of the submissions as well this morning about how much traffic has increased in Cambridge, and particularly, I guess it's our reading of all of the documentation that, to me, what came through was that since the bypass in 2018, that Cambridge had essentially become quieter and, the
But that was
village.
the plan.
So it was
yeah.
kind of interesting that now we're getting this information around, well, actually, the
No,
traffic
yeah.
has got worse.
Yes, way worse than
So-
it's the worst it's ever been.
Yeah.
Even before the bypass went in.
Yeah.
It is a popular place. I don't know where they all come from,
Yeah.
but you'll typically sit at 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock, you'll sit in traffic, let alone a long weekend or, any Māori Cup or whatever else is on. I heard the last guy, I don't know who he is, mention the hotel. Obviously there's residential sections going in. It is thriving. It is, it's lovely to be part of. But yeah, I don't know when surveys were done of counting cars or however they work out traffic movements, but they need to sit there, at the busy times of the day. Coming in from St. Peter's School after school, trying to turn left there, you'll sit there for 15, 20 minutes from, out there. So, it is a lot for Cambridge. You come back from London thinking, you're going to park outside the shop you want to go to and there's no traffic.
Yeah.
And you say like, oh my gosh, no, it's not like that anymore. The world's moved on. So there is a lot of traffic, and
So
it wouldn't be hard for someone to count that.
Yeah, so in terms of this application then, is it just simply somewhat similar to the Cambridge Community Trust, that it's really just the fact that there is already a lot more traffic than there used to be, and therefore adding more is
It would
just
be
not
awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it truly would be awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's from a Cambridge point of view. And then
Yes.
obviously from a personal point of view, is
Yeah,
if it
yeah.
does, if you do get on ramps and off ramps and everything like that, is just to try and make it as, neighbour friendly as you can, I guess. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Can I take one of these? Well, those
Yes, the copies, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, Cambridge Town Hall Community Trust, I understand, is Kelly Bazade presenting, is that right? Sorry. What did I get here? Oh, sorry, I was looking ahead at some information that came through, sorry. You had to push that.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kirsty Johnson and I'm the chair of the Cambridge Town Hall Community Trust. And with me I have our General Manager, Simon Brew. We're here today to discuss some considerations regarding the Cambridge Town Hall and its future uses. As you know, the Town Hall is more than just a venue for evening events. It's an important space that hosts activities throughout the entire day, and we're working to increase its offerings for the community and especially for business and corporate hirers during the week. We have a 30-year lease with the Waipa District Council for lease and service agreement, and we've been tasked with activating the Cambridge Town Hall. Recently, we learned that the eyesight is moving out of the building, and the space they occupied is now available for new uses, which opens up new opportunities for us. However, this also introduces some concerns that we feel are important to raise, particularly regarding the impact of increased traffic around the Town Hall. The building is not soundproof. For many of the events we host, especially those that require quiet or intimate settings, such as conferences, weddings or performances, the noise can be quite disruptive. Our concern is that if traffic continues to increase, it could make the Town Hall a less appealing venue for our future events. We're not opposed to the quarry itself, but our concerns are related to the uncertainty around the number of trucks and their travel patterns, particularly during event times. These disruptions, including noise, vibration, and even air pollution, can all affect the overall experience for those attending events at the Cambridge Town Hall. As you know, the Town Hall was built in 1909, and while it holds great historical significance, it wasn't designed with modern soundproofing and vibration control. Even small amounts of external noise can have a significant impact on the quality of the events that we host in the Town Hall. I've asked our general manager to speak further on our venue and what makes a viable venue.
Kia ora koutou, ko Simon toko ingoa. So I'm the general manager at the town hall for the last 2 years. So I thought I'd just give a little bit of a background of my experience with venues and events. So I work on behalf of the trust to manage, revitalise and ensure the hall serves the well-being of our community and enhances the economic benefits that venues such as halls can. My background includes a Bachelor of Music with honours from Massey University and a Master's from the Messiaen Academy in the Netherlands. And I previously served as Director of Music and Creative Director for the New Zealand Defence Force, delivering national and international engagements of quite some significance, both and touring nationally and internationally with both the RNZAF band and also tri-service groups. Additionally, I worked extensively in arts management, strategic planning, and including as senior manager in education and outreach for the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, where I facilitated workshops, community events, and performances and strategic partnerships nationwide. Through this experience, I have directly engaged with venues selection for touring ensembles, for workshops and community events across the Motu. I can say with certainty that factors such as noise, parking, and environmental conditions can play a significant role in determining or deterring organisations from booking or using a venue. And I've certainly sat at the table where we have vetoed venues for some conditions they have. So when a venue has too many red flags, it can easily be bypassed in favour of more suitable location. So my role in the Cambridge Town Hall is not just to take bookings, it is about ensuring the hall remains a viable and attractive space for the region, for national touring groups and even international groups. These events benefit the community and the wider, not wider than just Cambridge, and play a part in the economic ecosystem that we have. The potential increase of truck traffic near the hall presents a significant risk to the viability of the venue. The hall, built in 1909 as heritage listed, was already situated on the site in what was then State Highway 1, meaning it has endured considerable traffic noise already. However, as the work to reposition this hall as a premier arts and event space continues, disruptions could undo the work that we're trying to do. So the key concerns we really have are noise pollution. Many of our events and concerts, business conferences, weddings and community gatherings require controlled acoustic environments. And just to say, we're even seeing an increase in our weddings, not just on weekends, on say Saturday nights, but actually even during the week, people are opting to have their weddings during the working week. So that's a really great sign. Vibration effects on a heritage listed structure, we have a little concern around there. Traffic congestion in general and safety around the CBD of the town, and just economic impact. The hall contributes to the local economy and its activity. Events held here bring people to Cambridge, benefiting the local businesses, hospitality and tourism. So if the hall becomes a less desirable venue due to traffic disruptions, risks of losing bookings, which would have a direct impact on both the hall's financial sustainability and the wider local economy is of concern. So I'm not an expert in this area, but just looking a little bit, I understand looking at the RMA in Section 5, decision makers must consider how land use affects social, cultural and economic well-being of the community. And additionally, Sections 7C and 7F require that particular regards are given to maintaining the enhancing amenity values and the quality of the environment. Increased heavy truck traffic directly past the hall threatens some of our operations. So while current reports suggest that only a small percentage of quarry trucks may pass the hall initially, the quarry, as I understand it, can't control the third-party truck companies or predict the long-term demand and direction of traffic. If this is consented and granted without conditions limiting the trucks bypassing the hall, it is entirely possible that in 5, 10 or 20 years, we could see a significant increase potentially in heavy truck traffic past the hall there in Cambridge, jeopardising the hall's role as a premier venue and adding a significant red flags to our hall hirers and our community. So just acknowledging that potential risk. For this reason, I respectfully ask that the decision makers, yourselves, place conditions on the quarry's consent to mitigate the risks. So find mitigating conditions for the trucks travelling to the quarry, avoiding the town hall, and require that all quarry trucks exit the quarry, turning left, as I can see on the diagram, to head down State Highway 1 rather than passing through the centre of Cambridge. Establish a monitoring framework to track truck movements and assess the long-term impact on heritage buildings in the town centre. I wanted to say that the Cambridge Town Hall is not just some community hall. This isn't some small town venue. It's a key cultural institution on the rise, as recognised by a recent nomination by the Events and Venues Association of New Zealand as being a finalist of Small Venue of the Year. And we've worked really hard to reduce our red flags on this building. And 2 years ago when I arrived, the hall usage was below 100 days a year. Last year, we exceeded 270 days a year of usage, which is a significant turnaround in 2 years, I think. So just to share that, really. And we're committed to making the hall a centre of arts and business, attracting visitors to the location. So look, it is an art space, and art is hard to understand. And I was talking with Dr. Jeremy Mail, CEO of Creative Waikato yesterday, who was in my office, enjoying the already challenging conditions around noise. In our industry, and I know it seems a bit hard, but in our industry, one truck is too many for our kind of events. So that's really a challenge for us to deal with. So we're not opposed to the quarry outright. However, without proper mitigation and conditions, increased truck traffic presents a serious risk to the hall's future. This is identified in the Council's report S42A and point 340, which identifies that the evidence exchange and hearings process will provide further opportunity for the traffic issues to be addressed, including any mitigation measures that can be appropriate. So therefore, I just ask the panel strongly to consider placing conditions on the quarry's consent to mitigate what I would consider a serious issue in terms of their truck traffic direction. Thank you, and I think that's all we have.
Thank you to you both for your submission today. I understand the Cambridge Town Hall is quite a valued community facility, but also valued regional facility as well. I understand it's been used quite a lot by not just Cambridge residents, but outside of Cambridge residents as well. You've suggested an alternate route, northbound route for truck movement. So I'm assuming you're suggesting the use of the Hydro Road turnaround?
Yeah, there's the turnaround, I think just south, isn't there? Yeah.
Okay. We have heard from some that there is some potential safety issues with the use of that. So the other question I had was, I think you talked about noise proofing of the building. Is that something in the pipeline?
I can speak to that if you like. So if you planned your town or city now, you wouldn't put the town hall where it is. State Highway 1 formerly passed the back end of the hall. So talking about the back end of the hall, we're talking about the back of the stage, the offices. You wouldn't put that road there or the hall there. And if we think of other significant halls like this, you wouldn't plan it there. However, that's what we're dealing with. The building was there for quite some time. So then what you can do, there are works underway. We're doing current renovations on the hall in partnership with Waipa District Council. And there is a future plan that we have put forward for the rest of the restoration on that building. So that's quite a significant amount of money. That's $25 million identified at the moment for the restoration of that building because it is in quite poor condition. It can do a lot of things, but it can't. So one of the things you can do when you do that is you can do things like put a box within a box in terms of acoustics. So that is not in the plan because that's simply an unachievable budget. And I have visited internationally venues which are boxes within boxes. So you normally have foyers fully around the actual performance space or the workshop spaces, which mitigate noise. I would suggest that would be not entirely possible with the town hall because of its size, because of cost. It really is quite substantial costs. And also to put the box inside, let's say the architectural heritage, to put a box inside of the space would reduce the size of the hall quite considerably. And actually one of the challenges we're trying to mitigate is actually increase the size of the hall so it has more space. So there are ways to soundproof and there are, but they come at enormous expense and we only have so many options, I suppose, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was just interested, we've heard this morning about the fact that despite this, the bypass going in, traffic has actually increased. And I'm just wondering how you're managing now, because obviously you're having impacts. You already said that you're already having
Mm.
disruption. So how do you manage now?
Yeah, it's a good question. In fact, we were just sitting in the office yesterday, and once you actually sit there, you just realize how noisy it is. So it is quite disruptive. So it does play a part in the price that the hall can be hired out for. So in terms of we mitigate basically on price for some of the red flags that we currently have. So in terms of the economic viability of the venue, when you have parking conditions, loading docks, heating problems, noise problems, you mitigate that basically at a price point, which is not always great. Noting that
You make it cheaper.
you make things cheaper to
basically, yeah,
basically compete, where people will go, okay, I will take this for its red flags because it's cheaper. That's not the direction, I suppose, in the strategy that we are taking. We want to mitigate the red flags and avoid them. So in terms of noise, we would use we're using different parts of the space. For example, at the moment in the events that we're putting on, we're actually not putting the events on the stage. Because there is no insulation, and that back wall is just literally very old bricks. So the performances are actually on the floor in front of the stage with curtains down to try and mitigate that. So actually a challenge is going to be putting things onto the stage, not just from a heating, but from an acoustic point of view. So it just is unfortunate where that road is. That's what we're dealing with. Yeah.
And do you have a rough estimate of what proportion, because keeping in mind that the quarry is going to be operating within certain times, and so therefore, obviously traffic happens all the time, but there are peak times, I understand. But do you have a feel for the proportion of events that occur in the evening, so after, say after 5 o'clock, compared to during the day? I know you've said that weddings are occurring more and more during the week, but yeah, because I mean, obviously that's also a driver, I guess, in terms of your level of disruption.
That's right.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of the business, if I talk about the hall as a business, we're sort of 2 years into this remodel in terms of what we're doing. So we're seeing a couple of surprises, and usage being one of them. People are also quite emotionally attached to the building. So if they cannot get a Saturday, I mean, you can't get a Friday or Saturday now for the rest of the year. We're taking bookings now to 2028 already on that venue. So that's why people are maybe having their wedding on a Tuesday, or their civic ceremonies, or their hobby groups or a presenter. And then we're looking to, the hall is traditionally not used so much on Monday and Tuesday, so we're mitigating that with our community days, which start in July, and they actually start at 6:30 in the morning and go right through to 10 o'clock at night. So you have a lot of accessible dance groups, the high needs community using the hall, and also workshops for retirees. And that community day really focuses on young people and people at the either end of let's say the age spectrum. So in terms of usage, we are turning down a lot of bookings. So people are, I suppose, attached to the building, and so fitting their event to where we can take them.
So really, you are using it. It gets a lot of daytime usage as well as nighttime. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just thinking about the characteristics of that noise too. Obviously, the town hall is near the roundabout, so even if a truck isn't having to stop for the pedestrian crossing outside, it's then braking as it comes to the roundabout, or any vehicle, of course. But are you able to? Is that about the characterization of it?
Yeah. So stopping at the pedestrian crossing already.
It's almost the worst case if it has to stop.
And then
there.
it stops at the roundabout.
Yes.
If you actually sat in my office, the actual floors shake, the walls and the floors actually shake. Look, I haven't had the time to do some sort of scientific investigation into the brickwork that we have, but I know that the brickwork we've just taken out of one of our buildings wasn't able to be put back in, because we are putting back in what we're taking out, because the quality of the bricks wasn't strong enough to go back in. So look, there's some considerations there. I'm not an expert in that and don't have a report on that.
It's just a consideration of the pedestrian crossings is put forward as a positive, because we've heard from the challenges for children or people generally to cross the road.
For us, it does add a negative.
And then we've got a key one right outside the site, which is positive from some perspective from transport, but not from a noise perspective.
That'd be true,
yeah. And just looking at the town hall, obviously the smaller windows are the ones behind the stage, that the older part of the you've got the information centre next door, and then and as part of the remodelling is that, I know you've got challenges with the brickwork, but are the windows to be double glazed or anything like that? Would that have any? It must have some advantage, but is that part of the planning?
Not at this point. What the plan is, so at the moment, we're doing immediate works on the 2 side rooms and doing them up, getting air conditioning through the hall. The master plan looks to take the footprint bigger and extend it out into that car park kind of area.
Yeah. So essentially the backstage isn't adequate.
Would be an opportunity to ensure that that extension was constructed to a modern standard
Potentially, yes.
and could address or certainly deal with that issue better than the current building is.
Yes.
Just not short term.
Yes, yes. Okay, well, thank you. Heard
you.
to say, and sorry, I haven't seen if your notes have come through on email, but if you're able to pass those through
Absolutely.
to the council for our record, that would be
Great.
helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the morning break. We're not too far off our timetable, and we'll come back at 11 with Mr. Bradley. So we'll adjourn till 11. Thank you. Right, thank you. Welcome back. Could we, got Colin Bradley as next presenter. Mr. Bradley, is he here? Yeah.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll just take it away, do I? Thanks for the opportunity to present the submission. I'm Colin Bradley. I'm a resident of French Pass Road in Cambridge. I think you just met my wife about an hour ago, Tanya. Yeah, just some context. We settled into French Pass Road in 1995. And over that time, we've built a equine property. Children all grew up there, and it's a wonderful sanctuary to live in with phenomenal views in all directions. Look, I read a lot of the reports online, and a lot of them are expert reports, aren't they? And so hard to comment on a lot of them without being an expert. I guess if I cut to the chase, it's sort of biggest question I've got is why this location's been picked when it's got so many real issues attached to it. I would have thought there'd be scores of applicable sites in Waikato, given the abundance of aggregates in the area, that wouldn't possibly have the same issues. And I'm talking about, I guess some of it's personal, but Waikato is a beautiful, thriving town. The congestion there is bad already, as it is. This will only make it worse. Got the safety of issue trucks merging onto State Highway 1 going south, and that's a very busy intersection already. I drive a horse truck regularly, and find it congested and dangerous as it is in that section of road. And then if you're talking about trucks U-turning at the hydro U-turn, I just don't see how that would happen. You got that issue of trucks in town with pedestrians, cyclists, cars. And I guess there's the ecological concerns as well, with that known cultural landscape and endangered species at risk. And then the other one is the health concerns with the silica dust. I'm not an expert, but just reading the reports, it is a concern living so close. And then I guess the last one is the amenity factor. It's obviously not going to do a lot for our lifestyle and our view for where we live. So I guess, yeah, it's find it unlikely that it's probably not going to be consented, but if it is, just want to make sure that it doesn't affect the lifestyle too badly, and would ask that the walls of the riverbank stay up permanently. So it's not an open face, it's well back from the stream. If we could have the processing plant on the south side away from the neighbours, allow no more than 5 hectares in operation at any time, and have bunds and planting along all the boundaries. And yeah, obviously proper dust mitigation and monitoring processes. But yeah, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Can you just remind me where your dwelling is in relation to the site?
172.
Elevation wise?
We're probably
the same?
Probably the same height, yeah.
As the top of the...
Yep.
Yeah, as the site.
Correct, yeah.
No, I was just thinking about the relative elevation. Yeah, okay. And yes, I think your wife said the same thing about the face being retained.
Yeah.
At the moment, what's in front of us, you see there is to be retained in part, apart from the top part, through the stages, but then at the end it would be removed in its entirety. But what you're seeking is that it be retained permanently. And what, to its maximum, to its current height, or would it be acceptable with the amount that's taken off the top?
at the current height would be perfect, yep.
And just that issue, you were talking about using the horse floats, that was going south?
Yeah,
Was the
south,
issue that you-
south, we join there south, yeah, and, yeah.
And that's past the Newcombe Road,
Yeah, we get on,
section.
so we get off there. So, yeah, I know there's probably going to be measures put in place for the sight lines, but coming down that hill, if anyone's pulling out there, there's no way I'm going to stop, especially with a horse truck. But yeah, merging going south is always busy as well. It's tricky to get onto that ramp. And it's because the two lanes go to one there and it gets congested. And so that's the reason for it.
Is the congestion at certain times or is it constant? I mean,
Oh,
the
look,
reason I
yeah,
ask
yeah.
is that in itself can, I guess, slow or reduce the hazard in itself sometimes if it's slowing the traffic.
Yeah.
Is it a peak hour type issue? Or is it-
Yeah, I mean, it is congested most of the times I go up there, but I'm not there all the time. So, but I do think it's because the two lanes going into one, obviously. Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Bradley. You talked about the turnaround at Hydro Road.
Yeah.
And the challenges of utilising that turnaround. Have you used that turnaround with your horse float, or do you think it's just too
I wouldn't
scary
try.
to
No,
try?
yeah. Especially with horses on the back, not a chance. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't try it. But I just don't see how track and trailer would turn there. But I'm not an expert, so. But I do drive a horse truck. Yeah. Yep.
And you haven't used that?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay.
Oops, thank you, Mr. Bradley. I was just interested in your comment about no more than 5 hectares in operation at any one time.
Yep.
How did you come up with that number?
Oh, again, I'm not an expert, but though I would have thought that's in a reasonable size to be operating at any one time.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, just so it's it's not a hugely open, vast area that we're looking at that they're operating on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you understand, well, I'm sure you understand, so
The stages.
proposal is for a stage process
Yep.
and they're meant to, the proposal is to rehabilitate, which is regrassing basically before they move on to the next stage.
Yep.
So is the 5 hectares, is that basically the extraction? Is that the extraction area you're talking about? Because the processing area obviously is a completely
Yeah,
separate
be
area.
extract-
And that,
yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
4 hectares or something.
Yep.
I can't remember.
Extraction area. Yep.
So that would be separate.
Yeah.
But then you're saying the preference would be for that to be closer
Yeah.
to the state highway.
Yeah. If possible. Yeah. On the other side, on the south side. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
because I can see that where your place is,
It's
relative to that would be.
yeah.
most-
That processing plant would be right in line with the edge of our property.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Hey, thanks very much. Cheers.
Did you have some notes that you wanted to leave for us, or are you happy with?
No,
that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, do I take that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Just, you can just take this.
Just one. All right. Trying to steal both. Cheers. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Kenaway, Richard Kenaway. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi. Yeah, I'm Richard Kenaway. I reside at 309 Thornton Road in Cambridge, and I am affected by this quarry or proposed quarry. And I would, I'd just like to, I've had a look at the application. I feel that the buffer zones are inadequate. So I'm concerned with the overall design of the proposal. I'm concerned with the position of the proposed site You know, how can council really consider having a quarry so close to Cambridge? And I really do question the position of the quarry. There's plenty of places this quarry could go besides where they're planning to have it. And that I feel is a big question mark. You know, the buffers for a quarry should be way larger than what these guys are proposing. And the bunds I question as well. There's, you know, for such a large, this is a large quarry. This is not a small quarry. And so the size of this quarry has to be considered very serious as far as I'm concerned. Not only the fact of the effects of controlling the dust, the silica dust. You know, I don't want to have to be, every time there's a subtlety, I don't want to have to put a dust mask on. And there are quarries around New Zealand that have been owned by the applicant where there has been cases of silicosis. So you've got to question their ability to control the silica dust. And as a local and somebody who could be affected, that's of great concern. Concern for all of the people in Cambridge, to tell you the truth. They'll all be affected. The traffic, not only the effects on the environment, but the traffic. And I question, you know, Michael Hill's traffic report pointed out that the effects were not significant. I just don't know how that you can say that, because they are going to be significant. You know, Cambridge is already experiencing traffic jams. Anyone who lives in Cambridge knows that nowadays you've got to wait for the traffic, and we're getting traffic jams. That never happened when I first arrived to Cambridge. Cambridge is a growing little town. You know, the RMA is designed so that these townships or cities or whatever are designed well. And the reason why I came to Cambridge is because it has been designed very, very well, town planning wise. You got to put a big tick to its name. It's a very well designed little town. But this, I don't think is a positive thing for Cambridge. I don't believe it should be positioned where it is. And I really think that the size of this quarry is understated. It is big. Those trucks that are going to be moving through our township are going to affect our parks, the children, the schools, the elderly, everyone. And I really do think that needs to be considered as well. You know, there's just no way that this quarry should be so close to Cambridge. And I think that's in a nutshell. It should not be here. And especially the traffic report really needs to be looked at, because I don't agree with it. You know, we've run that through AI, advanced, and there's holes in that report. That's about all I've got to say.
Thank you. I think the position's quite clear. You raised a similar point, Mr. Bradley raised it as well, in terms of the location and that it could be anywhere else. So the evidence that we've got from the applicant is that there's very few places where the type of sand that they want to quarry can be found. Bay of Plenty has come up short. This area, the Waikato, or this particular site does have the type of sand that's needed, which I guess from their perspective inevitably leads them to a particular site.
The type of
Regardless
sand
of-
the type of sand they're looking for
and
has
I-
got high silica content,
Yes.
and that is dangerous. And the way of mitigating and controlling that silica sand is questionable, because there's not enough buffer areas. You know, just spraying water on sand. If you spray water on sand, it dries out very, very fast, especially in the summertime. And silica dust can float up to 7 kilometers. It floats. It doesn't. It actually sits. It's like an airplane. It sits flight and it keeps on flying. So that's why the effects on Cambridge are going to be large.
Oops, thank you, Mr. Kennery. I was just interested in my understanding is there is another sand quarry near Cambridge, the Revital one, is that right? I think that's a sand quarry, isn't it?
That sand quarry's been there for quite some time.
Yeah, so I guess I was just interested in your comment about, you shouldn't have one this close. I know I don't know the proximity and appreciate that it has been there a long time. But I guess, is that just part of your equation, is that you just don't think there should be another one this close to Cambridge?
Totally. You know, that's just another example of why we should not have another quarry in Cambridge.
Okay.
We don't want a toxic town. I think that's a good example. Have a look at Netflix. I think it's on at the moment.
And have there been, are you aware of any issues with that quarry in terms of dust, the kinds of things that you're concerned about for this quarry?
Silica is not a high content in the quarry you're talking about.
Okay.
So it's not as much of a health concern.
Okay, so that's one of your concerns as well.
That is a very big concern.
It's a big concern of yours.
The other thing is trucks. Trucks don't have to pass through town.
Okay.
So it doesn't have as much of an effect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's useful. Thanks.
It also has better buffers. It's got quite a big tree line around it.
It's better. Buffers.
Your comment about the 7-kilometre radius of it, I think in relation to dust, was it?
Silica dust.
Yes. What's that based on? What information do you base that on?
It's scientific. I don't have the information on me here, but silica dust travels for 7 kilometres. It just keeps. It's a very, very fine.
Yes. Is that in certain meteorological conditions or just generally?
As I say, I don't have the information here. I can supply it to you, but yes, it has been.
The reason I ask is none of the experts have contended that it has that extent of drift. Obviously, we've got competing evidence about the effects of it in relation to its local environment, but we haven't heard anything like that it would spread to that extent. So I was just wondering where that information came from.
I can supply that information to you.
Okay. If you're happy to receive it, if you provide it to the council afterwards, that'd be good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I just through you, there was a suggestion made by the submitter that other quarries operated by the applicant has had episodes of silicosis. In fairness to the applicant, it would be good if the submitter could identify those quarries, because that's something we will be responding to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I did have a note about that too.
I can do it.
Yes, it's quite a serious matter to raise in terms of suggesting that the applicant has other sites run by the applicant have resulted in those kind of issues. So is that information that you have, can you give an indication now, just to as Mr. Matheson said, they need to respond to that in their reply.
Yeah.
Is that something that you can,
I can,
or identify a site or two at this point?
I can give you the information. I won't dwell on it now, but I can supply that information to you.
Can that be done this afternoon?
Yes, it can.
All right, okay. Very good, thank you. No other questions from us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carl Miller, is Carl Miller? Yes. Welcome, Mr. Miller. Sorry, let's just go. You're at, your house is at 41 Newcombe Road, is that right? Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I oppose it for a few reasons. The health being one of them, and the amount of water that they'll be drawing. And what it'll affect our farm dramatically. And, you know, and the silica dust, it's been proven that it causes all sorts of respiratory illnesses, including cancers. Also the traffic, like Cambridge can't handle any more traffic than, you know, it's pretty bad now. And with the amount of trucks that they're proposing, you know, it's going to end up costing all the ratepayers of Cambridge for roading and so on. Yeah. Yep.
Is that everything you want to say?
The effects that's going to have on the farms.
Yeah, yeah,
Would you like
the
to
water,
come up?
yeah. Yeah, like it'll really affect the farm water, not to mention like Carapara Stream years ago, like it used to have, you know, farmers would have their runoff in that, and it's taken, well, a good 25 years, I reckon, and the water in the Carapara Stream now is back to pristine nearly. And, you know, like all it'll take is one of those runoff ponds to get in there and it'll be back to square one. You know, and also Cambridge is a beautiful town and it's renowned for being a beautiful town. And, you know, like the last thing we need is all the visitors to Cambridge seeing a great big ugly hole as they, you know, drive into the town.
Where are they going to be sourcing the water from?
A bore.
A bore.
Mm. Yeah. And, but if it was to go ahead, I'd have a few requests too. We would need a bore for the farm and 360-degree boundaries. The 360-degree boundaries. Yeah. And like most of our wind blows towards the north, so that would, you know, all the dust is going to go mainly probably to the Powells and us. The main wind always is blowing that way. And would need dust monitoring, CCTV live. Wind. Yeah. And cleaning of the houses. Yeah.
What about when the dust settles? What about the cattle, like
Yeah,
the
well,
grass and that?
they'll
Are
be
they gonna be
exposed
eating
to
that?
it
Yeah, they're gonna
just
be
as
eating
much
it.
as us.
Yeah. So then that's going to get into food, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll affect all Cambridge, the whole Cambridge.
Just what's, we saw your house quite close to the boundary.
Yeah, 10 metres.
Yes, and where do you keep livestock? Is that obviously the rest of the site towards the west? Beside it. Mm.
Yeah.
And one of the issues which you've touched on is the effect on your water bore.
Yeah. Like when they put the expressway through, they were drawing water for the dust, to keep the dust down on the expressway. And that affected the farm, and they weren't taking anywhere near as much water as the sand quarry proposed to do. Right. It was like nowhere near as much. And we really noticed it on the farm.
Whereabouts is your bore located on your property?
We've actually got a spring, yeah. Yes. It's located to the north of the house, the main house.
Less than 100 metres from where the.
Would you be happy to identify that on this plan? Oh, there you go.
Yes.
That is the cottage.
Yeah.
So it would be over here. Okay.
Oh.
No.
Thanks. Well, if you don't mind, we'll give that an exhibit number.
Yeah.
But I know, all right, okay. So not sure the applicant was clear exactly where it was in terms of their modelling. So does that supply both your house and your farm
The whole
operations?
farm,
Is that
yeah,
right?
and the two houses, yeah, and the cow shed. And
right. Yes.
everything,
So
yeah.
it's a sole bore for the whole property?
Yeah, it's actually a spring, not a bore. Yeah.
Sorry, spring.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay. And the applicant, and sorry, just focus on this issue. I know you've got all the others. Just on this issue, one of the conditions that they've proposed is to sort of ascertain baseline flows and so forth, and then allow that to be monitored so that they know they can work out if the quarry is having an effect on it. Is that something that you would allow access for from the applicant, or you would just not allow that? Because the condition could only work the way it's been presented if they have access to your property.
And what will they want?
Well, you might lodge a complaint that that the quarry is affecting the spring.
Yep.
But the only way that anything could be done would be to understand what it is now and what effect the quarry might be having.
Yep.
But that would require access to your property. Is that something that you would allow for that purpose?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. But I understand but you did notice an effect just from the motorway construction.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Especially like you get a drought like we had this year. Yeah.
And you mentioned house washing, which was something I asked Mr. Curtis yesterday.
Yes.
Because, and I think the answer was, well, they didn't see a need for that, but obviously there's a quarry being undertaken quite close to your boundary. There'll be a bund primarily for noise purposes, but it's not hard to envisage that if there is any dust, that your house is quite close to it. Is it something that you have an issue with at the moment? Just from the sort of dry conditions at the moment, is dust an issue?
Everybody does.
Everyone does.
Yeah. So, and the pals, they'd get it probably more than us, just about, depending what the wind's going to their way, but most of the wind does go towards them.
Right. Yes.
And sort of the corner of us, our farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prevailing wind. Yeah.
And just in terms of traffic, your concern that you raised was around Cambridge generally.
Yeah.
Is it? I wasn't sure if you're also address the issue for Newcomb Road as well. Is that something that
Road as
you were
well.
talking about?
Yeah, like it'll be an accident waiting to happen, you know, like trying to get trucks out of there.
Out of the Newcomb Road
Yeah.
onto the
Onto the-
main road.
Yeah, yeah, like, it's bad enough for us, like, trying to get out to go to town, you know, let alone
Yes,
with a truck and trailer. eh?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, we discussed yesterday the need for cutting back of the, well, at least the vegetation, but possibly the bank.
yeah, but then
Which is-
that'll just erode, and then, you know, and then the boundary fences will be eroding with it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right.
But you've got to have that vegetation to hold the bank.
Mm.
Otherwise, it's sand, you know, it'll just slip away.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yes, no, we did experience trying to exit that road ourselves, and
Yeah,
something
not
needs
easy,
needs to be done, irrespective, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's terrible design, eh?
yeah, yeah. Right, just it.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And, Mr. Miller for coming along today and writing us. We just got not a short questions.
Sorry.
You talked about the NZTA drawdown impacting your bore at the time of construction of the expressway.
Yep.
Do you know where they were drawing from?
It was in the front gully. They had, yeah, well, it's not a front gully anymore. They actually filled it in, but yeah, they were drawing it from there, and as far as I know, they were drawing it from there. You know, for the water trucks and stuff like that. Yeah.
It was quite close to your.
Yeah, it's more or less across the expressway from where the houses are, like, because, you know, half the farm's on one side of the expressway and half's on the other. Yeah. Yeah, but like where they were drawing the water from, it wasn't even really that close to our spring, you know.
Thanks.
Yeah.
To follow up to that, how effective was in terms of those works for the motorway and the dust suppression that they were using, how effective was that for you?
None whatsoever.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, like, there was still plenty of dust, you
And
know,
noise.
especially
And noise.
and noise, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you both for your submission. So how long did that construction go on for?
Ooh, well, those a few years.
A few years.
Yeah, well,
okay,
yeah, over a year would have been.
Yes, there's videos of it from done in Rhino,
Mm.
the construction of it. Yeah. And you were saying that it affected your spring.
Yep.
So how did you know that it was being affected? What happened?
Well, by the tank, you know, like usually we had that much water that's constantly running over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't, you know, we actually, like, we're getting in, like, crisis sort of.
Yeah. So basically the flow was really, really reduced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you said that if consent was granted, that you would like to have your own bore. Now, what would be the benefit of that over your spring?
Just well, it'd be like a guarantee that we wouldn't run out of water.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah.
So I think
Like,
I've got.
during the summer, the cows, they drink a lot of water.
Yeah. So at the moment, I think the applicant hasn't been to your property. There's no one been to your property and asked to look at your spring, nothing like that yet.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And is that something you'd be willing for the applicant to do?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Which sort of, I know that sort of feeds, but there's that initial phase needed first. And you said something about 360 boundary. What did you mean by that?
You know, like a wall right around the quarry. you know.
around the quarry. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Because they were going to have an open A on the
Yeah,
stream.
on the, what is that? Yeah, opposite the house, basically.
Yeah.
Near that area. Yeah, okay. So one of the questions that we had was there's this proposal, which hopefully you're aware of, was this proposal for a bund, which is
Yeah.
2.5 meters, I think, along the boundary with your property.
2.5 meters.
2.5 meters.
Ew.
Okay. Because one of the concerns that I think that one of the council officers brought up was that's actually probably it's going to create some shading
Yeah.
of your property,
Yeah.
and potentially that could be a negative for you.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
guess
yeah.
what's your view on that?
Yeah, well,
Were you happy to
I'd
have the
rather have
bund?
my health, I'd rather have it 10 meters high, so
Okay.
the dust come over, yeah.
Okay, so this, yeah.
Yeah, I know will
There
be
is-
shading some, but
Yeah.
health
yeah.
is better than your land.
And would you, so the reason for the bund is, so it's not just going to be a pile of dirt, it's going to be planted as well.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons, the main reason for the bund there is for noise, because the noise person has done an assessment and said with the bund that is needed only at certain times, and that's when the operations get within 100 meters of your property.
Yeah.
So in theory, you wouldn't necessarily have to have that built right at the start if that wasn't what you wanted.
Yeah.
And you could just have it when it gets to that stage.
Yeah.
So what would your preference be,
Would they be building this bun out of
Probably straight away.
straight away? So as soon, basically before they start any excavation works.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
so what
What
was,
would it be back, but what would they be making this bun out of?
it's just based on the soil
Where are they
and,
getting the
and
soil?
from the
Topsoil
site
and
itself,
that.
from the
Okay.
site itself, yeah,
So
yeah.
there'll be a lot of noise and dust and stuff like that.
Yeah,
while
the
they fly
construction phase,
Yeah.
yes, there will be a bit of that, so yeah. Okay, that's very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
One follow-up, you talked about the spring and the effect that the motorway works had on it, which we talked about. What's it like? How would you quantify it after this dry summer that we've had? Is it work? Is it fine at the moment?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So it's nothing nothing like you experienced for the
No,
motorway?
nothing, no.
Right.
Look, we did have it not running over because it goes from the spring down a pipe and then into a tank, and then that tank, it's got an overflow. A couple of times this year, it wasn't going through the overflow, but only for like a day or so, and then it was back. Yeah.
So it's quite,
It's
it
quite,
can be, you can verify how much is there quite easily in
Yep.
terms of that.
yeah.
That's good.
You can tell by the water pressure in the house. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just had one more question. You talked about if the application is successful, is granted, then you'd want CCTV live.
Yeah.
What,
Just to monitor the dust and,
to monitor the dust?
yeah.
So they are proposing some dust monitors, so because dust isn't always visible.
Yeah.
And
especially
so,
that silicon
whereas
dust.
these monitors are specially designed to detect the dust down, and especially the very fine dust, because that's the stuff that's really dangerous, the really small stuff, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
So I don't think CCTV would serve that purpose, but is there any other reason why you think there should be CCTV?
Mainly the dust.
Mainly for the
Yeah,
dust?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So would you accept these monitoring tools instead? That the dust monitoring, they're specifically designed to detect the dust,
So they're reliable. Yeah.
hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just a question, if it does go through and you come and survey the spring and all that kind of thing, what if they say that it's going to be all good and everything, and it down the track and it isn't, what do we do about it? Is there a way to go,
Yeah.
In terms of the
Like,
spring
yeah,
in particular, I guess that's what Commissioner Blakely was talking about with this condition. There's a condition which says, so the consent, if it's granted, there's a whole lot of conditions that under which it's granted. And one of them is around this, that if there is a problem with the flow, then they would come and investigate that. And I think there's even some proposed sort of actions.
How long will that they sort of, or just in a roundabout take sort of thing? Will it be like, we've got no water and then we've got to go through the protocols?
Yes, we probably can't answer questions on their behalf. They've put it forward in conditions, which I don't have my right in front of me, but I think you're asking the questions of us. The applicant is hearing that and can address that in their reply, but you're right to ask. It's very well to see that the flows reduce, what then happens? So I think they'll probably address that point. My understanding is there will be an alternative source found, but yeah, it's the best I can tell you at the moment. All right, that was all our questions. Thank you very much. It's been helpful. Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I was just, Mr. McDean and RSNs are happy to have a chat now.
Okay.
If
Yes,
it's
that'd be
easier,
good.
or you can chat separately. We don't need to do it in public, but up to
So,
you.
Mrs. Miller, often the hearing can act to bring parties together, at least in the same room. But while everyone's here, is that an opportunity you'd like to take to talk to the applicant's agent personnel that are here today? Mr. Matheson's just offered the chance to have a chat just out there before you go. So please do take the opportunity and that can happen now. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks.
Cambridge Chamber of Commerce. That was Ms. Bose, wasn't it? Yes. Ms. Bose, does it? Welcome.
I don't need to adjust that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. My name is Kelly Bouzade. I'm the Chief Executive of the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce. So as outlined in our submission, our organisation is...
Just a moment, Ms. Bose. We're just going to have to close one of the doors. Sounds like very fruitful discussions going on out there. So,
Indeed.
Mr. Matheson, would you mind just closing that back one for us? Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Continue. So as outlined in our submission, our organisation represents the voice of the wider business community in Cambridge. The Chamber is not anti-quarry and recognise the importance of sand mining, which was clear in our submission. We also acknowledge that we're not experts in this space. However, we do have a duty of care around the overall well-being of our town, and specifically in this instance around the sensitivity of our community to increased heavy vehicle traffic travelling through Cambridge by quarry trucks and the impact on the character of our town. Our town, as you heard earlier with Joe and Elise from the Cambridge Community Board, did in fact greatly benefit with the bypass through town. NZTA said the construction would improve safety by significantly reducing through traffic in the town whilst reducing traffic noise. As a result of our town's growth, however, traffic counts on Victoria and Hamilton roads at the St Andrew's Church roundabout are now at and exceed levels when it was State Highway 1. So whilst there is commentary around submitters incorrectly interpreting the data around truck movements, the traffic application is based on 400 trucks per day, 200 in, 200 out. And even 156 movements is still significant, and that was echoed obviously by the Town Hall and the Cambridge Community Board. There are statements about average truck movements, but even expert evidence states 400 movements are a worst case scenario. We noted that in the BBO peer review, Cameron Inder writes that he is unable to state with confidence that the transport effects of the proposed sand quarry within the urban environment of Cambridge will be minor or less as suggested by the applicant's traffic engineer. We also support and highlight his recommendation that if the consent is granted, that annual monitoring and reporting of actual travel patterns and a comparison of the actual and predicted truck volumes will be required as conditions of consent, together with a review condition that enables adverse effects resulting from greater truck volumes be assessed by the consent holder. This is going to be the only recourse available to the people of Cambridge, and yet it is going to prove pretty difficult with the amended draft conditions that eliminate monitoring procedures and no proposal to track vehicle movements. I also would like to reference an excerpt from Ahuaki, which is the Waipa Community Spatial Plan, which was formally adopted last week. As growth takes place, higher rates of traffic through towns and or village centres are undermining the character of towns, like large trucks on the main street here in Te Awamutu or highway traffic through the centre of Ohaupo. High traffic roads and the level of amenities they can provide often have complex relationships, and many places in Waipa require careful urban planning and traffic management strategies. To us, this excerpt highlights the Council's acknowledgement of the adverse impacts that heavy vehicle and haulage traffic have on the amenity and identity of towns across Waipa, reinforcing the need for rerouting such traffic away from community and commercial areas. Just touching on traffic destinations, we also wish to, question and better understand the information stated in the applicant's evidence and rebutted in the statement of evidence provided by Hayden Green. In the applicant's report, destinations are stated as Hamilton/Cambridge and then further the Waikato. To me, these destinations don't give clarity to true destination when compared with Mr. Cameron Inder's peer review, which didn't align. I will touch on north-facing ramps. We've long been an advocate of north-facing ramps at Te Rau Road, and we wish to state on record, I was going to echo, but actually we've come before Windsor Park, some of the statements provided by Mr. Crisp. Specifically in his evidence 7.6, in my opinion, NZTA's refusal to play its part and prevent the obvious solutions to the concerns raised by the Cambridge community need further consideration. And in 7.7, a number of submissions report the position that north-facing ramps should be further considered by NZTA. Additionally, Mr. Whitaker's report states there is some discussion in the application material on the potential for a northbound on-ramp to provide for quarry traffic to join State Highway 1 directly and therefore avoid any through traffic into Cambridge. This concept is strongly advocated for across a number of significant number of submissions, as it would largely eliminate northbound traffic through Cambridge. North-facing ramps at Te Rau Road interchange have not been discussed nor proposed, and this will result in effects on the Cambridge community due to traffic generation which are unmitigated. The Cambridge Chamber remain of the opinion that NZTA should revisit the prospect of north-facing ramps as the Te Rau Road interchange as the obvious solution to address these effects. And specifically in regard to the quarry management plan, I read in expert evidence the following. The scale of the proposed operation means that fugitive dust emissions, including those of PM10 and RCS, will be challenging to manage and control. The applicant acknowledges this and has proposed and council has supported dust monitoring and mitigation procedures that are consistent with good practice. But I did see the removal of clause H, which states specific dust control measures to ensure that dust emissions are kept to a practical minimum, and J, which provides for the provision of dampening or coverage of trucks and trailers before leaving the site. We ask for consideration for these conditions to stand, including covering trucks before departure. We don't want a toxic town. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in relation to those latter, I don't think it was an intent to remove them, but from recollection, it was that those measures are incorporated into the management plans.
Okay.
I think that's right. This will be addressed in reply, but because the measures are in the management plan that's required, that
Gotcha.
they don't need to be their own specific conditions, but
Right.
obviously
You're
very
just
important that
reinforcing,
those
absolutely.
points are covered. I'm not sure it was on purpose. You jumped over the paragraph on your second page there. Furthermore, it was about your understanding of where the concrete sand would go.
So in the
Did you want to-
document, yeah, it had Hamilton/Cambridge. Now, those are clearly two different destinations. So sand going to Hamilton is not being availed or utilised in Cambridge. And then it talked about the Waikato, but both of those towns are in the Waikato, so it didn't give me clarity on destination.
Thank you for the submission. We've heard quite a lot in terms of traffic issues being raised.
Yes.
I think the community board raised it as well. Is there, in terms of the chamber, are you currently looking at any safety measures or initiatives within the town?
So I think as Joe from the Cambridge Community Board referenced this morning, we are waiting for the framework for Cambridge Connections. So it was a project that came out last year and obviously we're a little bit pear-shaped and was paused for a reset. Within the long-term plan, that is a significant item for the Cambridge Chamber. And we're very much looking forward to seeing how that's going to look, and we will advocate appropriately given the insights and feedback from our business community.
Thanks.
Just picking up on your comment around the need for, in particular related to respiratory crystalline silica, is that concern about in relation to the potential for dust being generated from trucks moving through town?
Correct.
So, yeah, okay. Yeah.
And you referenced the quarry, the Revital quarry earlier. I actually live very close to that quarry, and it is really interesting watching trucks come out of that driveway that are not covered. It's like the Sahara Desert coming off them, and then watching possibly more responsible, in my opinion, drivers that are covered and you wouldn't know what they were carrying. I think it's really important to consider.
We'll hear again, I think, today about the north-facing ramps or the lack thereof, and this is a question of how far we can take that with NZTA not clearly or not actually saying no at this point and it not being part of any of their long-term projects or their government transport strategy and so forth. But certainly we've hear the point, and I think it would be, I think even the applicant would support them being installed.
And we're looking forward to that item, I believe, now being included in Cambridge Connections as well, which is really important because the more people that shoulder in on that will ultimately future-proof our town on a number of transport-related issues.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay. We've come up to the lunch break. We've got Royal Forest and Bird Society, Protection Society at 1 o'clock. Are there any submitters that are here now that would like to start? We could start before 1. We could start before 1 because I think it's quite a long period otherwise. Is there anyone here that's willing to go? Are there any submitters here that would like to present ahead of time, perhaps? Yes, that's fine. No. Okay, all right. No, that's fine. We'll take the lunch break to 1, and as I say, first submitter will be the Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society. Okay, thank you. Right, welcome back. First up is Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society. Who do we have there? Welcome. Wherever you like, that's fine, yes.
Turn on. Ka pai. Kia ora. My name's Alvisa Vanderleden. I'm the Forest and Bird Regional Conservation Manager for Taranaki and Waikato regions, but I'm based in Tokoroa. Following the S42A report and draft conditions, Forest and Bird still have concerns regarding protections and monitoring of pika pika, New Zealand bat. The Waikato River and its tributaries are a collectively significant ecological areas of connectivity for pika pika. They are key pollinators and seed dispersers, so habitat, including feeding grounds and navigational landscapes, as spoken about yesterday, are crucial to their distribution and intergenerational succession. They are classified as nationally critical with the high risk of national extinction. They're transient in their roosting behaviours, so any potential roosting tree that is felled is a loss to their natural habitat and is one less option for them, further impacting their natural behaviours. When it comes to pressures, in addition to this sand mine project, there has been significant growth in developments along and around these unique habitat corridors around the Waikato, including solar farms, mines, and expanding housing developments. These compacting pressures are significantly altering natural bat habitats, with more man-made roosts needing to be installed due to potential roosting tree removals. At this point, there hasn't been much, if any, peer-reviewed research on changes in bat behaviours due to all these pressures. There is some research currently being undertaken, but this will take time and multiple studies for the results to be established and therefore useful. We made a note of the discharges in our original submission. While we understand that dust suppressant is part of the operational plan, we still maintain concerns around dust and silica impacts on bats. While we recommended monitoring of silica impacts on bats in our submission and understand the ambitious practicalities of this recommendation, Forest and Bird encourage companies operating developments that have previously unknown impacts on biodiversity to invest in these types of research and monitoring in those areas, as these investigations and their results can help inform better practice for future projects, further protecting what we have left, of course. As mentioned, there are more and more of these kinds of projects occurring within these vulnerable ecological areas as well. While there is a condition of requiring an ecological management plan and reports from said plan, and we acknowledge the appropriately detailed potential roosting tree felling protocols, Forest and Bird are concerned that this plan is not enforceable. We are encouraged by the fact that the plan must be certified before any activities begin, but we maintain that the ecological plan, or at least the bat management plan, must be their own separate condition that is enforceable by council, so that there's clarity on how the conditions of consent will be achieved. This will also ensure clear limits and requirements and further assure decision makers on any actual adverse effects from this proposal. For example, is there guarantee of no light spill into the restored ecological area? And if so, how will this be achieved? Just as an example. Just on the gully wall, following on from yesterday's hearing, the panel heard about the ecological and erosion benefits to leaving the gully wall intact. Forest and Bird strongly support this potential condition, as it would avoid the majority of our concerns regarding impact on pika pika and other significant biodiversity in the area. That is also in relation to SNAs. So if this was to manifest, we would still recommend bat monitoring and management as a strictly regulated condition, as there would likely still be noise and lighting impacts. Any questions?
I think that's very clear. What I just wanted to check was just the expertise that you're bringing out. I'm not sure if this is expert evidence in relation to bats.
No,
I presume not. It's not pre-circulated, no. But this is just Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society's general concerns, yes, and from its general understanding of bat habitat. Yes. Exactly. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, highlighting the vulnerability of these areas.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your submission. Yeah, picking up your points about that, you know, there are a lot of developments happening, especially in the Waikato, along river reaches. You know, Peacock's a good example of that, and potential compoundment of effects. But it was interesting. I don't know if you listened in yesterday.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit to Mr. Kessel's talking about how Peka seem to be adapting quite well to these disturbed environments, and you know, so how does that sort of factor into your consideration of potential effects and the need for monitoring?
From what I've seen little blurbs of, the Waikato University has students investigating these spaces and the impacts of the use of bat roosts, which is showing positive outcomes for sure. But we are not confident that the natural behaviours such as foraging and you know, succession and all that sort of stuff, there's not enough evidence on those types of impacts, you know, in general, natural behaviours. We're not confident that those are not being impacted adversely.
So the research is really just looking at the roost, the effectiveness of the roosts.
From what I've personally seen in terms of the research so far, yeah.
Okay. And yeah, and just picking up your comment about that you don't see the EMP as being enforceable. So what would you imagine that would look like? Because it is listed in the conditions, it's a condition that they have to produce and implement a condition, an EMP, don't they?
Yeah, I think because I got advice from our planner.
Yeah.
We have one planner. And her concerns, just as a sort of brief overview, was that those conditions were not strictly regulated by an officer to come and regulate those methodologies of monitoring. Yeah, to ensure that they are, I guess, best practice and producing data that is usable and measurable.
Okay, so it's more about that sort of accountability of the,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Just a question. Would Forest and Bird, I guess, welcome the opportunity to provide feedback or input?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Would you be open to provide feedback into that management plan?
I'm just thinking about capacity. Potentially, yeah, I could go back to our team, my planner, and see what our capacity is to provide feedback and input to that.
Just in your response to Commissioner Phillips' question, I understood that your key concern is around the monitoring aspect of the EMP. You did say earlier that you think the EMP and the bat management plan should be separate documents, I presume separate conditions, or is it the monitoring that's the key issue?
The monitoring is the key issue,
Yes.
but if the management, the ecological management plan was itself and as an entirety, which is a big job, monitored, strictly regulated by the council, in terms of having an officer on site when things are happening, then that would include the bat management plan. But if there was a capacity issue or anything like that, the bat management plan itself could be become its own condition. Because obviously Peka would be an indicator species of what's going on with the rest of the ecological area.
So at the moment, the draft EMP sort of incorporates, I guess, general provisions related to lizard management, habitat management, a couple of other things that escape me. Birds. And then the bat management is actually a whole appendix to that. And I sort of saw that as likely to be the frame that it would take, or the format that it would take in meeting the requirement of the condition.
Yeah.
So it certainly seems to have status beyond those other particular elements. But so I think that answers your query or concern in that respect, but the main issue is making sure that there's that accountability and monitoring provision in it.
Exactly,
so
that's the main
heard you very
main
clearly
concern,
on that.
yeah, just making sure that it's not just a, you know, tick box thing, but actually done with best practice.
All right, thank you. That's all our questions.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Right, okay. Brendan, Brendan Kavanagh. Yeah. Welcome. Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm Brendan Kavanagh. I live at, or we live at 158 Hickey Road, which I note hasn't been identified as a place of that can be seen, but we are probably 1.6, 1.7 k's away from this site, but we're elevated and we look directly down on it, along with probably all the houses that are along French Pass Road above us. It's I can open my curtains in the morning and watch the cows go to the milking shed currently. So that's exactly where the quarry is going to be. Yeah, so the reason we bought our farm was basically because of the vistas, and we've got such a beautiful landscape. We overlook right out to the Hakramatas, we look right over the Raglan windmills, we see Hatapu right there, Cambridge is right there. I mean, we don't need a big scar on the landscape, which will be the sand mine sitting in front of us, and it will actually be in our, it'll be in our line of vision. As Cambridge grows, the housing all has been designated where that's going to grow, but what that does is push the lifestyle blocks to the closer areas, and in this area, especially Manukau Hill and that's all going to become, small lifestyle blocks, and they're all going to look into the sand mine. By excavating how they are planning that northern wall down to the Karapiro stream is just opening it up to everyone on that northern side. And I went and looked at a couple of other sand mines around the district just to see, and it's true, if you are level, on a level ground, the bunds and everything do well to disguise it and hide it. But as soon as you're elevated and you look into it, there's nothing pretty about it, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's basically an open pit mine, isn't it? And that's what we're looking into. So yeah, that's our concern is the aesthetics that is going to be impacted. The fact that we weren't identified also, makes me wonder how far they looked, because there is a lot of other houses up outside that will also be impacted. Certainly didn't have any contact from anyone. Okay, the second thing I just want to comment on is the wind, which it's been Andrew Curtis, I think, has done the work on that. He said in one of his opening statements that weather is influenced by topography, and I think we'll all agree with that. But then he chooses not to use the weather station, which is 3 k's away at Karapiro, which has similar topography, and uses the data from the Hamilton Airport, which is on a flat plain, has none of the similar valleys and things that happen at the sand quarry. So yeah, I was wondering why that was used. I then looked at how he did his testing that he's done on site, and he has discounted some readings due to humidity in the instruments. If that's the case, who's to say that any of the readings are accurate? If there's humidity altering the readings, then none of that data is actually acceptable then, is it? And also, I actually looked at when that high reading was, and I think it was in December, towards the end of December, and we don't record any wind on our farm, but we do have a beautiful tree-lined driveway. And I just happened to look back, and that was the days that we had a lot of trees come down because we did have high winds. So perhaps the readings weren't affected by humidity at all, and in fact, they were accurate. And I'm sure if you ask anyone from Waipa Networks who do the power in our district about wind, we have a lot of wind events that bring down trees. So I would have to question his readings where they seem to be rather low for our district. And also when I had a quick look up on that site, and where they have one of their monitors on the, where is it, on the southwest boundary, there's the biggest stack of haylage I've ever seen along the boundary fence, which is literally a metre away from their reading, their sensor. Now, if that is a true and accurate reading, I would suggest that the stack of silage has altered some of those readings. And also, he also mentioned that the impact of the sand mine would be no more than norming farming practices. Now, I don't believe anyone in this room believes that. Farming practices do not have 200 trucks coming in and out of their properties and moving huge tons of soil and sand. So, you know, that's simply not true. Yeah, the silica thing, obviously I'm not an expert, and, you know, there's a lot of studies going on about it now. I would just query the level of silica in that sand, and I would actually like to see that independently tested because I believe it's higher than what the readings have come out. A lot of the sand along those valleys are actually all the same, obviously come from the same place, and the readings are much higher in other areas along there. And the silica, which is much lighter, obviously, than the testing he's done on the sand, it actually goes higher in the atmosphere and therefore travels much further in lighter winds. So it's going to affect more people, mainly, you know, people obviously northern up there than anyone else. Yeah, now the next thing is the erosion and sediment control. If that sand quarry was to go ahead and they were going to take the edge of the mine down to 10 metres from the Karapura stream, that is not, I couldn't imagine that's best practice for any farming operation. We're now regulated, well, a lot of it's coming in, but we'd have to put a riparian strip and set that back so you would not be anywhere near the stream. One thing that he wrote in there too was that the sand quarry would be 4.4 kilometres from the Waikato River. Well, where we live, we're actually 4 kilometres from Cambridge, and we're a lot further than that sand quarry. So I would have thought it was much closer to the Waikato River than 4.4 kilometres. I think those, because a lot of the information that's come, is it fact checked? Yes, good. That's probably something worth checking. And their sediment retention pond. Now, I presume that's at the Karapura stream level. It's in the valley floor.
You just need to be careful on that point as to whether you're talking about the sediment retention pond for the processing plant. There's also a soakage basin, which is possibly what you're talking about. But I wonder, just on the erosion sediment control, we had a change to the proposal yesterday, and it's just that plan that's under your hand there that we've left copies of. So the intent now is to maintain part of the gully wall up to stage, you'll see the different lines there where stage 1 was, stage 2 and so forth. And we've now got that part of that wall, it's still reduced by 10 metres, I think it is, to act as both a visual screen, but also an erosion sediment control bund up until stage 5. And then it's the proposal as it currently is to remove that at stage 5.
So it would still go.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
At the end, yes.
so anything being put in the floor of that valley, I think you need to be well aware of the flooding that occurs down there. We live, like I said, above it, and we're probably only a kilometre upstream. And we would have that area is flooded. Whenever there's a rain event in the headlands, that area floods right across. We have a access bridge which goes underwater. And so any earthworks that's done down there that affects us. And, you know, we need access. We cannot have something coming through that's going to alter the thing. And it takes 3 to 4 days to clear once it floods. So, you know, I don't know if anyone's been made aware of that, but it certainly is something that needs to be looked at. And any ponding, obviously, if you are trying to stop runoff and sediment reaching the Karapiro stream and ultimately the Waikato River, if it floods and goes in there and takes it all out, then you've defeated the purpose of creating anything, haven't you? So, yeah. But yeah, that leaching, I think, I mean, it's sand, obviously, and it's going to leach a lot. And because they're washing it so much, there's going to be a lot of silica coming out. So there needs to be real protections around that. You know, and what I've seen is, I'm not sure that's enough of what they're doing. So I think you need to look at some more things there too. Now, the wind, did I talk about that? Yeah, I did. The traffic. I don't think you could find a worse place to locate the sand mine as far as traffic. For a start, putting heavy trucks through town is, you know, I think every other town, city in the world is moving away from having traffic, especially heavy traffic going through their towns and cities. But just the fact that there's no access to the expressways, if there was, you know, it wouldn't be so bad. But that corner where they come out, I know you guys visit it, it's a blind corner. It's very blind. I think cutting back the vegetation obviously will do a little bit, but I think it needs a lot more than that. There's that roundabout that's there, which is for our benefit. If someone is sitting on there, if I came down and had my horse float behind, I'm sitting on there. If there was a truck coming out wanting to turn right, he's blocked my roundabout. I come in with my horse float, I block any other access. So if another truck comes along ready to turn in there, he now blocks his vision. He cannot see down south with cars travelling, you know, 100 Ks. And then if there's another vehicle coming wanting to turn in, he then blocks any vision of a car coming behind him at 100 Ks where he's going to pull out in front of. So it really is an accident waiting to happen. You know, like I said, I don't think it could be a worse place it could be located. And there seem to be a lot of, I don't know, the changes that have come through, I've read a lot of them, but something I read was that when the expressway is built, that they'd send them down the road to the to Karapiro thing, and others said that they're not allowed to use it. So I'm not sure which way they're going there, but that Newcombe Road, which is going to be our access when the expressway is built, hasn't been designed for 200 trucks a day, you know, and also the sale yards which operate in Hickey Road, there's a lot of cars at the moment they're selling calves there, maybe 1,500 calves a week every Tuesday. And if you're the people delivering the calves to the sale, we've been given a designated turnaround on State Highway 1, but that is not safe to turn around with a trailer because you simply cannot get up to speed when you come around at 100 Ks. So most people will go down and use that turnaround. So there'll be a lot more traffic there. I noted that they said it was very seldom used. That is not the case. It's actually quite regularly used. Yeah. And as for the heavy vehicle impact fee at 0.0 4 cents per tonne, it works out $16,000. That is not going to cover any damage caused by these trucks, especially those the roundabouts going around them. And at what point do we get to that there are actually too many trucks going into Cambridge? You know, is there a number? Because personally, I think we've reached it. And, you know, there's other proposals for other operations around the district too. So, you know, this is going to impact on any other operations to be done. Yeah, and I also read that a lot of the experts were saying that this will have no impact on the environment. Now let's think about that. 7.4 million tonnes of sand being extracted and no impact on the environment? Does anyone believe that? Come on. We have a saying, well, it's something that's become popular now, is about with the so many farms going into pine forests that there's a catch cry, the right tree, right place. And I think this is a classic example of, you know, right industry, right place. And this is not the case. And I hope I've shown that reality beats theory, because, you know, being local, I know the impacts of that traffic. You know, we lived outside Hickey Road where there was multiple fatal accidents because of the dangerous roads. What was proposed to help us putting the wire down the middle and then the turnaround bays, we had consultation on that. The turnaround bays aren't fit for purpose. They simply, you have to live there and know what happens, you know. We tried to explain to them, but they then went and moved the wires so close that you can't actually safely get a truck, you know, truck and trailer around there. So now the trucks can't use it. But yes, so just in closing, I really think that we need to show some vision and leadership here to do what's best for Cambridge and its ratepayers, really, because what is the gain for Cambridge ratepayers and what is the cost? And I'm sure the costs will be more than the gains. Well, I can't see many gains actually. And really, does Cambridge want to be known as the sand capital of the world? Because that's what we will be. Thank you.
Not sure I had any questions for you. I've heard what you had to say. We've heard a number of people talk about those same traffic effects, and as you say, we certainly aware of the visibility issues at the exit from Newcombe Road. The wind aspect is interesting because we're hearing a number of people talk about their own understanding of it as locals. And comparing that to what the applicant's modelling says. So very we're conscious of that issue. We did the vehicle heavy transport fee that you mentioned. Yes, that was something we raised yesterday. I understand that that's arrived at through a specific formula rather than a sort of guesstimate or estimate of what's required. Is that something that you're aware of? The way that
No, I mean,
okay.
First I saw it was there, obviously, but yeah.
We'll be hearing from the council on that point later because they proposed a 7 cent fee, but I'm not sure at that point whether they've gone through the same mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, even at 7 cents, it's you know, $30,000, and it's not going to repair many potholes.
No. Right, I'll just see if there's anything from you.
Yeah. Thank you for your somewhat comprehensive submission. I just thought you were talking about the wind data that Mr. Curtis presented on Hamilton Airport. I don't know if you've seen subsequent to that in his evidence, they actually, because I think that was done in 2020 or something, and then they actually went and installed an anemometer, it's a bit hard to say, wind monitor on site.
Yes.
And there's a one of those wind rows which shows the direction and the speed of the wind, which did show, and he acknowledged that it showed quite a different pattern. But I guess that my understanding was he was interested in the stronger winds. And I guess from your perspective, how often would you say, you gave that example where you had trees being blown over, which is quite dramatic. I mean, how often do you think those stronger winds?
Well, I mean, obviously, like the Waipa networks would have more because they'd do the whole district. But I mean, any wind event, we'd lose branches on trees, So they're obviously significant wind events. And it's, I don't know, it'd be half a dozen times a year, I guess.
Yeah, because I guess I was just thinking in the context of the distribution of dust, which is really what we're concerned about. I think the number that Mr. Curtis gave as being concerned is greater than 5 metres per second.
Yeah. Which is 16 kilometres an hour, I think.
Yeah.
And actually, I just did a little search on Google here, and the Met Service came out with a thing which said that the windier parts of the year is the 3rd of September to the 25th of December, and the average wind speeds of more than 15.4 kilometres per hour. The windiest month is October, with the average hourly wind speed of 16.9 kilometres per hour. Therefore,
where's that for?
Pardon?
For what area?
This is Cambridge.
Oh, for Cambridge as a whole. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. And you're saying that you wanted the silica to be independently tested. Is that simply because there was that large discrepancy between one of the other submitters, experts, and the applicant?
And also the knowledge of other sand in the area.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's, I mean, and the question about flooding, I mean, we did discuss it a little bit with the applicant yesterday in terms of the risks of, with the new proposal, the retention of that bund and, the maintenance of the structural integrity of that bund if there was flooding, because we've been down in the valley and we saw that it is quite shallow, it's quite it's a small stream, but you can sort of see that it was.
Yeah, and obviously the rain and the headwaters.
So in your experience is that it does actually flood
regularly.
right through that.
Yeah,
that
regularly.
area.
I mean, if it rains tomorrow and we get 25 to 30 mils, it will flood.
What sort of height do you reckon it would get up?
Well, our bridge is probably 2 metres above the thing, and it would come over that.
Thanks very much for that.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Vladimir Cueva? Yes, welcome. Sorry, how should your surname, sir?
Pacheco Cueva.
Cueva. Very good,
I
thank
think
you.
there's a little spelling mistake in the Pacheco.
Okay.
I'm not going to follow. Yeah, it's Pacheco. Good afternoon. So my name is Vladimir Pacheco Cueva. I'm a resident of Cambridge. I am a researcher, but I'd like to speak as a resident of Cambridge. In looking at the submission I made, I'm going to make emphasis on points A and C, because B has already been covered by other people with better knowledge, and D is the same. So I'm going to focus on points A and C. And also there is a mistake I made in C, which I say that the operation will not even pay royalties to offset the environmental damage. But in actual fact, what I meant to say was that the royalties paid will not cover all the damages. The royalties go to a central pot of money and then get distributed around the country. So it doesn't, it's not used directly for damages incurred. Yeah. So in terms of traffic, I've noticed that the study that one of the traffic study says that the number of trucks passing in around the town will be negligible, and that may be the case. But where I see it, I live on Alpha Street at the end, and I can see the traffic every day. I think we're reaching capacity at the peak hour times. I'm not an expert in traffic, but from the point of view of somebody who lives there, I can see that there's too many cars. And the same thing happens in the middle of the town. And what I'm concerned about is this, is that the town is growing. And so is the cumulative effects of traffic. So of course, the Quarry, the proponent says that there is no, the traffic that they are generating is only negligible, and that may be true, but the cumulative effects of all other operations and the growth of it mean more traffic. And so as a resident, I will be completely opposed to any increase to a level that is not manageable. Yeah, and I think at the moment it's very close to not being manageable. People have been asking. I've been living in Cambridge for 5 years, and people have been asking for a third bridge and to do something with the traffic. People are a bit upset. Yeah, and to add, even if it's, we're probably at 99 now, to add another one reaches 100. 99 is better, is not 100. So, but if we add one more, then it becomes 100. Yeah, meaning that any increase in traffic is not welcome from a resident's point of view. So that's my take on that. In terms of the impacts on tourism, I notice here that the report, one of the reports, the economic one, says that let me just say it says tourism accounts for 2.6 of the wider economy. And then it says, and it keeps going about figures. And then it says, in my view, developing the Newcomb Road Quarry is unlikely to undermine the tourism sector's growth opportunities in either the district or the region. Regardless, tourism is not the mainstay of the district or regional economies, and enabling infrastructure investment and development is crucial to the well-being of residents and the function of the region. And it's almost, and I read the whole report, and it's almost appealing to us to surrender our to sacrifice the well-being of the residents for the benefit of the district and the country as well. I mean, the whole of North Island, because some of this sand will go to other places. So I question that. I mean, it is just his view. My view is that we should reconsider this sacrifice that we're making as residents for the benefit, because we don't get, the direct benefit from this. It's just a contribution to the general well-being. It also says here that tourism accounts, the tourism sector is not the mainstay of the region, but it is for Cambridge. I mean, Cambridge is a town that attracts a lot of tourism. I moved from Denmark to Cambridge, and I didn't know. My family lives, in Taupo, and my wife and I. My wife is from New Zealand, and we were wondering where should we, move to, and my sister-in-law said, "Why don't you try Cambridge?" And I had a look from Denmark, not knowing the town. Had a look at the pictures, and I thought, this looks like a nice place. So my wife came first in January 2020, just before COVID. And I said, "What do you think?" And she said, "I love it. It's a beautiful town. It's very different to some of the others." And once I came here, I could confirm that. And part of that charm is what attracts people to the town and so not only is it an attractive town, but the image, the image that tourist towns have is very fickle. It's very easy to destroy. It's very difficult to get there, but very difficult to destroy. So to try to move the image of the town from a tourism town to an industrial town, it goes against this image that it already has, that it's been building for a while, I think. There's already, I think, 3 quarries in the place. I think that's probably enough. This quarry is going to extract 400,000 tons, is that correct, per year? According to the economic report, it says that the Waikato Bay of Plenty demand is 655,000 to 700,000. So basically what we're going to do is supplying close to 75% of that demand. Why do we need to take that weight? Why do we need to be the ones to supply that amount of sand? The other thing that is not clear in the economic report is that this company, I don't know, I mean, New Zealand exports sand, and so I don't know what proportion of the sand extracted from that place will go overseas, meaning that, and it's a free market. So if your sand is of high quality and there is a bidder out there in the world that is willing to buy it, then you sell it to the highest bidder. There is no regulation of the sand market in New Zealand. You sell it to the highest bidder. So I don't think that I would like to see the town being sacrificed, the image of the town being sacrificed for the benefit of some construction site in El Salvador. I'm from El Salvador, so yeah. But I'm half joking. But basically, what I'm saying is that I don't want to see this image of this fragile image of the town be sacrificed for an export product. I think we export enough product, their industry and what have you. That is the main points that I'd like to raise.
All right, thank you. And some of those traffic issues that you talk about, we've heard from a number of submitters now, and we've certainly heard that point made clearly, probably less so about the tourism effect. But I hear your concern that this site, if it was used in the manner proposed, your concern will have an effect on the overall image of the town as seen by visitors and people passing through the town. Okay.
I just want to thank you for your submission. I just want to explore this idea of the impacts on the image. And is it simply because there are other sand quarries around Cambridge, and there's other industrial areas around Cambridge. So industrial areas are a natural part of a growing town in particular.
Yeah.
And so is it simply the fact that this is on a main entrance point to Cambridge that is the concern in terms of the impact on image? The fact that it's on the main highway from the south, is it?
Yes. I mean, that is an unfortunate coincidence, but yeah, it is because some like the other sand quarries, the other quarries near one of the exit to Awamuru, but it carries less traffic, and it kind of hidden, but yes, and I think that as we increase the number of economic activities, the character of the town changes. So it may, I'm not saying that this particular but I don't know, for instance, how much, how the image will change from having such a large mine in such a obvious location.
Yeah, so it's the size of it and its proximity. And if it was somewhere much further away where people weren't driving into town and finding it.
If it was hidden, it would probably be less of an impact. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you for your submission, Mr. Cueva. You talked about, traffic and issues from traffic, and that there shouldn't be any increase in traffic in Cambridge moving forward. So I'm just hearing from you that there shouldn't be any further other development occurring in Cambridge.
Yes. So what I said is that the cumulative, the accumulation of other activities means that the current level or the current level of traffic will increase naturally. And so that from a resident point of view, I would like to see that be kept to a manageable level. Now, I don't go out opposing every application that's been put to council of large economic activities, but this particular I do, because some of the other problems that some of the people have already mentioned, and so that's why I'm making the comment that one more contributor to the traffic will create more of a problem. Yeah. So it's the accumulation of all of these things, but this particular one because of all the other problems as well.
Thank you. I heard your key points.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. Right, Mark Crisp for Windsor Park Leasing. Yeah. Welcome. Right, thank you, sir. Members of the panel, Commissioner Phillips, been a while. Yeah, so my name's Mark Crisp. I'm a planning consultant with Mitchell Dash. My qualifications and everything is set out in my evidence. I'm here on behalf of Windsor Park Leasing Limited, which is the owner of the land immediately across the road, across the opposite side of State Highway 1 from the applicant's site. What I'm going to sort of talk to you about is primarily in relation to the access issues. I do a lot of work around Cambridge, and I'm still doing a lot of work around Cambridge, and it includes, so part of Windsor Park Leasing is part of owned by the Schick family, and part of their interests is also sand quarrying as well. I've done a lot of consents for sand quarries over the years, including the Shores Sand Quarry on Kaipaki Road. And we've also done recently the one on for Rukuhia Sand at the airport. We have a hell of a lot of really good sand in our region, particularly along the river margins between Hamilton and Cambridge. The problem is you cannot get to it because it's covered in lifestyle blocks. So the opportunities for extracting sand are pretty few and far between because of that situation. So you have to make the use of, properties where you can get a relatively large land holding, and the RS Sands property obviously fits that description. We are actually working on a sand quarry application for the Windsor Park leasing land across the road. And I am also working for other interests in Cambridge. I'm working for the Cambridge Golf Club and looking at a redevelopment of that golf club. And that is likely to involve the extraction of sand as well. And then I'm also working for interests up in the Hautapu area, the industrial area. And there is a significant volume of sand that is required for the development of those industrial areas, like hundreds of thousands of tons of sand that is required. And what I think you need to think about is where is that sand going to come from and how is it going to get there? And the answer is, at the moment, it can only go through town. So if even with this RS Sands application, with Johnny Schick's, with the Shores quarry, that has to come through Leamington and through the balance of town to get up to Hautapu. And that's all because we don't have the north-facing ramps. And I've read the evidence of Mr. Braithwaite. I've read Mr. McDean's response to it. I agree that that's not something that has been proposed by the applicant, but I guess you as a panel are in a situation where you are here making a decision on behalf of the council, on behalf of the community in accordance with the RMA. And what we have is an environmental effect in the form of traffic through the middle of town that could be remedied by, I guess I'll describe it as some leadership and some whacking of some heads together, basically, because RS Sands, just like Johnny Schick's has to, they pay a development impact fee for every ton of sand that they extract, which will invariably be a consent condition. Now, if that money was contributed to, if we could avoid the effect on the local roads by putting those trucks onto the state highway network, and that money was used to contribute to the funding of the on-ramps, then that would be a much better outcome. Because it's so, and I appreciate, and Mr. Matheson will tell you in closing that a lot of what I'm talking about is not part of the existing environment for the purposes of your determination of the application, but it is important context to know that the area up at Hautapu is live zoned industrial. It needs sand. I'm currently working for people that are looking at options to obtain that sand, and hence some of the proposals I've told you about. And all of it is going to need to go through town
unless there is a sensible solution developed, which is to build the north-facing ramps. Waka Kotahi have the perfect opportunity to do that right now as part of their C2P project, the Cambridge to Quarry project, which is currently going through the fast track process. If this was an environment court sort of hearing, I'm sure there would be some caucusing required of the experts to try and see if there was a way to make these sort of outcomes happen. And it's just, I appreciate your hands are tied to some extent, but there is also the option of seeing if you can facilitate a better outcome, which in my opinion would be if we had those north-facing ramps that would solve a multitude of problems in terms of the traffic associated with not only this activity, but other things that are going to happen in any event. And at the moment, so it's not only the future things I'm talking about in terms of, if the Windsor Park leasing land was developed as a sand quarry, and they would be contributing financially to the on-ramps as well. It's also the fact that in the absence of any of that, you're still going to have the demand needing to be met for sand up at Hautapu. And at the moment, that's probably going to come from Johnny Schick's quarry on Kaipeki Road, being the closest one, because it's all about transport costs, or it could come from RS Sands. But the thing is, that's all going to have to go through town. And that's an effect which I think is currently unresolved in the context of the application. That's it.
All right, thank you. And I'm just trying to, I think you've acknowledged the situation that's in front of us, which is that NZTA have said that they're not going to do it. You've suggested that were you referring to the heavy vehicle fee would contribute towards those on-ramps?
Yes, because at the moment, that would be a payment made to the Waipawa District Council for the impact on their roads. But if you were able to create a situation where those trucks were not going on the local roads, then what I'm suggesting is that money could be redirected towards the cost of the ramps as a form of mitigation.
But aren't they having to use a local road to begin with?
Was that?
They're having to use a local road to begin with?
Will they use the local roads to begin with?
Newcombe Road is the starting point.
Yeah.
The vehicle fee that we've heard is, 4 cents a tonne? And I think our previous witness just calculated what that means, which is something in the order of, I think it was $28,000.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not sure that's going to go that far when it comes to on.
Well, it might not.
The difficulty for us, I accept what you're saying, and it sounds like there's a need for pretty big strategic transport decision to be made in this area. I don't think this proposal could in itself trigger certainly NZTA have said it doesn't trigger the requirement for northbound off-ramps. I think through NZTA's evidence, they're satisfied with the measures that are in place as far as it affects their network.
Yeah.
So that's as far as that can go.
Well, that's all very well. That's nice for NZTA to say, well, our network's fine, but so what are the consequences of that? It means that Waipawa's
they're the ones that you're asking are to put in on-ramps onto their network. I just don't see how we can do it, albeit that we're entirely sympathetic to the cause, and I think the applicant is too, although I don't think there goes as far as paying for even half of it, I would say.
Yeah, I appreciate there are limitations on your decision-making capability in terms of what outcome you could possibly achieve, but what I would suggest is that there might, before you get to a point of a decision, there could be some, as I described it, as head whacking together, sort of some caucusing of the experts to determine, because the thing is, the landscape is, reading Mr. Braithwaite's evidence, you can understand the background and why it was designed the way it was in terms of that intersection, but the landscape has significantly changed. If you've now got potentially 3 or if you include the existing one on Kaipeki Road, 4 quarries, effectively, that are going to be contributing traffic that cannot get onto the state highway in the direction it wants to go, and all has to go through town to get to the Victoria Road interchange and to be able to get onto the network. That's a pretty bizarre situation, and that's why I say it needs a bit of leadership in terms of actually seeing that bigger picture and seeing what can be done about that.
I heard what you had to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. You talked about the panel potentially facilitating a better outcome through this particular process. And I heard that you suggest the caucusing of experts. Any other processes you?
Well, yeah, it's sort of like a, you know, as I say, I use the example of the Environment Court. You sort of force the coalescence of parties to actually sort of, you know, get their heads together and see if they can come up with a better outcome for the whole community, not just one party sort of looking at it from the perspective of, well, my state highway network's fine, so I'm happy. You know, there are bigger issues at play here, and there are wider considerations, and I think that's I've thought about this in terms of, appreciating, you know, the role that you have to play as a panel, and you have to determine this application on the situation that's put before you. But I understand you will have heard from a whole lot of submitters raising concerns about the traffic through town. And what I'm trying to do is be constructive and say, look, how would you get to a point of trying to get to a better outcome than what might otherwise be the case? So hence, if NZTA were more aware of the sort of dynamics going on in town, and the fact that, you know, their consideration should be a little wider than just their own network, given that they also fund half of the local roading network as well. They might have a different perspective on things. They understand what's going to happen regardless in terms of the development of Hautapu.
It would have been open to us too, to require joint witness conferencing to that end. We have the relevant experts involved. There doesn't seem to be any, well, there's question marks from council as far as their reporting as to the very effects that you're talking about. But extrapolating that to somehow an outcome that would push NZTA to reconsider whatever its overall government roading program, what do we call it, to suddenly make an allowance in those budgets for on-ramps. I don't see that's going to take us very far. As I say, it looks like there's a strategic requirement, but you've talked about things that you're making applications for. They're not consents that are in place. They're not part of the.
Well, some of them are.
Right.
So basically, you already have the Kaipaki Road Sand Quarry in operation. You already have live industrial zones up at Hautapu that need sand to develop. You know, and as I say, it's hundreds of thousands of tons of sand need to go in there. I'm working for just, you know, with just one landowner alone who has 50 hectares of land to develop, and he requires hundreds of thousands of tons of sand alone. And you say, well, where's it going to come from? How's it going to get there? And the answer is, at the moment, through town. And then we have the cumulative effect of that existing situation, plus RS Sands, plus potentially other stuff, which I acknowledge is not part of the existing environment at the moment. But the whole situation is something that gets progressively worse, and there is such an obvious solution, it seems to me that there needs to be a circuit breaker somewhere. And maybe you're it, maybe you're not. We'll leave.
We hear your point, and it's been made by others, and we'll certainly have things to say about it in our decision in due course. Thank you. Any questions?
No.
No,
Thank you. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought. I agree with the chair that, I mean, obviously it is a very strategic, you look at a very strategic approach, which is a little bit beyond what we're able to do.
I'll leave it with you, see what you can do. Okay. Thank you, Sue. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Yes. Victoria Jacobs, were you able? Who's? Yes. Welcome. Yes. We understand that you weren't going to attend, but that was an error, I think, in the scheduling. Is that right? Anyway, whatever happened, you're here now. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. Panel, sorry. I live in Cambridge, just down the road from this proposed quarry in St Kilda. We moved from Sydney 6 years ago into this area because we wanted a better life for our kids. And this isn't going to provide it as a taxpayer, as a ratepayer. I know there is a demand for sand. I've heard that from Mr. Chris, and I totally agree with it. You need to go talk to NZTA or get a job with the council or something. But it's not going to benefit our community. It really isn't. I mean, my kids aren't, my kid's going to ride to school along that main road, and I mean, you got to divert that traffic somewhere else. You really do, because it's not going to be a happy ending. I know we all need sand. I get that. I understand that. But you need to put some strict conditions in place if it's going to be a proposal that you are going to seriously consider approving, for the better of the community. And not, I mean, you've read my written, I'm hoping you've read my written submission. And I touch on the ecological issues, the Waikato River. I mean, have you seen the big kids that swim down there? That stream flows directly into that area.
So you visited the stream along the side.
Yeah, well, that stream ends up at a point at the Waikato River where there's a lot of activity down there. What's going to happen down there? Do we stop swimming down there? That's something to consider. It's a right for locals to swim in our awa. Whatever that looks like, you need to consider the conditions. Yeah. Seriously consider them. Because I know we need sand. And Chris made a valid point, about the transport. If the sand quarries are going to go ahead, what are you guys going to, what's going to happen? How is that going to affect the locals? Because at the moment, we have to time our drives into town. And that's just with regular traffic, And that's with people riding, because we've got cycle lanes, et cetera, but it's going to make it worse for us. You're going to reduce the rates because it's going to get worse for us? No, they're not. How's that going to affect us that live there? Because it will. And I feel sorry for the guy before, Brendan. He's going to have to look at that hole in the ground for 25 or 35 years or whatever it is. Is that fair on his property value? Does he get a reduction in his rates? I'm not sure. We didn't buy into that area. We bought into that area because it's beautiful. We moved from Sydney because we wanted to live in an environment that was safe. Our property values keep going up, which is awesome. We live in an eco-friendly subdivision, yay. But how are we going to make that sustainable for the next 25 years or 35 years when all these other sand quarries come in? It has to be a strategic plan to cater for the community that's there. And it's going to grow, let's be honest. Everyone wants to live in Cambridge now. So, yeah.
Your concern about the effect on the water bodies, the streams, is that in relation to the earthworks side of things, or just a general sort of concern about dust? I wasn't quite sure.
Dust. Yeah. I mean, you read my submission, dust, you got that runoff. Yeah, you've got those ponds that take most of it. But if there's a flood, and it's getting worse, we're getting more rain in Waikato, emergencies happen, issues happen. Where's that going to go? And yeah, you can plan for that, so put big conditions in place. Don't just tick those boxes. Don't get Waikato Uni students going to check the air quality, or, get some experts that, not that Waikato Uni students aren't experts, but yeah, we're becoming experts. But yeah, that's a big issue, that swimming. That's a swimming zone down there. You go down there in summer, it's pumping. It's busy. Not everyone can afford a pool.
So what do you see as the effects? So your main concern in terms of the effects on swimming down in the Waikato proper rather than the Karapiro is related to the potential for overflow of these.
Yeah, you've got
stormwater.
silt that's going to come off, you're going to get runoff, you know, and the more rain that we're going to come through,
Yeah.
you know, it's going to have an impact on the streams are going to flow into Waikato River
That's if they overflow, right?
if they overflow. But you've got to prepare for the worst, right?
Yeah.
And the environmental conditions that we are living in at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Okay, yeah. In terms of the traffic, like we've heard a lot about traffic today. You
Oh, it's the big topic.
We get it. I mean, and we drove through the other day, you know. Anyway.
Did you drive through at peak hour?
Yeah, we
Well,
tried to.
exactly.
Yeah. So, but it just seems like the traffic issue is bigger than this project.
It is,
Yeah.
no disrespect, Waikato Regional Council, it is bigger than this project, but you are just going to put some more issues into
Yeah.
the issue.
That's your concern, is it just it's tipping it
Yeah.
past the tipping point sort of thing. if you
It's
like.
already there. When we moved here 6 years ago,
Yeah.
it was so easy to get into town. That's why we moved to a rural town.
Mm.
Now it's like, oh no, we can't go in now.
Mm, mm.
Or we'll ride the bikes in.
It's almost like Cambridge is their own worst enemy because it's so nice.
And where you,
People
well,
live
yeah,
there.
sorry, it's beautiful. But where that's proposed and potentially other quarries,
Mm,
it's a long-term issue.
mm, mm.
But you can't just slap it at us just because you haven't got a long-term solution. It's not fair on us as residents. We are ratepayers. Yeah, I don't think we deserve that.
So are you saying that we should be taking into account the possibility of future
For sure,
traffic?
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can't just put a plaster on this, you know, thinking that it's not going to be the only proposal,
Mm,
as Mark Crisp highlighted.
mm.
You know, there's demand for it.
Yeah. Okay.
You've got some time, so don't just, you know,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thanks for squeezing me in.
Takes us to the Reese Powell party. Ahead of schedule. Morning, afternoon, Miss Ann. Do you have all your witnesses? We are ahead of time, so I'm not sure if you're.
We do.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Needs to be on before 4 o'clock by team, so
Okay.
starting early is.
Yes, all right. So I just had it, we might. We'll just take a 5-minute adjournment and allow you to get set up and get evidence and so forth ready. Thank you. All right. Okay. Welcome. Now hand over to you, Ms. Ham and Ms. Hollis, is it? Just been, I think council for the applicant and the council apparently need to dive out for a judicial conference, I understand, not for long, but anyway, that's just to let you know. Yes. That's kind of what I was getting at, so. All right, so over to you, thank you. And we've received the documents, thank you very much for pre-circulating, but we haven't got through them in any detail at this point,
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you for that indication. So I'm Ms. Ham, for those of you that don't know me. Ms. Hollis is with me. With your leave, Ms. Hollis has been doing a lot of the work, so I'll do about half of the submissions and then Ms. Hollis will deal with MPS-HPL. Then to her right is Lou Wickham and then Reese and Antoinette Powell. Two of our witnesses are appearing by VMR and then the other witness, expert witness appearing in person is the landscape architect. So I will not assume then that the legal submissions have been pre-read. They're made on behalf of Reese Powell. Now he's lived at 42 French Pass Road with his wife Antoinette and their two young sons, as well as Antoinette's parents since 2016. And they chose the property when they moved back home from overseas due to its quiet rural nature and its outlook over the Karapiro Gully. And in particular, Reese wanted to give his boys the rural countryside childhood experience that he had when growing up. The applicants proposed a sand mine be established immediately south of the Powell's home, just 15 metres from their southern boundary. And no doubt you are going to undertake a site visit. Or has that been? You've done that? Although the eastern, southern and western walls of the quarry will remain in situ, the northern quarry wall, currently a bank along the gully, is proposed to be reduced in size and then removed at the end of the quarry's working life. Now, I note that the proposal has been revised, but even with the revised proposal, the Powells will have a ringside seat to a working quarry operation from their living areas for 25 years. The case for Mr. Powell is that the resource consent application in its current form should be declined. In terms of effects, firstly, it will create significant landscape character and amenity effects. Although the proposal to leave part of the gully wall in situ is an improvement, the Powells will still experience significant effects from the main living parts of their property. And then secondly, in terms of air quality, assessments on which the impact on air quality have been based are incorrect in terms of crystalline silica levels or incomplete as regards wind speed and direction and existing PM10 levels. The proposal in its current form has the potential to degrade existing air quality and create serious health effects. In terms of the MPS-HPL, the proposed sand quarry does not meet the requirements which allow aggregate extraction to occur on HPL. And in our submission, the proposed activity is an inappropriate use which must be avoided under clause 3.91 of the MPS-HPL. Because the sand quarrying benefit can't be achieved elsewhere in New Zealand on can be achieved elsewhere in New Zealand on non-HPL land and through alternative methods of production such as manufactured sand, and there's no functional or operational need for a sand quarry to be located at 77 Newcombe Road. Secondly, the application doesn't demonstrate that the sand quarry will provide a regional or national benefit. The supposed regional benefits in the economic analysis are based on flawed assumptions and incorrect calculations. Now, I did hear you say you'd heard a lot about traffic. Mr. Powell's submission on the application is wider than these issues, but we realise you would hear a lot about traffic. So that's not to say that he's not concerned about traffic, but that's not the focus of the case today. These legal submissions touch briefly on the statutory tests under the RMA, then landscape amenity and character effects and air quality and health effects, and then the planning pathway under the MPS-HPL. So just turning briefly to statutory considerations, and we've set section 104 out at paragraph 7 of our submissions.
I won't read that out. Have regard to indicates that the listed matters set out in section 104 are required to be considered as part of that weighing up process under section 104, as opposed to requirements or standards that have to be fully met. And it doesn't give primacy to any of the matters, with the weighting to be as the panel sees fit in the circumstances. But the exception to that is where a superior policy document contains a clear directive that is relevant to the proposal in question, in which case that directive may have a constraining effect. Further, have regard to does not introduce flexibility into the application of directive policies in a way that give effect to would not permit. And those issues come into sharp focus under the MPS HPL debate, which Ms. Hollis will cover in detail. So turning to landscape effects, the proposal will result in the peaceful, pleasant rural outlook enjoyed from Mr. Powell's property being removed and replaced with a direct view over a working quarry for 25 years. Now, admittedly, that's gone from full frontal exposure to slightly less than that, but nevertheless, he will have a ringside seat to that quarry operation for 25 years. The applicant's expert landscape initial evidence was that it was not possible to mitigate the effects of the proposed application in its current form on the Powell property. And we agree with that. Whilst the revisions to retain some of the gully wall are an improvement, the proposal will still create significant visual and landscape effects as viewed from the Powell's primary living areas. Mr. Adrian Morton, on behalf of Mr. Powell, has reviewed the applicant's landscape and visual assessment and Mr. Mansug's landscape evidence and reply. Mr. Morton generally agrees with the broader aspects of the LVA, including the methodology, the wider rural landscape and visual characteristics in and around the proposed quarry site and the effects on areas to the west, south and east of the quarry site as assessed. But his initial evidence raised concerns that neither the LVA or the council peer review have addressed the landscape and visual amenity effects on the property. Although the landscape experts have since visited the property and the applicant has revised their proposal as a result, Mr. Morton still has the following concerns which he will speak to. He notes that despite being raised in his evidence, most of these issues have not been addressed in reply in any detail. Firstly, no identification and consideration of the sensitivity of the receptor, including the house, commercial horse training facilities, and related activities undertaken across the property. Mr. Morton's review of these factors concludes that the property benefits from a high-quality landscape and visual amenity, underpinned by the rural farmland views and the natural landform of Karapiro Gully, combined with the distant view of Mangatotori Mountain. Secondly, inadequate evaluation of the sand extraction stages and the magnitude of the landscape and visual effects. Thirdly, no assessment of the effects of the sand quarry in relation to the dominant visual aspect of the white sandy cut faces of the quarry, particularly in the context of the 25-year duration. In Mr. Morton's opinion, the close proximity to the property and the large size of the cut faces means the cut faces will result in a noticeable change to the visual environment and a high adverse landscape and visual effect. And lastly, no assessment of effects in relation to quarry machinery, which creates a different, significantly different effect from the usual farm machinery operating in the rural environment. The applicant's landscape and visual assessment originally characterised the scale of effects across the project as being initially moderate to high and decreasing to moderate for stages 1 to 3, then low moderate for stages 4 to 5, with the rehabilitated site characterised as being very low. In oral evidence, Mr. Mansug stated that the revised staging will alter his characterisation of effects downward, as he considers the retention of part of the gully wall will result in obscuring most of the views from the Powell property. Mr. Morton disagreed with the applicant's initial characterisation of the effects, himself characterising them as high and moderate high across the 25-year operation. Mr. Morton also does not agree, therefore, with Mr. Mansug's downward revision of effect. He considers a 10-metre reduced height of the north wall of the gully will mean that views will still be obtainable of the cut sand face and machinery within the quarry from Mr. Powell's main living areas. In Mr. Morton's opinion, this will still be a moderate to moderate high visual effect. He notes that in addition, the updated details provided yesterday morning are insufficient to undertake a very accurate assessment. Mr. Morton concludes that as the proposal stands, the landscape and visual effects on the pals arising from the sand quarry cannot be mitigated. He maintains that permanent retention of the gully escarpment, the gully wall, at its full height is an appropriate mitigation for the significant landscape effects on the pals property. And in my submission, that is consistent with Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence and his statement that from a landscape and visual perspective, retaining as much of the northern gully wall as possible, i.e. reducing the daylighting of the pit, will be the most effective option for the mitigation of effects on the pal property. Mr. Morton also questions why the wall cannot be maintained at its full extent if all but 10 metres of the top can be maintained. And in my submission, there hasn't been any clear analysis or reasoning from the applicant on that particular issue. Now, the regional policy statement and the district plan contain a number of provisions of relevance to rural landscape and amenity. So specifically, they look to maintain and enhance amenity value. And I note that the gully wall, as viewed from the property, does provide that high-level visual amenity and is reflected in the district plan as a cultural landscape alert area. So given the effects that have been identified by Mr. Morton, it's our submission that the evidence of Mr. Penfold and Mr. McDean that the proposal is consistent with that objective and policy is not correct. There's also an objective and policy in the district plan around maintaining rural character. And again, Mr. Morton's identified that the proposed sand quarry will fundamentally alter the rural character and amenity as experienced from the property. I'd go so far as to say both Mr. Mansug, on behalf of the applicant, given his statement about retaining as much of the gully wall as possible, and Mr. Morton considered the visual impact can't be mitigated without retaining that. Noting that there will be a degree of effect on surrounding properties, Mr. Whittaker concluded that there are no adverse effects which are inappropriate on the broader rural character and values, but the district plan doesn't constrain that objective and policy analysis to the wider environment. In my submission, effects on local amenity and rural character are still relevant. And therefore, I say that the proposal is therefore not in accordance with those objectives and policies to maintain rural character and amenity. And just lastly, in terms of mineral prospecting and exploration, again, Mr. Whittaker comments on those that they don't appear to anticipate any level of effect. My submission is that 4.3.5.4b of the district plan should be read with 4.3.5.1, which anticipates mineral prospecting where the effects of the activities are not significant. And on the basis of the evidence produced by Mr. Powell with respect to his property, I say those effects are significant and that therefore the proposal is not consistent with those objectives and policies. In summary, even in its revised form, the proposal will create significant landscape character and amenity effects which can't be mitigated, which in my submission means the proposal is contrary to the policy framework for activities and mineral extraction within the rural zone. Now, before I move to a different topic, do you have any questions on that? Thank you. So turning to air and health effects. Respirable crystalline silica is a common contaminant discharged to air with dust from sand quarrying and related activities, such as heavy vehicle movements on site. It's also a known carcinogen which can result in respiratory disease, lung cancer, and the incurable disease silicosis. The application states that the sampling of the site showed silica levels of between 7 and 16%. Mr. Curtis has since clarified that this is a table labelling error and that 7 to 16% is a reference to crystalline silica rather than total silica. Mr. Curtis states that it is not appropriate to compare total silica with crystalline silica, as most silica is amorphous, meaning non-crystalline, and is considered to be inert and not cause health effects. Independent testing undertaken by Mr. Chisnell on behalf of Mr. Powell showed that the levels of silica on the same geology next door were between 68 and 70%. Mr. Chisnell considers the samples he took 20 metres from the boundary of the quarry site are representative of the materials that will be found within the quarry site. Mr. Chisnell also notes that this level of silica is consistent with what can be found in other sand quarries in the Waikato region. Mr. Curtis agrees that these total silica results are consistent with test results he has seen from the resource within the RS Sands Newcombe Road resource. Mr. Chisnell's evidence identifies that the Hinuera Formation sands within and surrounding the proposed quarry site are quartz rich, and due to this, the typical silica content is 60 to 80%. Mr. Curtis states that he has assumed that 16% of the silica present in the sand will be crystalline in structure rather than amorphous. Mix Wickham notes that Mr. Curtis has offered no supporting evidence for his assumption that the majority of the silica present is amorphous. So we also question the independence of the sampling process undertaken and the chain of custody. The air quality assessment states that RS Sand collected 9 samples from around the site containing different substrates and had these samples analysed for silica content. Unlike in Mr. Chisnell's evidence, there's no record in the air quality assessment of where the samples were taken, how they were taken, transfer to the lab or lab results. Now that may seem like a picky point, but imagine, if you will, if Mr. Powell turned up to this hearing and said he had taken samples and he just labelled a table with silica and then turned around later and said, actually, it's not silica, it's crystalline silica, and it's been assumed at a certain level. There's no information underlying that table, the samples, how the crystalline silica was derived. So in my submission, that does raise some serious questions around the air quality assessment. Mr. Powell's position remains that the applicant has greatly underestimated the levels of crystalline silica in soil at the proposed quarry site. Mix Wickham has assessed the air effects of the quarrying activity on the property on the basis of Mr. Chisnell's test results and in light of Mr. Curtis's reply and oral evidence. Mix Wickham's position remains that the applicant appears to have significantly underestimated the potential effects of RCS off-site, and they note the potential for serious health effects as a result, as described in paragraph 18. They recommend leaving the gully wall of the quarry in situ would go some way to mitigating this risk, as bounding the quarry on 4 sides would avoid the presence of a large exposed open face between the quarry and the property. Mix Wickham also notes that the applicant did not undertake a quantified assessment of PM10 discharges. Having undertaken some initial calculations themselves, Mix Wickham concludes that there is a real risk that the National Environmental Standards for Air Quality, Schedule 1 limits for PM10 could be breached beyond the site boundary. This in itself does not trigger a resource consent requirement under the NESAQ, but does, however, trigger a series of monitoring requirements to be undertaken by the Regional Council. Mix Wickham recommends that retaining the gully wall of the quarry would go some way to preventing this exceedance from occurring. In light of Mr. Curtis's reply raising some concerns with the basis of this calculation, Mix Wickham has amended the calculation, and they'll speak to this in oral evidence, but note that overall, as amended, the scale of emissions is still significant. Mix Wickham has also recommended a number of changes and additions to the proposed conditions of consent, which they will speak to in oral evidence, including additional boundary monitoring for PM10 with supporting monitoring and proactive management against short-term 1-hour trigger limits, robust meteorological monitoring and live streaming of data, and additional monitoring for RCS at the northern boundary. Mr. Penfold notes that discharges to air are an otherwise authorised activity under the Waikato Regional Plan Air Module, subject to the applicant meeting the requirements of the permitted activity rule. Mix Wickham notes that the proposed quarry activity will involve discharge of PM10 and RCS, which are hazardous substances. As such, condition E of the authorised activity standard cannot be met, as it requires that there shall be no discharges of hazardous substances into the air. Now, if the commissioners accept that, a discretionary activity consent is required for the air discharge activity. Now, I understand from the submissions for the applicant, there is a suggestion that, well, if that's required, you can just grant that anyway. I don't agree with that, and my submission is that if an air discharge consent is required, there needs to be an application for that. Now, it seems a technical point. Certainly, I think Section 104 enables you to grant an application for a different type of activity status if the status is different. But it certainly doesn't provide for you to just issue a consent that hasn't been applied for. So technically, and then the question might be, well, what would be the point of that when we have an air quality assessment before us? Well, to that I would say, given the issues that Mr. Powell has identified with the air quality assessment around the level of silica, given the issues that Mix Wickham has identified around the wind data and the PM10 analysis, those are exactly the sort of issues that Mr. Powell would expect would be robustly addressed if there was an application for an air discharge consent before you. Now, the regional policy statement, the regional air plan module and the Waipa district plan also contain a number of provisions relevant to air quality and discharges. I won't focus on those in detail because you will be able to read those at your leisure, but essentially those objectives and policies look to avoid unacceptable risks to human health. And as detailed, Mix Wickham has assessed that the elevated levels of silica do highlight a risk to human health. And also amenity within the property, and that the proposed mitigation measures are insufficient to deal with those. As I've mentioned, Mix Wickham also has a question around inconsistencies with the wind assessment and the PM10 assessment undertaken and the air quality assessment, and also the mitigation measures. Now, if the commissioners accept Mr. Powell's expert evidence on that topic, then it follows in my submission, much like the landscape, character and amenity, that the assessments that everything is fine with the objectives and policies of the relevant planning documents also fall over. And that's detailed in the table in my submissions. So in summary, assessments on which the impact on air quality have been based are, in my submission, incorrect and/or incomplete. The proposal in its current form has the potential to degrade existing air quality and create serious health effects, which in turn means the proposal is contrary to the policy framework for air discharges. And at this point, subject to any questions you may have, I propose to hand over to Ms. Hollis.
Just coming back to this additional consent requirement. So at the moment, there's 5 regional consents. There's draft resource consent certificates in place. This would be a further consent, number,
yes,
well, it's 6, with associated conditions that would necessarily follow.
Yes.
Which is something that it's not, if we were to decide that that consent was necessary, we don't have any of those draft conditions or any conditions to consider at this point.
That's right. And really my point is that I think it is logical that if an application for an air discharge consent was made, you know, the public, including Mr. Powell, can expect that that will be properly made and assessed by the council. Whereas at present, you know, you're told, well, that's okay, we've got an air quality assessment before us. But of course, that's really just in the context of a general discretionary activity and having a look at the effects of that.
So you say there's a scope issue as to whether we could effectively,
yes,
as to whether we could consider that. Mm.
Well, there is no, as I understand it, no application for an air discharge consent has been made. So if the commissioners agree that it's not a permitted activity because there's a discharge of hazardous substances, then an air discharge consent is needed and has not been applied for at this point.
Okay. Mm. Okay.
Thank you. I just had just one question. So, and I don't know if you're the right person to ask this too, but in your paragraph 27, just talking about the sampling and the fact that there's no record of where, how the samples were taken, processed. And I noticed that you commented that they'd sample sites containing different substrates, overburden fines, sands. So, and I think Mr. Curtis actually yesterday mentioned that there were some composite samples. So what yours, I just want to check what you're saying is that because there's uncertainty, there's so much uncertainty in the sampling and the analysis, and the fact that we can't independently review that information. Is
Yes.
that what you're saying? That
Yes.
level of uncertainty brings into question the reliability of the.
Yes, that's right.
information. Yeah, okay.
So I've seen the statement that RS Sand collected 9 samples from around the site. I haven't seen details as to where they were taken, how they were taken, and there are different ways of analysing those samples as I understand it. So the equality assessment describes the content as silica content. So that is the analysis that Mr. Powell had his expert undertake.
Yes.
And then Mr. Curtis says, oh, actually, it's not silica. I mislabeled it. That's crystalline silica. Now, we haven't undertaken that analysis, noting, however, that the sand is quartz rich. So we would expect that proportion to be relatively high.
Okay.
So there's no information that I can find or that's before you as to how that crystalline silica figure has been assumed, which is the word Mr. Curtis used. He's assumed it to be 16%.
Thank you.
So are you suggesting additional independent testing should be undertaken or seeking further background information of the existing sampling that was undertaken by the applicant?
Well, that's for Mr. Matheson to decide whether whether he's got it, and 2, whether he can put it in. But certainly my submission to you is that there's questions about the reliability of that assessment.
There's other questions, but I think they're more appropriately put to Ms. Wickham. So,
So, Mr. Commissioner, I've just had some people online can't hear Commissioner Phillips. Yeah, thank you.
Now, shall we go on to the MPSHPL?
Good afternoon. I think to start, it might be worth just touching on the reasons why we have a national policy statement for highly productive land. So highly productive land is classed in the MPSHPL as land use classes 1, 2 and 3. And it's a really important resource. It's where we get our food from. It's how we grow our crops and graze our animals. But it's also a very scarce resource in New Zealand. So only 5% of New Zealand land is LUC 1 and 2, and only 15% is LUC 1 to 3. And at the back of our submissions, we've included a map which shows the distribution of HPL in New Zealand. And HPL, so that's land use classes 1, 2 and 3, it's the green parts. And you can see there's really not a lot of it. Certainly in the North Island, it's very much concentrated in that Waikato area. So the MPSHPL was developed to address a nationally significant resource management issue, which was the ongoing incremental loss of HPL from development and fragmentation. And this was identified in a report back in 2018, Our Lands. And the MPSHPL was really brought in to protect this finite resource for current and future generations. And as you will have heard, the provisions of the MPSHPL are triggered by this application by the virtue of the LUC2 soils within the site. So just moving to paragraph 41, the provisions in the MPSHPL really reflect the urgency of its intention, and they are purposefully restrictive as a result. I won't take you through clause 3.9 because I'm sure you've been through it a number of times at this point already. But at point 42, I think it's worth noting that summary that the MPSHPL clearly states that all uses of HPL are inappropriate and must be avoided unless the use is provided for. So I'll just take you to point 43 and sort of have a bit of a look at what avoid means. And Mr. Matheson yesterday identified the 3 key cases in the country that talk about what is avoid. The King Salmon case, Port Otago, and East-West Link. And the commissioners will be familiar with these cases. They're from the Supreme Court. They're our highest authority on the matter. So in Mr. Matheson's oral submission, the East-West Link and Port Otago represented a softening of that avoid means avoid approach that came out through King Salmon. And in reconciling those 3 key cases, Mr. Matheson concludes that there may be a way forward through an avoid policy where a proposal navigates an exception pathway and on the facts does not subvert the relevant policies, provides a public good, and doesn't result in any residual material harm or subvert the purpose of the RMA. So in our submission, we think that these leading cases need to be put a bit more in their context, and I'll take you through that now. So just starting with East-West Link, which was the most recent case on this topic. So that was for a really significant, a road of national significance in Auckland. It was identified in many policy documents as being critical in terms of providing for getting the city moving, resolving traffic issues, boosting the economy, all of those sorts of positive things that come from roading projects. But it was also going through a relatively significant coastal area, and there was going to be some relatively significant effects associated with that. So what the Supreme Court was grappling with in East-West Link was that real tension between strong policies that promoted this growth and strong policies that wanted to protect the environment. In the end, they did conclude that there was a pathway through the avoid policy because it triggered that New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement avoid policy, and there were avoid policies in the Auckland Unitary Plan as well. The court said there was a way through that, but they did note in no uncertain terms that that pathway was particular to the circumstances in that case, and that it would be very wrong to treat the distinctive context of Auckland and the East-West Link as irrelevant as a result. So just moving on to point B and Port Otago. Again, in this case, there was a really clear tension between very instructive policies at the same level. So 2 different sets of policies in the NZCPS, one that provides for ports and port activities, and another set that are, again, those avoid policies, avoiding effects on surf breaks, avoiding effects on the environment, those sorts of things. So the court in Port Otago, again, it was for a really significant project for Port Otago, which is the only port that serves the bottom half of the east coast of the South Island. So a really significant piece of infrastructure. And the court in that case were really grappling with how to reconcile 2 very directive policies that were at the same level. 2 directive policies and a coastal policy, a national coastal policy statement. So as a result, we got the structured analysis of relevant factors as a way that the court saw to reconcile the tension between those very directive policies at the same level. So just moving to the 3rd key case, which is the King Salmon case. So this concerned a private plan change application, and it was to change the plan to allow salmon farming activities to be a discretionary activity rather than a prohibited activity. So it was granted by the board as a starting point, even though it was said to be inconsistent with that avoid policy in the National Coastal Policy Statement. So on appeal, the appeals against that grant were allowed, and I'm probably going over ground that the commissioners are very familiar with, and saying that the court found that avoid has its ordinary meaning of not allow or prevent the occurrence of, that in the context of section 5.2c of the RMA, it was difficult to see how avoid could sensibly bear any other meaning, and that the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement policies represented a bottom line. So that just sort of sets a bit of context for those 3 key cases. Moving back to East-West Link, so there was quite a concern in the decision from in the minority judgment about the fact that if the majority allowed a way through the avoid policy, it would undermine king salmon, the findings of the court in that, and undermine the findings of the court in Port Otago. And so there's actually quite a lot of discussion in the decision where the majority of the court set out why they don't think they're going to do that, why that case law is still good, and why this East-West Link situation is distinguishable. The issue, and what they said was that the issue in king salmon was whether the use of avoid should control the outcome or just be one mandatory relevant factor among many. And then for East-West Link and Port Otago, they were falling into that space between those two extremes. So it's not a case that somehow, well, moving to the next point in our submission, Port Otago and East-West Link don't soften king salmon or the bottom line of avoid policies. They explore specific factual circumstances and have found that there is a softening only in relation to those specific circumstances. In my submission, the Sand Quarry application before you is not a case where there is a tension between equal policies, conflicting policy purposes, or compelling nationally important circumstances which need to be resolved. It is analogous to the king salmon scenario being an application made to facilitate a private business activity which is subject to a national level avoid policy. So moving from the case law now and moving into considering the avoid policy of the NPS-HPL, which is what we're here to consider. So the courts in the NPS-HPL, they have noted that the avoid provision of the NPS-HPL does set a very high bar, and that's in the Save the Matai case, which you've probably heard about. In relation to aggregate extraction, the NPS-HPL offers a pathway through the avoid policy where the aggregate extraction provides significant national or regional public benefit that could not otherwise be achieved using resources within New Zealand. And there must also be a functional or operational need for the aggregate extraction to be on the HPL. And at point 50 there, I note that out of all the activities provided for in the NPS-HPL, only mineral and aggregate extraction are subject to the inclusion of a national level test. The bar has been deliberately set higher than anything else for these particular activities. And I note that Mr. Matheson referred to that as being bizarre yesterday, but if you look to the guidance document for the NPS-HPL, there is some discussion in there, and it does say that the national test has been set as being intentionally high. It's not an anomaly, it is a purposeful decision that test has been set at that level. Moving.
Just before you move on from
Sure.
that point, did you mean at 50 to say national and regional? Isn't the aggregate extraction subject to a national and regional benefit?
National and regional benefit, but then there is the second part of the test. If we go back to. I'll get my copy of the HPL.
I take it the answer is no.
No, it's a separate. It is a separate requirement. Yeah. Okay. So at 3.92 JIV of the NPS-HPL, it states the aggregate extraction that provides significant national or regional public benefit. So that's the first bit that you were talking about, that could not otherwise be achieved using resources within New Zealand. That's the second bit. That's the national test. So that's it. And that second bit is a test that doesn't exist for anything apart from mineral extraction and aggregate extraction in the NPS-HPL. And in our submission, it's purposeful. So moving to point 51 and considering the functional need for the proposed quarry, The applicant proposes to get around this high requirement by suggesting that HPL land in New Zealand should be used for sand extraction because river terraces have the best possibility for concrete sand. Sand is generally found on river terraces, and these are generally also HPL. The applicant concludes that this means the sand extraction has a functional need to occur on HPL and that the same benefit could not be achieved elsewhere on non-highly productive land. However, this position ignores the many other sand extraction and production activities occurring on non-HPL land or not using the HPL resource. And Mr. Powell's evidence at the back has a list of sand quarrying activities that don't occur on HPL land, and they include things like resources from river sources in the South Island, quarries on non-HPL land, and also sand manufacturing activities. Moving to point 53. The applicant's economic report states that there is limited evidence of widespread market adoption of manufactured sand as a mainstream alternative to natural sand. As identified by Mr. Green, this is an outdated statement with a number of operators manufacturing sand sending clear market signals that customers are embracing this technology. The applicant has not considered the possibility of the use of manufactured sand beyond dismissing it as a speculative option. Considering the scarcity of HPL land and the strong national direction for its protection, this is a problematic approach. Mr. McDean has stated that sand extraction from coastal areas is also subject to stringent controls. With respect, this is not a relevant consideration as to whether the subject sand quarry meets the high test within the NPS HPL. Mr. McDean also states that coastal sand extraction is a significant distance from central Waikato. This is just a statement, however, and they're nowhere in the evidence that we can see has there been any analysis of the cost of shipping sand from alternative locations such as those South Island resources that we were referring to before. And in fact, in recent years, the government has provided quite a lot of funding to coastal shipping carriers, including those on the west coast of the South Island, in order to improve those supply chains and strengthen the supply of that resource around the country. Moving to point 57 now, and the operational need. Mr. Matheson refers to there most certainly being an operational need for the proposed sand quarry in this location, and refers to the definition of operational need, which is contained in the National Planning Standards. However, there's no reasonable evidence cited as being demonstrative of this operational need. And then at 58, I just note that in the AE and planning evidence, there is a statement about there being an operational need, but with no real assessment or analysis about what that operational need is, how it fits in with that definition in the National Planning Standards. Nothing beyond a statement that the sand resource is located where it is. The application does not prove at any point why there is an operational need for a sand quarry at 77 Newcombe Road. In our opinion, at least some analysis is required to demonstrate that there is an operational need as per that in National Planning Standard definition. Moving to point 60 and considering the regional or national benefit part of the test. In summary, the applicant's position is that a sand quarry in the Newcombe Road location will support construction and infrastructure in the regional market while avoiding the transport, environmental and social costs of transporting sand across distances. The application cites addressing the emerging market pressures for sand being increased demand and decreased supply as a further regional benefit. The review of the applicant's economic report by Mr. Green raises several queries with the applicant's regional benefit analysis, and that's detailed in his evidence, and we've summarised it below, and he's also going to provide oral evidence to that as well. In his oral reply, Mr Green's going to respond orally to Mr McElraith's reply evidence that was circulated earlier this week. We've included, I'm going to touch on some of the key responses though. But the summary is that Mr Green maintains his critiques of the applicant's economic evidence. Just turning to supply, Mr Green considers the assumption that all expiring consents will not be renewed is unrealistic. While some operations will cease, others will look to renew or extend their consents. Further, additional sources of supply are available from new operators which were either not considered or incompletely assessed in the original market economics report. A number of current and future operations in Auckland cast doubt over the suggestion that the proposed sand quarry will be necessary to supply the Auckland market. Overall, the market economics report does not provide a complete and accurate assessment of future supply sources. I note that Mr Matheson comments that it is inappropriate for Mr Green to assume that all existing resource consents to take sand will be replaced and that consent applications will be granted. So just firstly, Mr Green does not assume that all will be renewed. His position is that some will likely be renewed. Further, while this proposition is true as a matter of law, it does not represent a realistic environment for undertaking an economic assessment. Quarries are not like a house or a factory. They are only certain places they can go. If there is more resource available after the expiry of a consent, it seems plausible that an application would be made, and further that an application may be successful compared to an entirely new quarry on a new site. Mr McElraith and Mr Matheson critique Mr Green for raising an issue with the applicant's incomplete assessment of matters concerning manufactured sand, but not undertaking any assessment himself. We note that the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove the application is in accordance with the Act's purpose. Moving now to the stated transport benefit. The market economic report's calculated transport cost savings do not make sense. The destination markets identified, which include Tauranga, Te Reo, Tokoroa, Rotorua, Taupo and Auckland, are in Mr Green's submission illogical given the long trucking distances, well over 50 kilometres in some cases, and the availability of closer facilities. The most likely scenario, in Mr Green's opinion, is that the quarry will service the Hamilton-Cambridge market, and he says that this undermines the credibility of the purported transport cost savings. In reply, Mr McElraith stated that he's unsure Mr Green's source for assuming that 90% of the Newcombe Road sand would be used for concrete sand. Mr McElraith states that concrete sand is only between 35 and 44% of the anticipated use of sand from the site. We note that Mr Green's source is the application itself, specifically the AEE and Appendix C, which both include the following table showing that 90% of the sand is concrete sand. We note that this does not appear to have been changed throughout the processing of the application. It does not appear in the Section 92 response or the planning evidence as a change. The application as it stands is that 90% of the sand will be used as concrete sand. What this means is that if Mr McElraith's modelling relies on 35 to 44% rather than the proposed 90%, then all the applicant's estimated benefits are wrong. And Mr Green will address this point further in his oral presentation. Just in terms of emissions benefit at point 73, the errors in the transport benefit assumption flow through to the market economics report's stated emissions reduction benefit, which are calculated on those transport benefits. And similarly for the social benefit, as they're calculated based on the transport benefit, it's possible that those are also affected if there is an issue between 35 and 44 versus 90% assumption. I'll just take you to point 75. So Mr. Green also identifies that the market economics report assumes that all transport cost savings translate directly into public benefits. Presumably, the stated transport cost savings would reduce sand prices and an opportunity to deliver genuine public benefits. If they would not, any financial gains would accrue solely to the applicant as profit. This could not be said to constitute a significant national or regional public benefit. So moving away from economic matters and into the future use of the site post-quarry while the stages are completed. Starting at point 76, the applicant submits that following completion of the quarry activity in 25 years' time, with the implementation of a rehabilitation and reinstatement plan, the quarry land will be able to be used for a wide variety of primary production activities. Mr. Tony Chisnell has indicated in his evidence that he expects it is unlikely that the original soil profile can be authentically restored, resulting in a degraded hybrid material that will never replicate pre-quarry conditions. Further, the site will retain batter slopes and a pit floor, which do not exist at present. The panel commented yesterday that they were unclear about the specific proposals for remediation. In questioning, Mr. Hunt indicated that the reinstated land would be a mix of land use class 2 and lower productive material, and that areas of the site would return to LUC 4. We agree that the evidence provided by the applicant to date does not clearly set out how the land will be reinstated to HPL. At point 79, although the applicant has indicated that the land will be able to be used for a wide variety of uses, common sense would indicate that the land would be rendered unusable for at least some. For example, it is unlikely that the land could be used for orcharding or horticulture, considering the post-works 1 and 3 topography. So just to sum up the submissions on the NPS HPL, while there is a pathway through the NPS HPL for the sand quarry, the bar is set deliberately high. This is due to the scarcity of HPL and the need to protect this at-risk resource. The proposed sand quarry application has not demonstrated that the sand at the 77 Newcombe Road site provides a benefit that cannot be achieved anywhere else in New Zealand. In fact, the evidence shows that the benefit can be achieved elsewhere in New Zealand on non-HPL land and through alternative methods of production, such as manufactured sand. The application does not demonstrate that there is a functional or operational need for the HPL land at 77 Newcombe Road to be used as a sand quarry, and that's for the same reasons that are outlined, that I've just outlined. And point C there, the application does not demonstrate that the sand quarry will provide a regional or national benefit. The supposed regional benefits in the economic analysis are based on flawed assumptions and incorrect calculations. The proposed sand quarry does not meet the requirements which allow aggregate extraction to occur on highly productive land, as set out in clause 3.92J4 of the NPS HPL. As such, the proposed activity is an inappropriate use which must be avoided under clause 3.91 NPS HPL. An avoid interpretation is appropriate considering the facts of the proposed quarry in line with the King Salmon jurisprudence. Before we call our experts, I'll just pause there to see if you have any questions.
And actually, you've last paragraph there sorted out one of them. Essentially, if you can't get through the second part of clause 3.9, then you come back to the clause 1, and this avoid issue becomes a key matter.
Yes.
At that point, and what was put to us yesterday was that in that case, and I think you touched on it earlier, that it's still just a matter for us to have regard to. But I think what your submissions are saying, that regard must be, how much regard is a question for us, but your submission, I presume, is that given the particular relevance of the HPL to an application of this nature, that it would be a matter that we'd give high regard, as opposed, I mean, we could give regard to the NZCPS, but obviously little regard because it's barely not relevant. Is that your submission, that in having regard to it, that we would give it high regard?
You would certainly give it high regard, and as it's an avoid policy, our submission is that it's almost very difficult. If you can't make it through, then the activity must be avoided. If you are not a quarry that provides those regional and national benefits that can't be got anywhere else in New Zealand, then under the NPS HPL, you must avoid. The activity must be avoided. And that is taking into account the King's Salmon jurisprudence, which is relevant in this case, which says avoid means avoid.
A couple of other questions around what you said. You acknowledged at 66 that as a matter of law, this is in relation to the economic matters of contention. I think you're proposing or making the submission that the economics evidence is taking a real world consideration of whether consents are likely to be renewed or not. And as you say, it's a matter of law that we can only consider the environment as made up of consented activities, the receiving environment, those types of fixed matters, that speculating on the outcome of consents is problematic as a matter of law. But I think what you're saying to us is that economics as a specialist topic is able to make those kind of assumptions that aren't available perhaps to other. I mean, we wouldn't, a transport assessment, for example, wouldn't say, oh, well, that consent's likely to be granted, therefore we need to take into account those traffic effects as well. That would be difficult for us to do, I think.
That's right. And there is a distinction between being able to take into account consents that haven't been granted, which is unlawful. Don't disagree with that. Yes, or like that might potentially be renewed on expiry. But Mr. Green is going to provide some more examples of this later. In terms of the economic assessment, it's not realistic to take that hard of a line. You have to you take a real world view. Otherwise, I think his point is they might just all pack up and go home. You need to be taking that real world view for the purpose of the economic assessment. So yes, you're right in your analysis of my submission on that point.
Did you have a comment to make in relation to what Mr. Matheson pointed to a couple of Environment Court decisions? That was Hopkins versus Waikato, Gray versus Dunedin. Is there a submission you'd make in relation to those points that he made?
What could you just remind me of the points that he made?
Getting to this point of how much regard to give MPS HPL in the event that you say it doesn't get through the pathway, if we can call it that, that it's still just a matter that you have regard to. And I think the applicant's case is it's not necessarily fatal to their application because it's just one of those matters under 104 to have regard to. So he was referring there to Hopkins, which was saying that despite that relatively directive wording, it doesn't determine the outcome of any application for consent. I think that the way he characterised it was to say that the court itself was grappling with how to approach it within the consenting framework as opposed to what it's directing from a plan-making perspective.
Yeah.
And the courts have found that difficult. And Gray versus Dunedin, or saying exactly that it's difficult in a consenting context.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm with you now. So I think in those two particular cases, Hopkins, it wasn't a matter that was pivotal to the grant. In Hopkins, the activity was clearly provided for with a pathway through the NPS HPL because it was a rural production support activity. And then in grey, again, it wasn't a pivotal matter that because they were doing, I think they were doing planting revegetation, and so they had a pathway through as well. So while the courts were grappling with it, it wasn't a pivotal matter in those cases, so the court didn't have to squarely address it.
There's just one other point I made, observation about east-west link, and the other aspect that I found interesting in that is that it didn't seem to undermine, or it referred to and didn't counter the approach that we know under the Akaroa decision, which is we can take a bundle of objectives and policies and try and weigh them all up, but there may be in some cases some that are so directive or definitive on the subject that they carry more weight, and it's not appropriate to then weigh that up against all these other objectives and policies. And that actually allows you to take the same approach that King Salmon was doing.
Yes.
Is that a reasonable interpretation of what they were saying?
I think that's a reasonable interpretation. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh. We're at 3:20. We might just, it seems like a good point at which to take a break. We've got quite a bit of evidence to get through this afternoon and on some very detailed topics. So 10 minutes, we should be all right. Yeah, we'll take 10 minutes and get going again at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Green, are you there?
There he is.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Green. You can hear us okay?
I can. I think the more important question is, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Thank you. Now, we've just had handed up an oral outline for resource consent hearing from you.
Yes, so when I was writing, it wasn't aware of the fact that it was actually going to be shared in this manner. So it's not sort of drafted in a polished, sort of crisp way, but happy for you to sort of have your hands on that.
Were you wanting to take us through this document, or were you going to read it?
I'm not going to read it.
No. Okay.
No.
All right.
I'll refer to it throughout
Yes.
my presentation, but it was more sort of talking points rather than sort of a strict script, so to speak. I might just, if at any point I do become inaudible, which is possible, this laptop can be a bit twitchy, just, I don't know, someone wave a hand or something, just to let me know. So I just begin, I guess?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, let me just offer my apologies for not being able to be there in person. These things are always better done face-to-face if possible, but unfortunately the tyranny of distance doesn't make that possible in this particular case. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to do this remotely. I'm not proposing today to go through in any great detail what it was that I said in my report. Ms. Hollis has assured me that the panel would have read it. To the extent that there are any issues or questions arising from that which you'd like to raise with me, then absolutely feel free to do that. I'm happy to answer questions at the end. And just as a matter of practice, if there's anything that sort of arises as I sort of go throughout this oral presentation, I'm happy for you to interrupt and ask as we go, or if you prefer to ask the questions at the end, then we can do that too. I'm easy, really. Now, rather than go back through in detail all the points that I raised in my report, I thought it was probably more expeditious to just highlight on some key points of disagreement between myself and Mr. McElrath, both factual and sort of theoretical, because I think that's probably the most useful thing. And I think there are a few, so there's a small number of points which are quite crucial. And the first of them actually is one which was raised by Ms. Hollis in her submission in the previous session, which is, it seems to be a fairly significant divergence in our respective understandings of what it is that this quarry is actually going to be producing. Now, I have been under the impression that 90% of the output of this, well, 90% of the sand which has been going to be produced from this quarry, if this consent is granted, is going to be concrete sand. Whereas, as I understand it, Mr. McElrath is under the impression that it's going to be 35 to 44% was the figure he included in his rebuttal statement. Now, that's actually not of great consequence to my critique, because the vast majority of what I've said in response to his report doesn't actually turn on this point. I don't think his methodology is robust, regardless of what this percentage is. But it is of extreme significance to his methodology, because if the 35 to 44% figure that he's relied upon is wrong, and it's actually 90% concrete sand, then as Ms. Hollis foreshadowed in the previous section, all of his benefit estimates are incorrect on their own terms. So taking the methodology as given. And that's because every single one of Mr. McElrath's benefit calculations are linked in some way to distance. So fewer kilometres travelled in his model results in transport cost savings, emissions cost savings, and social cost savings from fewer road accidents. And in order to calculate those distances, which then feed into those benefit estimates, he needs to have some fairly basic ingredients. So he needs to know, for example, where's the sand going to be going if this consent is granted. So he needs some destinations that are going to be applicable under what we economists call the factual scenario. You also need some destinations in the counterfactuals. So he has to make some assumptions about where sand would be going if it wasn't coming from this consented site. And that's the difference between those two things which give rise to his transport cost savings, his distances, and everything flows from that. And importantly, the locations that that sand's going to be going depends on what that sand is. So as I said, I've been operating under the assumption that 90% of it's going to be concrete sand. And concrete sand goes to concrete batching plants. That's where the concrete's made. So that being the case, and me being under the understanding that the concrete batching plants are in Hamilton, I was rather puzzled when I looked at the destinations that were included in Mr. McElrath's original statement. It just didn't seem to make much sense, given that composition of the output. I sort of set out the reasons for that in table 1 of my report. That just seems a bit strange, really. I mean, in some cases, the proposition was that the sand was going to be transported upwards to 80 kilometres, sometimes further. Now, in paragraph 4.2 of his rebuttal statement, Mr. McElrath has stated that he doesn't know where my 90% figure is from, and that actually only 35 to 44% of the Newcombe sand will be concrete sand, and that pit sand is a different product and will be going to other sub-markets and so forth. And, you know, I've made a mistake, essentially. Now, this was a slight oversight on my part. I should have included the reference to that 90%, and I apologise to the panel for that. But as Ms. Hollis pointed out, in my defence, I thought this was common ground because it's the number which has been put forward by the applicant itself. So I believe she's provided the reference to that, but just for completeness sake, I've taken it from slide 9 of Appendix C. The document's called Summary and Staging Plans. There's a table at the back of that which sets out the tonnages which are supposedly going to be produced over the 5 stages of this consent over the 25-year period. And according to that source, RS Sand would be taking 7,409,700 tonnes of sand, and 6,705,000 tonnes of that would be concrete sand. That's 90.49%. So that's where I got my figure from. In contrast, the only place that I can find the 35 to 44% figure, those percentages, the only place that those appear in the materials which have been provided by Mr. McElrath, and I confess I haven't looked at all of the other materials, but in the things which he has put forward, the only place that figure appears is on page 4 of his first statement. And if I'm interpreting that figure correctly in the context that it appears there, that is the percentage, that percentage is the proportion of total sand used in the Waikato Bay of Plenty region, that's concrete sand. So it's essentially saying there's a figure for the total amount of sand that's used in the region, and 35 to 44% of that is concrete sand. That's how I'm interpreting it. I may be misinterpreting it, but that's how I read that statement on page 4. So it could be that what Mr. McElrath is assuming is that the Newcombe Road facility is going to be producing concrete sand in the same proportions as the market as a whole. Okay, so it's just going to equal the market average. Now, if that's the case, and that's the assumption he's made, and that's clearly not right, the percentage of concrete sand and pit sand that are going to come from the Newcombe Road site are going to be a product of the attributes of that particular site. And as I said, based on the information which has been supplied by RS Sand and its application, it appears as though 90% of that sand is going to be concrete sand. And I can really only take that sort of at face value. So if that 90% number is the correct number, as Ms. Hollis foreshadowed, that means that every single benefit estimate in Mr. McElrath's report is wrong. Well, on their own terms, so that they would not be actually producing the things which he thinks they're producing. Because as I said, every single benefit estimate ties back to distances. Those distances depend on the product which is being produced, and so on and so forth. So it all flows through. So that's a really significant problem, if it is indeed one. Now, I can't tell you what the right percentage is. I don't know. But as I said, that's taken from the applicant's information. So if it's wrong, I don't quite know what it would be. A second large area of disagreement, which again was foreshadowed by Ms. Hollis in the previous session, it relates to what Mr. McElrath calls his sufficiency analysis. I won't go through it in detail. I listened to what he had to say yesterday, and he gave an accurate account of what he's done. He projects out demand for the Waikato region, and then he compares that to potential. And he concludes that in 5 years' time or so, in the sort of early 2030s, that the market might go into deficit. And I believe the term that he used was that would make the Newcombe Road sand essential, so absolutely necessary, in other words, to avoid this deficit. And I might just read what his conclusion is, sort of word for word. He says, without new resources being developed or the existing consents renewed or extended, the region will not have sufficient capacity to support infrastructure investment and meet the needs of other sand users. The economic costs associated with such a deficit are significant. And as I've explained in my report, the crucial thing to note here is that those shortages only emerge if two very, very, very strong assumptions hold. The first one is that none of the existing resource consents are renewed. To put that in perspective, that's about 1.8 million tonnes per year. And also that no other resource consents are granted. And again, just by way of context, there's about 350,000 new tonnes which have just come on stream from other projects, two of which Mr. McElrath was not aware of and has subsequently incorporated into his analysis. And the basic point that I was making in my report, I think most people probably agree with this, that just isn't plausible as a scenario. Now, I haven't done this analysis, and I don't know if it would be possible, but it'd be interesting to look back at the history of the country and ask ourselves the question, has there ever been a 1.8 million tonne reduction in the supply into any sand market anywhere at any stage over the period of time which we're looking at here? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd be willing to wager a princely sum that the answer to that question is no. Now, I know that the Pakari consent up in Mangawhai, which is about 40 kilometres that way, just over the hill, that wasn't renewed recently. That's subject to appeal, and that reduced supply into the Auckland market, but that was 150,000 tonnes a year, so less than 10% of the magnitude that we're talking about here. And I think this is a problem. We're sort of butting our heads up against reality. And I think that Mr. McElrath sort of seems to agree with that. I mean, if you look at paragraph 3.2 of his report, he does say that additional sand supply to the Waikato could be expected. And yes, exactly. Now, in my evidence, I highlighted the basic problem that this creates from sort of a common sense perspective, and with the analogy of the All Blacks losing their entire squad when their contracts expire, something that, is theoretically plausible, but let's be honest, that's not going to happen. And there's a seemingly endless supply of other analogies that you could easily look at instead. I mean, you could reach the crazy conclusion that in 10 years' time, New Zealand's not going to have any supermarkets because, well, maybe all the existing supermarkets decide not to renew their existing leases when they expire, and we might not get any more in. So maybe we're not going to have anywhere to buy groceries. Or maybe the housing department, when deciding how many state houses we need, they could sit down, I guess, and say, well, about a third of New Zealand households rent. They're on sort of fixed-term tenancy agreements. So we need to build 2 million new state houses. They're essential because we're facing a wave of homelessness otherwise. I mean, I think you can sort of see, you can sort of come to some pretty absurd conclusions pretty quickly. Now, in paragraph 2.3 of his rebuttal statement, Mr. McElrath suggests that he's made that assumption for legal reasons, and I've listened to the previous section. I'm not a lawyer. I do have a law degree, but I don't practice law, and I can't speak to the illegalities. But what I can say is that, speaking from the perspective of an economist, that approach is indefensible. Excluding blinding yourself to the obvious doesn't seem like a particularly robust or principled way of forecasting a supply deficit. And it creates a pretty obvious circularity problem, it seems to me. By approaching the problem in this way, you've essentially guaranteed you're going to find a deficit. It's just a question of when. if you say, well, we can't assume that any of the existing supply is going to continue once the consents expire, and we're going to assume that none of the new consents are granted, then at some point supply is going to fall to zero by definition. So, you know, it's not a question of if this new quarry is going to be essential in that state, in that sort of bizarre world which you've created. It's just when. And you could convince yourself of almost anything if you use that methodology. So the applicants sitting before you here today are asking for consent for a new sand quarry, and they're using this methodology to sort of justify that. Let's just suppose, for the sake of argument, that instead of that, they were asking for consent to build a second airport for Hamilton. And let's just suppose, for the sake of argument, they were using the same rationale. I mean, that would basically go something like this. All of the existing airline customers at the existing airport have contracts that will expire one day, because they do. The airport has periodic contracts that get renewed every 5 or 6 years, including landing charges and airside access charges, things like that. You could make exactly the same argument and say, well, in 5 years' time, there's going to be considerable demand for air services in Hamilton, but the supply will be zero because we can't assume that the airport's going to renew those contracts when they leave. It might say, no, we're going to cancel those and shut down. Therefore, a second airport is essential. I hope I don't have to explain why that would be preposterous. That's basically what you're being asked to do here. And I think that's a real problem, not just from an economic perspective, but just from plain old perspective of common sense. It just seems to be blinding oneself to reality. Now, to be absolutely clear, as Ms. Hollis has pointed out, I am not suggesting for one moment that the solution to that problem is to go in the complete opposite direction and say, well, we'll just assume that all the existing supply gets renewed and that all of these, you know, proposed new consents come on stream. Because then you have the opposite problem. You just have an absolute flood of supply, and that won't happen either. Okay, so that would be equal.
Mr. Green, sorry, Mr. Green, I'll just get you to pause for a moment. Ms. Harmer, I'm just thinking, what sort of timeframe did you anticipate to present your case today?
So, Mr. Green, we just need to be a bit conscious of time because we've got about 4 witnesses after you, and I think you have a 4 o'clock cut-off. So can I ask you to just summarise briefly and move on to the next point, please?
Sure.
The other thing I'm just cautious of is that we have his statement of evidence. There is rebuttal evidence. I'm not sure. I think some of this might be new, but I'm not sure the status of his evidence.
If it's new, it'll only be in reply to the evidence that's been produced.
Yes, okay.
So, Mr. Green, just to reiterate, the panel has read your evidence, and so just to be focused on the areas of disagreement and any response to that. But if we can try and keep that efficient, please.
Yep, not a problem. And so I think, you know, where that sort of leaves you is that from an economic perspective, I think that the most sensible thing to assume here is that there isn't going to be a deficit. Businesses respond to the incentives that they're put forth. If there really was going to be a deficit of the magnitude countenanced by Mr. McElrath in his evidence, then, you know, there would be every incentive for existing suppliers to continue supplying and for new sources of supply to come on stream. And I think when you sort of weigh it all up, the most reasonable approach, I think, would be to just conclude that there's unlikely to be a deficit and sort of borrow the national policy statement's terminology. I think that 400,000 tonnes is just going to be achieved using other resources. Now, moving quickly to the topic of manufactured sand, that sort of received a fair bit of attention in Mr. McElrath's reply affidavit. So he queries why I've said that the fact that you need to blend it sometimes with natural sand is irrelevant. He sort of said, he's basically said, I don't understand why Mr. Green has said that. Well, the explanation for that lies in the following sentence in the same paragraph in my report. I'll just read it. If incorporating manufactured sand significantly reduces the amount of natural sand required to produce a unit of concrete, then by definition, less natural sand will need to be sourced from quarries, riverbeds, and the seabed. It's a bit like, I guess, driving a hybrid car. You know, hybrid car has a battery, but it doesn't completely replace the need to use petrol occasionally, but it does dramatically reduce the amount of petrol that you're using. It's the same sort of situation here. So that was really the only point that I was making there. And my broad point is that this is clearly a relevant additional source of supply. There's two suppliers that are already spent, Dry Sand and Brookby Quarry. I accept that the production cost attributes of this product might differ from natural sand, but that doesn't make them any less relevant, any more than the differences in the production costs of hydropower and wind power and solar power mean that, that doesn't mean that they're not substitutes for one another. They all compete within the same market, and so does manufactured sand and natural sand. I'd also point out that because manufactured sand is a byproduct of a process that's occurring anyway, that actually improves its environmental credentials. So you don't have to dig into your hole in the ground. There's all sorts of amenity benefits and so forth that arise from the fact that it's a byproduct of an existing process. And all of that's actually relevant for the assessments of costs and benefits. So even if it was the case that manufactured sand costs more to manufacture, and I don't know if that's true or not, but let's just assume for the sake that it is, that private cost, you would need to, in the public assessment of public costs and benefits, also weigh into that equation all of those potential environmental externalities that are benefits associated with it. And that hasn't been factored into this assessment at all, and I think that's another shortcoming. On the transport cost savings, which constitute the lion's share of Mr. McElrath's benefit estimates, as I mentioned earlier, they all tie back to destinations. And if it's 90% concrete sand, which is coming from this quarry, which is, I think, an important factual question that you're going to need to get to the bottom of, and I can't provide you with that answer. But if it's 90%, for the reasons I said earlier, all of those destinations will be incorrect. And as I understand it, the concrete batching plants are based in Hamilton. And there are sources of supply that are closer to Hamilton than the Newcombe Road site. There's the site by the airport. And of course, also there was the Gordonton quarry, which has been put in for application. That was mentioned yesterday. That's closer as well. That has the capacity to produce 1 million tonnes. So these all seem quite relevant to any assessment of transport cost savings, because it means that, in fact, the transport cost savings might be trivial or zero. Now, Ms. Wallace also mentioned earlier that you cannot necessarily assume that the transport cost savings in dollar terms are equal to the public benefits. In the interest of time, I'm not going to sort of step through why that is, but I'll just refer you to paragraphs 52 to 53 of my evidence on that. It's tempting to think that you can just take the transport cost saving and say, well, that's the public benefit. As a matter of economics, that's not true. It just isn't. It's far more complicated than that. Mr. McElrath in his reply evidence says that, well, assessing these matters requires detailed information that's not publicly available. Well, that's true. It is tricky and it can be quite data intensive, but that doesn't make it impossible. There's plenty of economic modelling techniques that can be used to overcome those problems. And there's lots of consulting firms in New Zealand who do that sort of work. I've reviewed some of that work in the past. I certainly agree that it's easier to calculate transport cost savings than it is to track through those benefits throughout the entire supply chain. But just because something's easy or simpler doesn't mean that it's economically relevant. I think that's a real problem. Finally, setting all that aside, there's still the fundamental problem that it's actually impossible to really know how Mr. McElrath has actually come up with his numbers. The calculations underpinning the economic assessment just haven't been presented. Now, nobody could pick up the economic evidence and reproduce those numbers based on the information provided. There's no calculations, there's no spreadsheets, there's no real explanation of the assumptions or where they've come from. And the referencing throughout the report is sparse to non-existent. I appreciate the fact that the panel members probably haven't read many economic reports before, and you're probably all the better for it. I, on the other hand, have had the misfortune of reading thousands, and I can tell you that this is not remotely typical. You customarily have to disclose how you come to your answer, because otherwise it's impossible to actually properly interrogate the methodology. So I think that's actually quite a conspicuous omission. As for the emissions savings, I think we can be quite brief here. my position remains that the application of the New Zealand emissions trading scheme means that these are going to be zero. I'm not quite sure that this point has been fully understood. If there's a reduction in emissions as a result of this activity, and remember, if it's 90% percentage of concrete sand, that means these emissions cost savings calculations are incorrect too. Set that aside. Even if there is a reduction in emissions as a result of this activity, then that's just going to transfer across to another industry. Okay, so instead of trucks carrying sand, it might, those emissions might be used up, might come from trucks carrying potatoes or a fertilizer factory. We don't know, but the point is be used elsewhere. Now, Mr. McElrath seems to suggest, he seems to accept that in relation to his shadow price of carbon estimates, which are 3.5 to 3.7 million. I think he's accepted that they're actually zero. I don't want to speak for him, but the only sort of pushback in his rebuttal statement is in relation to these health externalities, which is identical. He says, well, they're above and beyond the shadow price of carbon, so you still need to take those into consideration. But again, those externalities are going to be transferred to another sector as well. So the ETS trumps all of this. And I just sort of, again, refer back to my original report on that. It also seems to me that those health externalities probably depend more on where the trucks are driving and how far they're going. So a truck's going through Cambridge, which it would be under my vision of the world, it's going to be near people. Okay? So these health externalities are likely to be worse. If it's driving down State Highway 1, miles from sort of commercially built up areas, then I would imagine those health externalities are quite minimal. And this is, I think, the problem with applying broad national averages to specific contexts. It just doesn't translate. And that sort of, in a similar vein, undermines, I think, his social cost estimates, these accidents and injuries estimates. It's just not reasonable to assume that every additional kilometre travelled results in a linear increase in the probability of traffic accidents. It's again going to depend on where the trucks are going, not how far they're going. I stepped through that in detail in my report, and Mr. McElrath hasn't offered any response to this in his rebuttal statement, other than to say that he's relied on, and I quote, guidance parameters and data sets from Wakakatahi. But that's not addressing the points that I made. My argument was, well, it's not the right methodology in this context. And he hasn't dealt with that critique at all. I'm also unclear where this methodology's come from and how Mr. McElrath's actually put it together. The only reference to it's in footnote 26 of his rebuttal, and I'll read that to you. It says, these can be found by the NZTA website under resources/manuals. But when that's not an adequate reference, I mean, there's no hyperlink, there's no document reference, there's no page, there's no reference to figures. I, out of interest, went to the Wakakatahi website to see if I could find it anyway. I believe the website and web page in question he's referring to, I found, it has 18 different manuals on it. And if you click on the hyperlinks to those manuals, it brings up 10 to 12 other hyperlinks. It doesn't explain where it's come from at all. As I mentioned, I think that level of opacity is problematic. Finally, and I'm conscious of time, Mr. McElrath hasn't included any of the opportunity costs associated with this land, using this land for this purpose in his assessment. It's not a cost-benefit analysis, it's just a benefit analysis. None of the costs are actually included. Now, in terms of the potential agricultural uses for this land, he dismisses that on the basis that, in his estimation, the area in question would account for less than 0.04% of the Waikato region's dairy farming GDP. There's no explanation as to how that figure's been calculated. Doesn't reference where he's got the Waikato region's dairy farming GDP, doesn't disclose his industry ratios. So I don't know how this number's been calculated, but let's just take it at face value. On its face, 0.04% of the Waikato region's dairy farming GDP sounds like it'd be quite a big number to me. Yes, it's a small percentage, but the Waikato dairy farming GDP is presumably quite enormous. So just out of interest, I decided I'd just do a quick back of the envelope yesterday and take this with a huge pinch of salt. According to Wikipedia, in 2023, the Waikato region's GDP was $36.6 billion. 2.5 billion of that total was agriculture. Now, sticking a finger in the air and having a guess, I'd say about 2 billion of that's probably dairy farming. I don't have a reference for that, but I'm willing to wager that's in the right ballpark. So if you take 0.04% of $2 billion, that's $800,000. But remember, that's an annual figure. You've got to calculate that over the entire 25-year life of the consent. And if you do that and apply the same discount rate that Mr. McElrath does, that gives you a number of $11.3 million. That is potentially the contribution of this land to the Waikato dairy farming GDP. I'm not claiming for a moment that that number is robust. That was not the most robust methodology. It's back of the envelope, right? But what it does show is that this probably isn't going to be a trivial figure at all. In fact, it could be quite large. It's very, very relevant to the assessment. It's bigger than his estimate of emissions cost savings, and it's bigger than his estimate of social cost savings. So if those two numbers were considered significant enough to include in this assessment, then it seems a little bit biased to not factor this in as well, especially when you consider that if a lot of those other figures have been overstated for the reasons that I've set out in my report, that offsetting cost number could ultimately prove to be quite pivotal. Anyway, I've gone over time and I apologise for that. I'll just leave it there.
Well, if you have questions, he can stay for those, I think. Mr. Green,
Oh,
can you
yes,
just...
sorry. Yes, sorry, that's what I meant. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
All right. I struggle to come up with a cogent sort of question for you. I mean, you have posed a particular issue that we also didn't discern in your table 2 that's been included with, sorry, not your table 2, the applicant's table 2 isn't something that we had noted either in terms of that percentage of concrete sand to totals. What I'm having trouble getting my head around is the implications, broadly speaking, and you've done your best to explain it for us, and we thank you for that. I'm just trying, it seems that if you assume that there's less concrete sand, that, well, Mr. McElraith's assessment is based on a lesser amount of concrete sand, so that would then lead one to imagine that there would be then less transport need to the nearest batching facility, whether that's in Hamilton, as you say, or somewhere else. Would that be the case? And then if you're assessing it to be 90%, then I can see that you would have assessed it as a greater number of transport miles for that sand.
No, the opposite.
It's the opposite. I knew it was going to be one way or the other. Yes. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so if you assume for the sake of that, so let's try and simplify this. Let's suppose that, and this is probably an oversimplification. Let's suppose for the sake of argument that the concrete batching plant is closer than where you would send it if there was pit sand. Essentially what that means is a greater proportion of the concrete is going to Hamilton, if the concrete batching plants are in Hamilton. If the alternative sources of supply for that final destination are closer, which it seems they would be, then there's no avoided transport costs. In fact, possibly the opposite. But look, the simple answer to the question is, if it's 90%, then you can't rely on anything in the report because the whole thing is just polluted, essentially. And as I said at the outset, that's an enormous consequence for the economic modelling that's been put forward. You can't rely on it at all. But as I said, it actually doesn't really affect my critique too much because it's only one part of it. Even if you'd sort of done it properly, I still don't think the numbers are meaningful for the reasons I'll explain. But yeah, I dare say that's a fairly important fact that you're going to have to sort of get your hands on. And I can't help you with that, unfortunately.
No.
One thing I might one potential explanation that did occur to me, and I sort of put this forward hesitantly, if, for example, the numbers on that table 2 are just sort of aspirational production numbers, and in actual fact, RSN doesn't think that its actual production numbers will be that much. I mean, that could explain it. But the problem with that, of course, is that that then cuts against the deficit story. You know, the whole basis for this case is, well, there's this big deficit and you absolutely need this quarry in order to meet that deficit. Well, if that's true, then any production schedule would presumably be involved the quarry operating at absolute flat tack, because you'd have every incentive to do it, because you'd be making money hand over fist if there was a deficit that big. So you can't have it both ways. So if that's the explanation, then that actually completely undermines another part of the application. Hope that makes sense.
I think allied to that point is my next question was, if it's 35 to 44%, where does that then sit in your analysis in terms of the regional significance of the resource?
It doesn't affect the sufficiency estimate at all. The sufficiency, you know, everything that I said, you know, you've got my speaking notes there. Everything under point 2 is unaffected. It really just, all that would do is it would just essentially mean that my critique of the destinations. So my principal critique, well, there's several elements to my critique of the transport cost savings, which are, I think, 110 million. So frankly, the emissions and the social cost stuff, it's just sort of rats and mice. It's all about the real benefits apparently are these transport cost benefits. And my sort of analysis of that is sort of twofold. The first is that it doesn't, you know, the 90% point, the destinations don't seem to make a great deal of sense. Now, if the 35 to 45% figure is correct, then maybe they do make sense in that narrow sense. So, well, okay, that's explicable then. And that doesn't sort of detract from the 2 other points which I've made, which are, well, firstly, nobody could pick this up and actually reproduce these figures. So I've got absolutely no idea how these calculations have been performed, which is, I think, problematic in a setting like this. You do need to be able to interrogate the methodology to make sure it's been done properly. And more importantly, that transport cost estimate is not the public benefit for the reasons that I've explained in my report. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be a public benefit. There very likely would be one. But we have absolutely no idea what the magnitude of it would be based on the methodology which is set out in the market economics report. That does not tell you the public benefit. It gives you a transport cost saving, which is something completely different. And like I said, if you wanted to find out what the actual public benefit was, you'd need to use a completely different methodology that, despite Mr. McElrath's contentions to the contrary, is actually quite doable. Just hasn't been done.
All right.
And no, I haven't done it, and it's not my job to do it.
No, that's right. All right. Thank you very much for your evidence. That's helpful. Right.
Thank you. I'll call Mix Wickham next because she's the least local witness.
Yes.
Kia ora koutou. I have handed up a new summary statement. Apparently I haven't, but I'm about to hand up a new summary statement. But I thought before I did that, I might just see if you had any questions about the previous one before I give you the new one. I understand things have changed since I prepared it.
So sorry, we got a email version this afternoon, today. Is that the previous one that you're referring to?
That's a new one that's been handed to you now.
Is that the one?
That's the email. Yes.
Yeah. So there's an email. So I was talking about, I'll start with my original statement. That's from the 25th of March. That was provided weeks ago. That's been, to which Mr. Curtis has responded. And then today you were emailed a summary statement with some response that's just been handed around now as well. Yeah, but you won't have a chance to read that, will you? So yeah. Oh, no. So shall I start with the original and I was going to canvass questions and then I could move through the new one, or do you want to just start with the new one and then open for questions?
Does the summary summarize your original?
Yeah, there's quite a bit.
I think we'd be best assisted by your summary statement today, because that's taking into account other material.
Yep. Okay. okay, I'm just aware that we've not a lot of time, so I will work through this and do feel free to stop me if I tend to talk too fast because I have a personality issue with talking too fast. Sorry. Okay, so my name is Lou Wickham and I'm with Mission Impossible Limited. This is a summary statement to some of the high level stuff that I've raised in my previous one, but also responds to the evidence of Mr. Curtis and some of the changes I heard online yesterday. Now, I apologise when I wrote this. I wasn't aware of some of the, I thought that the gully wall was only going to be 3 metres below the existing level, and it's actually going to be 10 metres. So I thought it was a bit better than it actually is when I wrote this summary statement last night. So I guess it doesn't detract, but the other thing that, you know how expert witnesses have to declare things that come to their attention as soon as they can. Well, I've just been listening to Mr. Green talk about the 90% concrete sand and realised that there's been a transposition here in my reference with my calculations. It's not material, but when I cut to my first paragraph here, paragraph 3, I said RS Sands is proposing to establish a large sand quarry with around 600,000 tonnes per year of material throughput. That should be 400,000 tonnes. So that's the error that I've just realised, and I apologise for that. I hope you don't think I'm any less credible as a witness. And I'm
No, because we raised this as an issue of our own potential confusion yesterday, just to clarify our understanding of how the overburden, because it was a specific deletion from the conditions in the last set the applicant circulated, which triggered us to go back and look at is overburden included in the overall estimates, because that might have an effect on traffic movements or the number that you need and so forth. So there's no criticism there because we have gone through the same exercise ourselves. But our understanding is that that is built into the overall 400,000.
Yes.
Because it's mixed in with the pit sand.
Yes, yes. Yep. And it does mean that my Appendix C that I've just handed up is now incorrect though. It doesn't materially, I've just run through the calculations, doesn't materially change my conclusions. And I'll talk to that as I get to it. So, but just you could correct that paragraph 3, it's around 400,000 tonnes. Moving swiftly along, paragraph 4. The key discharges to air from the proposal will be particulate matter less than 10 micrometres in diameter and respirable crystalline silica RCS measured in the respirable fraction, which is particulate less than 4 micrometres in diameter, PM4. Nuisance dust is also a potential cause for concern. My indicative calculations show that PM10 emissions from the proposal will be significant in the order of tonnes of PM10 per year. And this dust is primarily generated by the mechanical action of heavy vehicles grinding and crushing unsealed surfaces on haul roads. And it includes those smaller fractions that are more important from a health perspective, notably PM10 and RCS. I have relied on the evidence of Mr. Chisnell, a geologist, who has advised that the sand to be quarried is around 69% silica and quartz rich. On this basis, I retain concerns that the applicant's air quality assessment and council's review significantly underestimate potential offsite effects of RCS. And this is important because RCS, like PM10, is a group 1 carcinogen for lung cancer. Whilst the applicant has proposed and council has supported dust monitoring and mitigation procedures that are consistent with good practice, I retain concerns that the NES for PM10 could be breached beyond the site boundary. And the neighbouring property at 41 Newcombe Road is very close, with a house less than 25 metres from the boundary with RS Sands proposal. To reflect the seriousness of potential adverse health effects from these discharges to air, that's both PM10 and RCS, I recommended an alternative staging approach be considered, and that's really no large benched exposed open face on the northern boundary. And I understand a new staging approach has now been proposed, and this includes leaving a 10 metre high, I've got that wrong, it should be 20 metre high gully wall on the northern boundary for the majority, but not all of the proposed quarrying activities. And I confess I'm still a little hazy on some of those details. I'm playing catch up. Based on that proposal, I consider it would go some way to reducing the risk of elevated exposure to PM10, RCS and nuisance dust at Mr. Powell's property, as long as the gully wall remains present. However, an open-topped wall will not stop the wind, and particulate discharges to air from the site will still be carried beyond the boundary. I also remain concerned about potential effects on 41 Newcombe Road. So I reiterate my recommended additional mitigation and monitoring as consent conditions to assist with overall compliance with health-based air quality standards and guidelines. And I have further investigated a suitable ambient RCS guideline and consider the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality chronic cancer environmental screening level for RCS may be appropriate for comparison with boundary RCS monitoring. And I've actually recommended that at 41 Newcombe Road, which is the closest property. Now that's a summary. I'm going to try and step through some of the detail to try and explain some of these differences between the evidence of the air quality experts. Looking at Mr. Curtis's evidence, and specifically crystalline silica. Silica is paragraph 10 here on my summary. Silica is silicon dioxide, SiO2, and crystalline silica is the name for a group of naturally occurring minerals, which includes quartz, cristobalite, and tritiumite that are found in many types of rock. So these minerals are polymorphs. They are all silica, but they have just different crystalline structures. Now, respirable crystalline silica, or RCS, is the fraction that can enter the upper part of the lungs, and it's measurable as a particulate matter that's less than 4 micrometers in diameter, PM4. And the reason we have these numbers and acronyms is that the particle size determines the transport processes, so how it goes through the air and through the atmosphere, and the potential health effects in the body when inhaled. So, for example, PM10 can enter the upper thoracic region of the lung, but it's the PM2.5 fraction. So everything below 2.5 that can go across that blood gas barrier in the upper alveoli of the lung was around the body. So that's why, and then PM4 is actually come from WorkSafe. It's a definition for respirable. That's another number. But it's all the smaller it gets, the more harmful it is. But still, once you get below PM10, it behaves like a gas. It's not like something you can see or that rock that falls out of the air. That's the total suspended stuff. That's the nuisance dust. That's the heavier fraction, up around sort of 100 microns that will go beyond, that you can see. But I'm talking about stuff that will, as a gas, will go for quite considerably longer distances. So jumping back in at paragraph 11, Mr. Curtis is correct that X-ray fluorescence analysis does not distinguish between the different forms of silica. So this requires X-ray diffraction. I have relied on Mr. Tony Chisnell's sampling and analysis identifying 69% silica and his geological expertise in relation to the published reference for Hinuera formation sands being quartz rich. So quartz is all crystalline silica. And I just note that Mr. Curtis has not provided his supporting evidence for his assumption that the majority of silica present is actually in the amorphous or non-crystalline form. So one thing I mentioned in my previous statement, paragraph 12 here, particles formed by physical attrition processes such as quarrying operations or dust generations on haul roads have chemical compositions identical to the parent material undergoing size reduction. And what that's saying is that there's no chemical reaction, it's just got smaller, so it's the same stuff. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that the fraction of crystalline silica within the emitted particulate matter is equivalent to the fraction within the parent source. So based on Mr. Chisnell's advice that the quartz-rich sand is 69% silica, this means that up to 69% of the total suspended particulate, that's that nuisance dust you can see emitted from the site that could potentially cause or soil washing or clogged drinking water filters, could be crystalline silica. Up to 69% of the PM10 emitted from the site that could potentially exceed the NS for PM10 and cause adverse health effects, including cancer, could be crystalline silica. And up to 69% of the PM4 fraction emitted from the site could be respirable crystalline silica and could potentially cause adverse health effects, including silicosis and cancer. And I hope it doesn't read as, I hope that's kind of, I'm just trying to make it really clear so it doesn't, whilst it gets smaller, it's the same stuff. Okay, so the nuisance dust and the PM10 fractions are addressed separately and do not require consideration of the crystalline silica fraction. It's only that last PM4 fraction that would require measurement at the boundary and analysis using X-ray diffraction to determine the respirable crystalline silica concentrations downwind. And I suggest that those measured ambient RCS would be compared with the TCEQ chronic environmental screening level, and I'll discuss that in more detail now. So my original, I've come in quite late, so I've only been engaged in the last month, and so I've been scrambling a little bit. And so I had a look at what what are the health effects of RCS? And paragraph 14. So with respect to off-site monitoring, Mr. Curtis is not correct that the Altus study did not measure elevated monthly levels of RCS downwind of the quarries in Canterbury. The most impacted site in the Altus dust study measured 0.4 RCS as a 3-month average. And I've given you that, I've cut and pasted it from the moat report into Appendix A of mine, so you can have a look at that for yourselves. And as an aside, but relevant, calibrated daily PM10 measurements at that site also exceeded the NES of PM10, and all of the quarries in Altus are funded on all sides. So the Altus study, and this is in response to, I heard your questions yesterday, the Altus study provides the only ambient data on RCS that I'm aware of for New Zealand, but there is data from the US which indicates ambient levels of RCS around aggregate production operations, which includes sand quarries, ranges from 0 to 2.8 micrograms per metre cubed. RCS is an annual average. Now that reference there, TCEQ 2020, is actually in the back of appendix of my previous evidence, but you might have missed it. And who reads appendices, right? I do, because I write them. But anyway, I note, however, that this monitoring was undertaken up to 2 miles, like downwind of those aggregate, including sand quarries. So it's quite a way. And I have reviewed the available health-based chronic guidelines for RCS, and despite a consensus view of carcinogenicity for RCS being established by IARC back in 1997, most regulatory agencies are focused only on the adverse effects of silicosis. And just in case you're wondering, for that Altus study, the OEHHA annual average guideline of 3 only looks at silicosis, because the OEHHA reference exposure levels only consider non-cancer health effects. So that's why that one did. So in 2009, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality set a cancer-based environmental screening level for RCS of 0.27 as an annual average for air permit reviews. I don't know if you want me to step through what they did, but essentially they've worked out a unit risk factor for cancer and for based on Texas mortality health incidence rates, and they've related that back to this new number. I'm going to jump into paragraph 19 here, 0.27 as an annual average that may be available for applicable for comparison with the monitoring. And that's what they use for new permit reviews, similar to what we're doing today. So that's what they look at when they consider a permit for an aggregate operation in Texas. I consider if we are to do RCS monitoring, it would be best located at the closest neighbour. And Mr. Curtis has also raised a valid point about the monitoring background levels of RCS in addition to those measured at the boundary. And this would need to be undertaken in an appropriate location that is well away from quarrying activities. And we did that in Altus. That was site number 4. It was 5K away, somewhere different as a background. Yep, jump in. Yep.
All right. Just on the monitoring, you would have heard our questions yesterday, and I think you're responding to that in part here. And so we only have this Yardhurst, that's Christchurch quarry. So with all the quarries that we've got in the Waikato and elsewhere, that's the only monitoring for RCS, the real world, or not assessed, actual real world result is only at that site in New Zealand.
For
which
RCS.
gave you the 2.8 micrograms.
No, it was 0.4. It was actually all of the sites measured less than 0.2, which is the detection level, apart from one site which measured 0.4 as a 3-month average.
Yes, 0.4, sorry, yes. Okay. But that's the only one that's been monitored.
Yes.
For that, as
RCS.
Mr. Curtis told us yesterday.
Yep.
But none of these other quarries have yet around the North Island.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know why? Why? So was this Yardhurst study? Because I think you designed it, didn't you?
I co-designed it with Paul Bainham. Yep.
So it was essentially a research project?
No, it was in response to a large number of complaints from the residents about dust, and in particular about RCS. They were concerned about sparkly dust they could see all over their window panes and health effects in particular.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So looking into the PM10 emissions, and I don't know if it's to be belaboured, Mr. Curtis has queried some of the assumptions I made. So I've laid out what I did and how I did it. Leaving aside the fact that I'd overestimated the overburden in my calculations, it's still order of magnitude. It's about 1.7 tonnes for a 30-tonne truck. That's the order of magnitude of PM10 just from all roads, assuming 600 metres of travel to and from 600 metres each way, which is 1.2 kilometres in total. That's to the middle of the site. And he's correct that my indicative estimate did not account for wet days on which dust emissions may be reduced. However, it does assume a fairly generous 70% reduction due to regular watering of the haul roads. And I have not seen the data that supports Mr. Curtis's assumption of 30% moisture in the sand to be quarried. However, it is reasonable to expect that once you remove the sand from the ground, transfer it around the site, stockpile it, transfer it again, that it will start to dry out. And in the absence of any data on precipitation, which was not provided, the purpose of my calculations is simply to estimate scale and show that it's significant. You've got 400,000 tonnes of product, you're moving it around in 30-tonne trucks. It's not a little bit of dust. Even at less than 200 grams per truck, it becomes significant. So moving to measurements of PM10 around other quarries, and in particular, I'm going to refer to Yaltoos because Mr. Curtis brought it up at 23. Mr. Curtis referred to Yaltoos and said, look, the PM10 concentrations are between 21 and 27, but that's incorrect. He's actually referenced the 4-month average PM10 concentrations. And you'll see that in Appendix A, where I've reproduced it for you. The maximum daily PM10 measurements were between 47 and 65 measured at the site. However, it's important to notice that those concentrations were uncalibrated as reported in the study. And my review of the Yaltoos study, which I've given to you, says that when you calibrate them, which is what you have to do for a nephelometer, the actual daily levels ranged from between 43 and 54, so a little bit lower, which was unusual. Normally nephelometers underread, and Yaltoos they overread. But also more importantly, that they would have exceeded the national environmental standard of 50 6 times during that 4-month period. And those exceedances were measured, unsurprisingly, at the 2 locations that were closest to the quarries, within 100 metres. Now, the Yaltoos quarries were aggregate, not sand, so I would anticipate, and again, I'm not, like Mr. Curtis, I'm not a geologist, but they're not quartz rich, so there is a lot less quartz silica in the aggregate. However, like the RS sand proposal, my understanding is that the primary source of the PM10 emissions down at those quarries was the haul roads from the trucks. And I retain my concern that even with good dust management and control, discharges here from the RS sand proposal may exceed the NES for PM10, as well as cause nuisance dust off-site.
Just a quick question, were those the aggregate quarries they were crushing?
There was not near site 3, but there was a crusher located elsewhere, yes. Yeah. Mr. Curtis states that he's only really experienced off-site dust issues with other sand mines in the Waikato. And I guess my focus is not on the visible dust you can see, which I think has been the focus of his assessment. I'm really concerned about the stuff that you can't see. And I would welcome calibrated data that, supports his opinion. Just on the standard method, and I won't belabor this, but Schedule 2 of the NES for air quality has a whole list of standard methods for measuring PM10 robustly for comparison with the standard. And there are alternative non-reference or non-standard methods that employ optical light scattering techniques, but these do require that careful calibration. It's not just because they're cheap, they're quite useful from an operational point of view because they often have a faster response time. So that's why there's an operational advantage to use them on a quarry. However, you have to calibrate them, otherwise they're no good for actual knowing, in fact, what the levels are for that 24-hour average, which is what we care about. And so, Mr. Curtis has acknowledged that, and I think that in the first few years, it would be essential to have robust data so that you can have some assurance that you're not going to have problems. This is why I've recommended at least one on the boundary. And I note that I've just by way of reference, they're really common now. And for example, around the Port of Tauranga, they've been working on bringing the polluted air shed down there, and there's a lot of PM10 reference methods at small sites around that Maunganui now. The remainder of my evidence is a bit boring and technical, and I don't know that it adds much. I'm going to jump to 33. I guess some final comments on consent conditions, which are quite key. I am concerned that the dust management plan, a second order document, may not be effective in practice. I reiterate my recommendation for a stop works consent condition in the event that particulate exceeds trigger levels at the boundary to prevent exceedance of the NES for PM10 off-site. And I disagree with waiting 12 hours before acting on elevated dust levels. So that's why I've recommended a 1-hour dust at a higher level with a stop works condition. See, at C here, I've said, I also consider the application of a long-term trigger level to be necessary because, and this is because what really matters for public exposure is that long-term chronic exposure. And, you know, the risk ratios for chronic exposure are an order of magnitude higher than for daily. So you can have maybe a couple of days where it's really high and it's not that big a deal, but if every day it's elevated all the time, it's at a lower level, that's where you're getting that long-term burden on people's lungs. So by way of context, and the reason that to support this, the 4-month levels of PM10 measured near Yaldhurst were quite a bit higher than those measured at the background concentration 5K away, which supports my concerns that, you know, elevated levels, they can be elevated long-term, not just daily. So I think it's important to control both short-term and long-term exposure to off-site emissions. I understand Mr. Curtis to be agreeing with my recommendation for wind speed trigger levels, and if his meteorological data is correct, this trigger level would really be exceeded. And he's also correct that the data will require quality assurance before reporting to council, which is why I've recommended suitable caveats to be posted with the live stream data. But I think it's helpful and important to make that available to the neighbours to build trust, which is why I recommended it. I'm happy to take questions, and I hope that wasn't too much of a whiz being tour and it was clear.
From recollection, Mr. Curtis's acceptance of your recommendations for the conditions only went as far as an advice note. Is that the one that you're referring to at D?
Oh, maybe
That was my reading of his.
Okay, I wasn't aware it was that limited.
Yes, I'm afraid.
Okay. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Maybe I'm trying to be too
But
cooperative.
if
I think
he disagreed with the basis, or essentially he considered that some of the matters that you were seeking were addressed already.
yeah.
But I can't remember what the advice note was now. It was around one of your recommendations from your evidence in chief.
Yeah,
So,
I've taken it off what is actually not unusual, and particularly based on my experience down in Yaldhurst, where I've also recommended consent conditions around there that are in practice, so they're not unusual. And the stop works one was recently for a consent where it was hard up against a polluted airshed with neighbours that had previously had issues. So it's not unheard of. It can be difficult. You don't want to be stopping works on a quarry because you want to hit, but it's just dust. It's not really complicated. You just have to have a lot of attention to detail and like regular watering of haul roads, you know, if you've got a stockpile, making sure it's not disturbed too often or seeding it, grassing over. It's really quite boring housekeeping stuff, but it does take fastidious attention to detail, and there needs to be you need to be on the job. So you don't want to be having the wind pick up Saturday afternoon and then you've got a howling gale all weekend. It's going all over the neighbours and no one's on site to take care of it. So automating where possible assists with ensuring good control.
yes.
But really it comes back to scale and size. So if you've got lots of trucks and lots of product that you're moving, then you're going to have a bigger scale of issue to deal with. The smaller the area, the active area, the smaller the trucks, the smaller amount of material being moved around, the smaller the potential for off-site issues.
Going to this issue of whether there's a different consent required, air discharge consent. Is it your view that it is required? The legal submissions that we had earlier, which the permitted activities, there shall be no discharges of hazardous substances into the air. I think your evidence is I don't know how that gets verified. You've said that you still have concerns that there will be these discharges. But
it's not disputed. I mean, Mr. Curtis and myself both agree the key discharges to air are PM10 and RCS. So those are both hazardous substances.
If you can just be clear for us, what's the trigger, the specific trigger for that discharge? Is it that there will be PM10?
Yes.
What was the other one? PM10 and
RCS.
RCS.
Yeah, they're both carcinogens.
And across the boundary.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there will be.
So in your view, that will happen. And the issue for us is to what extent, how is it controlled? How is it monitored?
That's when it comes to granting consent. I was referring to the permitted activity rule.
I'm still at the point. Does it need a consent? Your view is that it does because there will be a discharge across the boundary.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I think, look, the regional council's position is that there's not, but you would disagree with that position based on what you know about the application.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
I don't see how it could be permitted activity. And I actually assumed that they had applied for consent. I'd only found out halfway through preparing my evidence that they hadn't. So I was a bit flabbergasted.
Yes. Okay. No, we just want to be clear on what the point was that you said or that we might say that there is a discharge consent requirement. Okay.
So just to carry on with that, so I see that the trigger is actually the fact that it's a hazardous substance, not simply that it's a discharge. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the
As
RC.
written under permitted activity rule for the regional plan, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You know, a lot of other councils require consents for quarries of this size, and there's usually a de minimis size level, so it's over, 200 tonnes per hour, then you'll require a consent. So, but this is the way it's written, it doesn't reflect that, so there's no, it just says if you discharge, then it's not permitted. As far as as I read it, yeah.
And the conditions that you're proposing to address that issue,
Yes.
would that be what you would expect to have to? You're presenting those conditions as a way of addressing the effect, but equally that would address the tests of the plan in terms of whether that consent is required or not?
Yeah, it's consistent with the need to focus on the things that are of concern. And I've focused on the carcinogenic aspects of RCS, but the same could be said for PM10 as well, which is why I'm recommending best practice. These are not nice. I mean, I'm talking about mortality and cancer. I'm not talking about, it's a bit of, yes, okay, the dust is a nuisance, but that really hasn't been the focus of why I'm recommending best practice control for this scale of activity in such close proximity to neighbours.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us again the site where you have the stopworks consent condition?
I think I recommended a stopworks condition in my.
Yeah, you said it was present in a consent condition at a particular site.
Oh, yes. I can come back to you with the actual sites. There was, most recently it was included as a condition of consent for road metals, but I heard anecdotally that was appealed, so I don't know where it is, but I have seen it in other consent conditions around, and say, for example, the Royden Quarry, which was also under appeal. So I don't know the follow-up details, but I can find out and get back to you if you like. So you're just to clarify, you're asking for current consent conditions where there's a stop works or trigger alerts for various things like wind speed.
I think you could also have a look at those other conditions that get proposed.
It's very common in the, and of course, our council would know about this in Port of Tauranga, in the Mount Maunganui airshed, where there's a wider, broader concerns with fugitive dust, similar to this, they require trigger levels for PM10 based on monitoring at the site as well. That's very common, so I can give you examples of those.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, so your concern around the risk of respiratory crystalline silica is the fact, I think, from what I'm saying, is that Mr. Chisnell is saying that, well, it's likely to be quartz, which is crystalline silicon. That number 69 is likely to be
high
crystalline silica, and therefore there's that risk that could actually become respirable in the form that's respirable. So there's that risk.
Yes.
But the fact that we don't really know, do we? Like, the applicant has proposed, they've got a number of 16.9, I think, is their maximum, which they're now saying is the percentage of respiratory, that's quite hard to say, RSC.
RCS, yeah.
RCS, sorry.
Yeah.
So whereas you're saying, well, actually, there are a number of reasons why that number may not be correct because of the fact that this product has a high concentration of quartz. So really, I guess where I'm getting to is that, so we really don't know, because we've got the samples that Mr. Chisnell has taken as evidence, but that hasn't actually, those samples haven't taken down to actually measuring the RSC content. Correct? Is that correct?
They haven't measured the crystalline content.
Crystalline, the crystalline content. Yeah, that's what it's just that I'm just trying to work out what does that, I follow your logic of, well, it could be up to 69% of, even PM4, but we actually don't have any evidence before us.
No, but you don't have a.
Either
yeah,
way,
no, you
either way
don't.
is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the basis for your argument around why we therefore should take, there should be quite a precautionary process to that, which is what your kind of your approach to the limits, the trigger values that you're proposing. This is all about
Yes.
mitigating risk, which is associated with an unknown, essentially.
Yes.
Or an uncertainty, more an uncertainty.
Well, yes, I'm concerned that the PM10 levels will be exceeded, the NES will be exceeded beyond the boundary. And I'm concerned that the RCS will be elevated as well. Mr. Curtis' assessment doesn't quantify the RCS. He did look at a risk assessment approach, but it was based on a very high basis, and it appears outdated. And you could argue that if you control for the PM10 for those NES limits and the annual limits with the trigger levels I proposed, you don't need to do the RCS monitoring. And that could be true. I can't be certain, which is why I've said it may be appropriate, and that's for you to decide. If I was in your shoes, there's still that unknown in terms of, I mean, leaving aside the RCS and whatever fraction, it's there because you've been told it's at least 7 to 16%.
Yeah, so there is a potential,
Yeah.
there is a potential risk,
Yes.
but it's an unknown level of risk, and
Yes.
therefore
Yes.
taking a precautionary approach, either by just monitoring and establishing a baseline.
Yes.
And then perhaps continuing monitoring depending on what that baseline is.
Yes, so that you have some assurance that that the risk is low. Yeah. And I've given you a guideline to measure against so that you can be confident that going forward that cancer risk is low. And that's a fairly, and there's quite a lot of detail in here. It's quite conservative. They've just assumed there's no threshold for effect, whereas other people have focused only on silicosis, which is why they've got higher. So we've gone from 3, which is what they measured and used down in Canterbury as a guideline, down to 0.27, which is quite a bit lower as an annual average. And remember, that's long-term exposure because cancer takes a while to develop. So that's why that approach that's what it's about.
And I guess the other area of uncertainty is the fact that the only study that we've got that's even looked into this is this one Yaltour study. So it's not like there are other examples that can be used to support having assessing at a particular level of risk.
Yeah, and that study shows that the levels were, compared to 0.27, 0.4 is more than that, right? So that showed that close in with a quarry that wasn't controlling its emissions particularly well, you would be having an elevated risk. Doesn't mean you're going to get cancer. It just means that statistically,
that's what risk assessment's all about.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly what risk assessment is all about. All right.
But you don't have a quantified risk assessment for you, and you still don't know exactly, well, I'm not confident exactly what the RCS, what the crystalline silica content is of the resource.
Exactly. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Just have a quick look at what Mr. Curtis said about your proposed conditions earlier that I mentioned, and just wanted to check your view on this. A couple of them were around this. Well, one was around stop work condition and measures in place to control dust outside normal work hours, which you just mentioned. And he's saying that the wording in condition 22 and the existing draft dust management plan does that. Have you had a look at those? Are you satisfied that that's sufficient or would be sufficient? I think your conditions were somewhat more detailed.
Well, it's just so that it was in the dust management plan rather than being in the consent condition itself. So I'm not disputing whether I think that's where it needs to be effective, is right up in the consent.
So if it's in the condition requiring the dust management plan, would that address the matter?
That's a second order document, so there's no enforceability for council to actually require stop works then, is it? Because you've got to then go one down, whereas that's what's clear about, here's a wind level, here's a PM10 level. If these get exceeded and you haven't, and things get worse and worse, then stop it and actually do something about the dust. It's quite clear and easy and straightforward. And then the applicant's protected as well. They've got certainty about what they're managing towards.
Okay. And just for your information, the condition that was accepted was around this K value issue, which he acknowledged, but as I say, insofar as it would inform an advice note, the consent holder shall ensure that the duration of the calibration monitoring is sufficient to capture normal operation of all on-site activities.
Yeah, it's problematic, and I don't. you have it's K-factor calibration. Nephelometers are okay, but the application is not particularly well characterised. We don't have a lot of certainty that the dust levels are not already very high there because the data that's been presented to you hasn't been calibrated. So it's like, well, we don't really know what it means. I'm concerned that it's a bit loose as currently worded, which is why I've recommended something much more specific. And that was taken from previous consent conditions down in Canterbury, which is why they look the way they do. They are not consently worded, you can see, they're written by committee.
Right. I mean, just generally, we can see the potential for the effect adjacent to number 41 Newcombe, and you've encompassed their issues within your evidence. For that broader effect to your client's property, is it still at that same level of concern? Obviously, there's a greater distance.
Yeah. With greater distance, you get more dispersion, so it's less of a risk that bit further away. If you control it really well at that boundary, particularly if you leave that gully wall up, there is less risk for Mr. Powell's property. That if you control it properly and if you meet those limits. They're still, they're within only 250 metres, I think. It's, this is, and, Mr. Curtis was pushed back fairly strongly on the Vic EPA buffer distances, but as an engineer, I'm always advocating for buffers because it's a really good idea to have a bit of space between industry and any house, no matter who the industry is. And that's for industry's protection as well as the people. 250 metres is nothing from PN10. It's a gas, remember, that's not going to drop out. It can go kilometres. So it is less of a risk than 25 metres, which is the same as being next door. But it is not as high a risk as 41. Yes, that's an accurate characterisation of it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your efforts to make the science, as with Mr. Curtis, as easily digestible as possible. Not easy. Thank you very much for that.
Look, Mr. Chisnell should be online, and I'm thinking he should be pretty short. Just while we're getting him up, I'll just note that the part of the permitted activity rule that we quoted at paragraph 33 of our submissions just says there should be no discharges of hazardous substances into the air. So it hasn't actually got a boundary part. Now, I don't have the full rule in front of me, so it would be worth checking that. But
no, it doesn't. It just stops there, even though there's a comma, which looks a bit weird.
Okay, and just while it comes up online, we have.
Yes, so
I didn't check with
timing-wise,
I'm sure we're fine to carry on. We went through yesterday till about 5:45. We can do that.
So we have the landscape architect and Mr. Powell.
Yes.
And Mrs. Powell is here too.
Yes, so we will do our best again. Is there an ability to come back tomorrow for any of your team, Mr. and Mrs.
Potentially.
Powell? Yes.
Yes.
We'll try and avoid
we'll
it.
try and get at least through Mr. Chisnell and the
Yes.
landscape architect.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Chisnell, if you can just introduce yourself, briefly summarise your evidence and then just answer any questions.
Sure thing. So I'm Tony Chisnell. I'm a qualified geologist. My experience and background is in mining globally. I've been involved in getting a lot of projects over the line in terms of licensing and financing, which will give, you have to provide a lot of evidence and data to do that. So I'm very experienced in sampling and looking at projects, due diligence and things like that. So I was brought in to provide some independent sampling after there was some questions from the report on the background for the air monitoring results, which I just assumed silica was 6 to 7%. I subsequently went to the site and took some samples at various locations around the property, 77 Newcombe Street, and from various profiles, from the overburden, from the topsoil, and from the actual host of the rock that they actually want to quarry. And then we sent those samples to SGS, an independent laboratory in Westport, and received the results, which were in the order of 68 to 70% silica. From the rebuttal, obviously, they pointed out the mistake of saying that it was silica and not crystalline silica. And they agreed that, yes, the silica levels would be that amount, but the crystalline silica was much less. And this is through a different method of sampling. So the silica, as it was already mentioned, was done through XRF, whereas the mineralogical sampling is usually done by XRD, which we obviously haven't done. But he did state those numbers, and we've seen no independent documentation to support those numbers. We don't know where the samples were taken from, how the samples were taken, and basically be able to assess those results to agree with them. So there's a little bit of concern where the results came from. And I guess just to qualify that, I think there was a statement made yesterday about the reasons why this particular site was selected. It was based on the quality of the sand there, which is different from other places in the region. And also by looking at one of the reports in the appendices, which was the kinetic energy report, it did specify that approximately 90% of the sand would be used for concrete, which is also in agreement with what other reports have suggested. Therefore, implying that they'd want pretty good quality quartz sandstone for the product. So yeah, my main concern is just what is the background on the XRD results to get that level of crystalline silica, and also there are no results on the quality of the sand for the product that it's going to be used for. And my second point was just on the HPL, basically post mining, which my document was on the soil rehabilitation. So I saw in Jeremy Hunt's rebuttal that there was efforts to minimise and mitigate soil productivity loss, but it did state that there will be loss. And given the new profile and surface of the landscape after quarrying operations will cease, it'll be very difficult to retain the soil. And given there will be steeper slopes and embankments, the whole area of the HPL would be reduced. That's pretty much the two areas I'll cover, so I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you. Just on that highly productive land issue, I think it's been conveyed that that will be achieved through a site rehabilitation management plan. And just picking up on the points that you make at your paragraph 27 about soil mixing, and then I guess there's a issue of storage of it, and then re-spreading it back over what will be the quarry floor or ex-quarry floor. Are there particular measures that you think would be necessary to be included in a management plan condition like that to set specific performance standards to achieve rehabilitation of the site?
Well, there's two parts of the soil. There's the topsoil and the subsoil, or what I refer to my statement as Horizon B, which is part of the overburden as well. So some of that will be taken, some will retain, I understand. So I think it's very important that B horizon is deposited back with the topsoil. So I'm just saying that could be very difficult to replicate once you're doing the rehabilitation, especially on the slopes, where high rainfall events over sand is just going to wash away.
Is there any previous condition or rehabilitation process that you know of that could assist in this regard as to how it can be done, how it can be specified ahead of time?
It would be slow, methodical to make sure that you've got some sort of sub-benching of the slopes to retain soil.
So
I've seen that work in some cases, but I have seen a lot of open pits, for all best intentions to try to restore it. Generally, they do it with covering in forests, eucalyptus and things like that, which, sometimes is not the best tree to use to restore the slopes and stop erosion. But again, you're losing the productivity of the soil. You're turning it into something else.
Yes. I mean, the conditions as they stand sort of seek to try and address that landform aspect, and then talk about addressing the future ground cover following completion of all quarry activities at the site. So we've sort of got that one sentence, which I think would encapsulate what I was asking before, is just how you specify a productive soil profile at the end of that process.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
guess
the soils that I saw right next to the site, I mean, you had a good 300 millimeters of productive organic soils, followed by at least 1.5 meters of what is red to orange Horizon B or subsoil. And from our analysis of those soils, it's pretty rich in metals like iron and aluminium and things like that. So I think you'd need to basically look at your profile soils going back in and analyze to make sure that you're getting that good mix coming back in, because obviously the soils are feeding off those ions and things like that to enrich and to provide good growth.
Thank you, Mr. Chisnell. I guess I was just interested in, so that, yeah, there is this bit of a gap in our information bundle, if you like, around, and it does relate back to the soil sampling that was undertaken by the applicant and the subsequent analysis, and the lack of sort of detail around what that looks like and what the results showed, other than what's written in the report. I mean, is it your view that this is something that should be pursued further in terms of, as part of a condition of consent, that the silica, the respirable silica content of the crystalline silica content of the soil be characterised?
I think, given its impact on surrounding and to people's health, absolutely.
And would you, this is a question I think I put to Mr. Curtis yesterday, was, how variable is that content likely to be? Because that relates to, therefore, where they're extracting from it, because, as you know, it's a staged extraction process, and therefore there's only an area at a time that's going to be exposed, and therefore are we looking at different risk profiles for different areas depending on the content, the what's it called, RCS content in that particular area? I mean, is it likely to be that variable, that level of
It can be variable. The formation that they're mining is variable. It comes from different sources. Some of it's volcanic in nature, where you're getting a lot of pumice and amorphous sediments, which is maybe not so suitable for some of the concrete they want to send it to. And then you're getting also, again, from volcanic, but also the underlying grey-wacky sandstones, a lot of quartz material as well. So it depends on where the fluvial activities were sourcing the supply to provide the sediments to the site. But the fact that it is high quality, I would imagine would have those sort of details would want to be known as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Mr. Chair, just before Mr. Chisnell disappears, I wonder through you and through Council, Mr. Chisnell could have a look at the March 2022 XRD GNS report, which clearly specifies where Mr. Curtis got his numbers from, and that may put this issue to bed. If he could have a look at that and confirm he's happy it's done by a reputable laboratory and agrees with the outcome, that may avoid the need for substantial rebuttal evidence. So I've tracked that report down, happy to provide it to the hearing secretary and Council, but that might be useful.
Is that part of the application documents?
It's referred to in Mr. Curtis's evidence, and that's where he got his numbers from. And it just seems to me that, if it's there and he's able to look at it and go, yes, I now agree with that, then that would seem to resolve that issue. But
look, I'm happy to put that to my witnesses, but not really on the spot.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just, that's fine. If you're happy to do that, we'll run it that way. Thank you. Yep. Right, who's your? Oh, thank you, Mr. Chisnell. No further questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Morton, the landscape architect, who is sitting up at the table. Very short summary, and he's going to be brief.
Right, Mr. Morton, thank you. Great your statement, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Adrian Morton. I'm a landscape architect, have been for 29 years. I'm representing Mr. and Mrs. Powell in relation to landscape and visual matters. My oral presentation today is basically broken into three pieces. One is a very quick précis on my evidence, a response to Mr. Mansberg's rebuttal evidence, and then my reviews in regards to the updated staging plan. First of all, in regards to my evidence, I think it's important to baseline Mr. and Mrs. Powell's property and how they use it and the sensitivity as a receptor. There's obviously the house, and I understand that you have visited the property. There's a house, arena, and the lower gully fields or horse hacking and training area. So the property is used extensively. It's not just an isolated house or activity on the property. Based on this, I consider that they have a high quality landscape and a visual amenity from in and around the property, and that's set within a rural landscape. So that sort of baselines the context of their property and the sensitivity of being a receptor on that property. The second point was assessment ratings and durations. So based on the previous LVA and peer review, I did highlight in my evidence that the reports didn't provide a detailed enough assessment of the Powell's property. Issues not addressed were assessing the sensitivity of the receptor, full assessment of stages and the duration, effects of the cut faces and benching, forms of the landscape and visual effects, assessment of the visual effects of machinery, alternate staging and remediation of work stages. I obviously acknowledge that these parameters have now changed somewhat, but the detailed information of the proposed retaining of the northern wall obviously a little bit lacking at this stage. My evaluation that I put into my evidence was based on NZILA assessment guidelines. Obviously, I didn't undertake a full assessment, but I think my experience such that the précis that I provided was a reasonable manner. It's important to consider each stage and duration, and this needs to be considered in relation to the revised staging as well. Obviously, we need a little bit more information to be able to really understand that, and I guess that may be forthcoming. I consider that the proposed revised staging is likely to reduce the level of landscape and visual effects, possibly to moderate high, and agree that this will be the cases from years 1 to 20, but will be high during the last 4 years when the northern gully will be removed. The next point I'd like just to move on to is Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence. It's obviously helpful that Mr. Mansug attended the property and made a site visit to be able to understand some of the nuances of the property, and appreciate that he has adjusted his evaluation of the landscape and visual effects ratings. I also have, as already mentioned, have acknowledged the revised staging plans that were presented yesterday, and presumably based on my evidence query in regards to alternate state, I had in my evidence queried the staging requirements or approach to staging, and it's helpful that reconsideration to staging approach has occurred with that updated staging plan of retaining the Karapiro Gully northern wall. As previously mentioned, the receptor sensitivity, based on Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence in point 2.7 and his site visit, he indicates that he has a better understanding of the property and the PAL's use of the property, but does not describe what these aspects are. I reiterate the high sensitivity of the receptor, particularly around the house, arena, and hacking and training paddocks. Staging is the next point I'd like to cover. And I note that Mr. Mansug's LVA and rebuttal evidence is somewhat silent on the duration of effects relating to each stage. He obviously provides a rating of effects, but it's important to understand how long each one of these stages will extend for. So based on the original proposals, I've given a quick brief summary of each stage. So stage 1 will be 1.7 years. This is based on the original proposals. Stage 2 is 4.4 years. Stage 3 is 7.8 years. Stage 4, 6.8 years, and stage 5, 4 years. So it's approximately 25 years of exposed face, etc. And it's important to understand as the exposed cut face and machinery will persist for that duration, either based on the initial proposals or even the current alternate proposals. And that will be primarily from the upper terraces for the revised staging plans. Change of visual effects rating. Based on Mr. Mansug's site visit and rebuttal evidence, I note he has revised his landscape and visual ratings on an upward basis. I also note, based on Mr. Mansug's verbal presentation, that the revised staging will alter downwards as he considers retention of the Gully North wall will result in obscuring most of the views from the Powell property. I don't fully agree with this, as based on the 10-metre reduced height of the northern wall of the Karapiro Gully, views will still be obtainable of the cut sand face and machinery within the quarry, and in my opinion will still result in a potential moderate to moderate high visual effect, and obviously over a significant period of time. As a further note, in Mr. Mansug's verbal presentation, he indicated the moderate high effects on the Powell's property will reduce with rehabilitation over time. His statement did not indicate the over time duration, but based on stage quarrying effects are likely to persist over the 25 years, and it will probably be either or presentation of the original staging or the alternate staging, in my opinion. Visual effects of the cut sand faces. Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence indicates that the visual effects of the quarry will diminish due to distance. However, in my opinion, Mr. Mansug's evidence does not address the extensive, bright, sandy face that will be exposed during the quarrying. Based on the updated staging proposals, the proposed remediation of land prior to removing the Karapiro North wall is likely to aid reducing the quantum of visual effects when the northern bank is removed. In addition to this, Mr. Mansug considers that the photos within my evidence, which are in Appendix B and photos 8 and 9, are not like-for-like comparison. My evidence indicated these photos show a similar appearance, not exact, and were presented to illustrate the bright white appearance of the quarry cut face that will be present and highly visible for the duration of the quarrying work. Although the cut faces may be tidier, as proposed by Mr. Mansug yesterday in his oral presentation, the visual effects of the cut face, benching and machinery will still potentially be visible and present for long durations, i.e. the 25 years. Machinery effects is the next point I'd like to cover. In my evidence, I provided a statement in relation to heavy machinery, which was points 46 and 47. But note that Mr. Mansug has been silent in regards to the visual effects of machinery for the duration of the quarry works. In my opinion, the size and movement of the machinery will have a moderate visual effect, and it will be present on a day-to-day basis. I believe 5 days a week for 10 hours, and on a Saturday for 5 hours. So it's pretty substantial times during the day. Retained vegetation is the next point. The retention of vegetation to the northwest of the quarry is addressed in Mr. Mansug's evidence, point 2.22. But I query the extent of planting that will survive when earthworks and gully wall removal occurs, as earthworks potentially will affect plant roots and moisture availability and therefore impact on plant health and the potential to provide screening, which in turn may affect visual screening that's proposed. Mitigation measures is the next point. Mr. Mansug in his hearing presentation stated that quarry slopes would have finely cut faces to resemble the natural forms and emulate nature, of the Karapiro Gully. However, based on the images provided within the LVA and the model presented during the hearing, Mr. Mansug, in relation to the remediation works, the earthworks appear very engineered that do not appear to relate to nature or the natural forms of the Karapiro Gully, other than probably the slope. I also note that based on images that the eastern end of the quarry will retain a small shoulder which leaves an unnatural landform and could be better integrated into the final earthworks. Further consideration to the earthworks to reinstate the quarry to ensure it sits better in the landscape /gully to achieve a more natural undulating contours and form would be beneficial. I also reiterate, as per my evidence, that a comprehensive methodology in relation to soil profile reinstatement will underpin the success of grassing and visual mitigation outcomes being sought. And it could even be, between each stages. And I think it's probably been well covered in previous discussions as well. Retaining the north wall at full height would mitigate the quarry and heavy machinery effects for approximately the 20 years of quarrying, or permanently if retained in totality. Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence, point 2.26, suggested planting on the Powell's property to mitigate the visual effects of the quarry. Although this may result in screening the works from some areas of the property, it is not up to the Powells to mitigate the landscape and the visual effects of RS Sands activities on their own property. In regards to the alternate staging proposals, based on Mr. Mansug's rebuttal evidence, point 2.19, in relation to alternate approaches indicated that other factors associated with this approach meant it was discounted. However, I note that we now have an alternate staging plan available, which is a little bit amusing, but which potentially improves the outcome, but doesn't necessarily resolve all the landscape and visual effects on the Powell property. Further to this, it is difficult to understand the revised staging based on the limited information that has been provided to date. Further clarification would be beneficial and which may be forthcoming during this hearing. The information provided does not clarify at what year and the duration the removal of the northern gully will occur, nor how the overburden of material will be managed, access routes and protection of the reinstated pasture will be managed. Further to this, Mr. Mansberg's rebuttal evidence, point 2.20, he considers that from a landscape and visual perspective, retaining as much of the northern gully wall as possible, i.e. reducing daylighting of the pit, will be the most effective option for the mitigation of effects of the Powell property. In my opinion, the full or permanent retention of the northern gully wall would provide a permanent solution. It would also allow the top of the bank to be planted to provide further mitigation measures and potentially add to the ecological planting quantum. Retaining the bank would also align with the majority of quarries that occur within the Waikato area, where the banks are retained. So, for example, 928 Kaipaki Road, Aspen Road in Tamaheri, and the Winston Tamaheri quarries are a couple of examples. I do not understand how retaining the entirety of the gully northern wall is not achievable. If the staging plan can be revised to reduce the Karapiro Gully northern wall by 10 metres, then retaining the wall at current height would significantly help mitigate approximately 19 to 20 years of the quarrying activity, or in its totality if it was to remain permanently. And this would achieve beneficial long-term mitigation in relation to the Powell property. That's a very brief and hopefully succinct summary, and I would welcome any questions if you have any.
Thank you for that. And I think your second to last paragraph, from my brief view of Mr. Powell's evidence, that includes, I think, the photographs and images of the areas that you're talking about in terms of where banks have been retained and so forth. Is that right? Those are the examples that you're thinking about?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In terms of if retention of the gully wall was possible or proffered as part of any change to the proposal, what sort of planting would you anticipate might be useful in terms of screening and landscape outcomes?
I think it would be utilising a native mix that would have a variety of species in it. What I would probably term an ecological screening mix. So stuff that will maybe establish quickly with some emergent species that would give height over time. We've got a reasonably lengthy time for that to establish and grow.
A bit like the cross-section schemes that were proposed for a couple of other properties for screening of approaches from there.
Yeah, that would be in keeping with similar.
Because at the moment that gully's reasonably bare, but that's not a natural outcome, is it? That's just a result of farming over the years and so forth. It's not the natural state of that.
No, it obviously has been modified over time. There's examples of Karapiro Gully beneath or in around the newer bridge crossing of the Cambridge section that's been re-established with probably a more what would have been similar 100 odd years ago whenever it was cleared.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, there was one query I had on, it's halfway through your third page under mitigation measures. You've got a comment there, that the eastern end of the quarry, which I presume you mean before the processing area, the gully next to the processing area?
Yeah, that's correct. So it would be the finished face or the end face.
Will retain a small shoulder which leaves an unnatural landform and could be better integrated into the final earthworks. Could you just clarify what you meant there? And I will say that at this stage, we don't have the final, all we've got at the moment is this cross-section plan.
Yeah.
We did discuss with Mr. Stewart yesterday that if they're going to rely on that for erosion and sediment control, that retained face needed to be intact across to what I think is the shoulder that you're talking about.
Yes, so if you look at that plan that you have in front of you, as you come around, there's almost like a wedge that occurs on the northern side of the proposed site or quarry site. And based on the images that I saw yesterday during Mr. Mansug's presentation, obviously it showed the fairly engineered sort of form or finished form of the quarry. And it would be that, I guess, where that eastern side of the quarry / the western side of that wedge, it looked a very abrupt end and not particularly natural if we're trying to maintain this thing as a natural form. Then obviously addressing that would be sensible. And I do note that Mr. Mansug has provided a revised condition that does look at a final grading and sort of profiling condition in there. So in his evidence, so
yes,
it may.
I think we highlighted yesterday there was a need for a bit more work on that side of it because the alignment of the quarrying area seems to cross the top of the stream that's in that gully. So we'll see where that gets to. I think the applicant's going to be providing some plans at some stages prior to as part of their reply. Okay, that's all the questions we have.
I was just going to say, and I think also there's a proposal for some mitigation planting along that line as well. That's why it was a wee bit confusing that I could see as to how they were going to do that if they were going to be cutting. So.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I think there's a little bit
yeah.
more work and clarity on what is actually, so we've got certainty if we proceed forward to what the final outcomes would most likely be. And it's, yeah, somewhat vague at this stage, in my opinion.
Ms. Ham, we've got one witness to go.
So Mr. Powell is here. I mean, he is concerned not to detain everyone, so he is happy to come back in the morning.
Concerned to what, sorry?
Not detain everybody too late.
Thank you. I was going to say I haven't spoken to my panel, but myself, we're probably reaching the end of what we can accommodate today. It's not impossible. How long do you think your statement might take? I don't want to rush you, and we've got lots of time tomorrow.
I wasn't going to read the whole report by any means. I was just going to go through the basics.
So I can't come back tomorrow, but Ms. Hollis can, so that's okay.
Does Mrs. Powell, should be giving a presentation as well? A submission?
So Mrs. Powell hasn't submitted anything in writing, but she thought she might like to say something. Yeah. Oh, she has.
I think we'll finish today and pick up tomorrow, and that way I won't feel rushed with your statement. We can actually pre-read it as well, but we've got time tomorrow, so let's use that time. And we've done well though. I think we got a fair way through everything today, so that's good. All right, so we will adjourn till tomorrow. I think, is it 9 o'clock? It's 9 o'clock start tomorrow, so we'll see you all here then.